So like this, new mascot for Oxnard.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mascot.
I'd like to call to order the meeting for July 5th to order. And roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here,
Announcement, Councilmember Basua will be absent today.
thank you.
Posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on June 23rd, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is item B. This is comments on the closed session item. And I have four speakers here. We'll start off with Jacqueline Sanchez, followed by Alex Messini. Jacqueline Sanchez on items on the agenda for closed session. Is Jacqueline Sanchez here?
Mayor Jacqueline Sanchez is not available at this time.
Okay, how about Alex Mency?
Alex Mancy has also not called in and is not available at this time.
And Kelly Dwyer?
Kaylee Dwyer is also not available.
And Esmeralda Flores Miguel.
Mayor Esmeralda Flores Miguel has not called in as of this time. Thank you.
Okay, then our next item is item C, and this is from the closed session item. And Mr. City Attorney?
Just wanted to confirm that there's been no speaker card submitted for a closed session. Madam Clerk?
There is one. Okay.
Well, it may not be for closed session.
I do not have any speaker cards for closed session at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed C1, Mr. City Attorney.
The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to review the status of labor negotiations and to review its available funds and funding priorities for the purpose of providing instructions to the city's negotiators regarding the organizations and unrepresented positions specified in item C1 of the meeting agenda. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Annual Evaluation of Public Employees, City Attorney, and City Manager. The City Council will also recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6A to provide instructions to the city's negotiator regarding the positions of City Attorney and City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So we're going to be going into closed session and we'll be back at 6 p.m. for the opening ceremonies. We're going into closed session. Thank you. Ready? Can I please have your attention? Let me have your attention, please. We're back in opening ceremonies, but before we start, Mr. City Manager, do we have an announcement from out of closed session?
The city attorney might.
The city attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Council met in closed session and completed review of item C1, and there are no actions to report. The council did not get to the remaining 3 items, which will be taken up after the regular session, open session business is completed tonight.
Thank you so much. And okay, we're going to start off with the opening ceremonies, and this is a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence for the individuals at Highland Park, Illinois, that were murdered over the weekend. So please join me for a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to start off with some special presentations, but I'd like to ask, we have a lot of people here today. Please, no outbursts, no clapping, and I would appreciate very much if we have a lot of people here today. So I want to thank you so much for attending the meeting today. So we have a couple of presentations of resolution, first of all, and we'd like to have Kevin Thompson come up. Kevin Thompson. And his family. Let me put this away. Okay, here we go. This is a resolution from the City of Oxnard City Council commending Kevin Thompson for 28 years of outstanding service to the City of Oxnard. Whereas Kevin Thompson has given 28 years of outstanding service to the City of Oxnard as a member of the Oxnard Police Department, whereas Kevin Thompson began his law enforcement career in 1994, where he graduated from Rio Hondo Police Academy, where his passion for public service was ignited. Whereas throughout his career, Kevin Thompson held a wide variety of assignments with the police department, including patrol, bicycle patrol team, youth services officer, Frank, Fremont, Haydock Intermediate Schools, Nora Vista Alternative School, Bernice Curran School, Cesar Chavez School, Christy McLaughlin School, Driffle, Emily Richon, Kamala, Lemonwood, McKenna, Norman Brecky, Ramona, Rose Avenue, Sierra Linda Elementary Schools. He also served as a youth service officer for the Weineman and Ocean View School District during his career. Officer Thompson served as a proud member of the Oxnard Police Department and honor guard for 28 years. How many schools? Whereas Officer Kevin Thompson has been a champion for the youth in Oxnard. Officer Thompson participated in numerous youth sports events, including Oxnard Police Blue Basketball Team, and was a 3-time MVP for the annual Pride Bowl. Officer Thompson was a basketball coach at Santa Clara High School for 14 years and 8 years at Oxnard High School. Officer Thompson was a Police Activities League Penal Officer of the Year for 2017. Officer Thompson was Police Academy League Penal Officer of the Year for 2017. Thompson was also a 5-year Officer of the Quarter, 5-time, Officer of the Quarter, a 2-time Officer of the Year recipient for the Oxnard Police Department. Whereas Police Officer Thompson's positive interactions have earned the respect of his fellow officers, city employees, and the community, he has developed countless friendships and partnerships throughout the city. Now, therefore, the City Council, City of Oxnard, resolved to commend and recognize and extend its gratitude to Officer Kevin Thompson for 28 years of dedicated service to the City of Oxnard, and extends our best wishes for the fun and fulfillment retirement with his family. This is signed again by the mayor of the city of Oxnard. Congratulations, Mr. Thompson, officer. Thank you so much.
I will be very brief. The first question I have is, what schools in Oxnard did Kevin Thompson not work at? He was such a good officer of the year. We had to make him officer of the year again. Anyway, I love this man. He is a fantastic representative of this police department. He is a person who has been nothing but a deposit into the positive balance towards this community. Having been an assistant chief for a number of years and seeing hiring interviews, how many applicants came from within this community that were brought here or inspired by Officer Kevin Thompson? It's just testimony to what a good man he is. I'm going to give the mic over to him because this is his night, and I'd like to see what Kevin has to say. I love you, man.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but I do want to say thank you to the city of Oxnard for giving me an opportunity in 1994 to come on and serve this community. It's been a total enjoyment. The partnerships, the relationships, the influences and the teamwork that I've seen through the police department and through the city has been outstanding. I would not be able to be here today without having the support and the workmanship and the teamwork from all the other officers in the city of Oxnard. Our department is #1 across the country and around the world. We have some of the best men and women working in this city that's always doing their best to make sure that this city is safe. So when you go to sleep at night, just know we got you guys covered. When you wake up in the morning, we got you guys covered. Our officers are always out here doing their best to make sure that everything is taken care of. Thank you guys for your time and thank you for this award.
You want to introduce your wife?
Yes. Up here with me, I have my lovely wife, Robin Amanda Thompson. I have my daughter, Eliza, and my son, Kevin Thompson II. And just know, I wouldn't have been able to do my career without having the support of my wife, who's been holding down the home while I was been out working and while I was coaching and doing and giving up to the community. So knowing that this award goes to me, but it also goes to my wife also. Thank you, babe.
Thank you. Officer Thompson, you didn't realize you were going to have 300, 400 people here for you today, right?
I did not.
Thank you so much again for your good work. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to miss you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And this is a resolution. So we need a motion. Okay, Borello, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed?
Me.
Thank you. So that's approved. Thank you so much again. Thank you. Mhm. Thank you. Man. Thank you. Mhm. Thank you, officer. Really appreciate it very much. We still have another, this is a proclamation that we need to have Olympia Hugo and a recreation supervisor and Steve Hollett, assistant public works director. Can you come right up? Come on. Yep. Olympia. Thank you. Thank you. Come on. So this is a proclamation, Parks and Recreation Month, July 2022, whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of the communities throughout this country, including Oxnard. And whereas parks and recreation are virtually important, establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our community, ensuring the health of all residents and contributing to economic, environmental well-being of a community and region. Whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active activities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally and physically disabled, and also improve mental and emotional health of all our residents. Whereas park and recreation programs increase the community economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of a local tax base, increased tourism and attraction and retention of business, and crime reduction. Where parks and recreations are fundamental to the environment and by bringing our community. Parks and recreation, natural resources, to improve the water, quality of water, protect water protection, prevents flooding, improves the quality of air we breathe, and provide vegetative buffers to developments and produce habitat for wildlife. That's wild. Whereas parks and recreations are areas that ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and also to recreate in outdoors. The U.S. House of Representatives designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the city of Oxnard recognizes the benefits derived from those parks. Now, therefore, John C. Zaragoza, City of Oxnard, do by her proclaim the month of July 2022 as Park and Recreation Month. In the city of Oxnard, encourage all residents to enjoy and recognize the social, physical, mental, economic, environmental, community benefits derived from the city of Oxnard Parks and Recreation. This is signed by the mayor of the city of Oxnard. Congratulations. You want to share a couple of words? We'll have
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and fellow council members. My name is Olympia Hugo. I'm a recreation supervisor with the Cultural and Community Services Division. And on behalf of the Recreation Division and Parks Division, we thank you for designating July as Parks and Recreation Month. The national theme this year is We Rise Up for Parks and Recreation. And so on that note, we have our Cultural and Community Services Assistant Director is next door at the library. We have our Public Works Assistant Director, Steve Howlett, my fellow recreation managers, Julia Estrada and Donnelly Perez, along with our recreation coordinator and recreation leader staff who are here with us.
You have the whole crew there.
Yes. There is no better way to celebrate Park and Recreation Month than by highlighting the park and recreation professionals who faithfully serve the Oxnard community all year long. The services that park and recreation professionals provide are vital for our community, from caring for open spaces, natural resources, and to helping fight obesity and providing healthy activities and resources for all of our residents, from our youngest preschoolers to our most mature seniors. This has been especially true throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Park and Recreation Month encourages everyone to reflect on the exponential value that park and recreation professionals bring to the community. Today's proclamation brings attention to how important it is to rise up and support our profession, because every day, people like you along this wall and Steve next door rise up for our communities in service of equity and overall health and well-being. This year in particular, we are also rising up and celebrating 75 years of loyal service and community building provided by our division. And here are just a few ways that you can join us in celebrating both this month and also our 75 years. This Friday, we invite all of you to come out to College Park. We are hosting Kids Fest. That's Friday, July 8th from 12 to 3 p.m. at College Park with free activities for youth and for families. And then we also are kicking off our skate night series. So 3 events. So we're transforming the top floor of the parking structure just across the street into a family-friendly skate rink. Those dates are July 15th, August 12th, and September 9th. But our biggest celebration will be Party in the Park on Saturday, August 27th, with activities throughout the day across the Colonia Park Recreation Complex for seniors, our special population community, youth, adults, and families, all culminating with the movie night out on the Colonia baseball field. The public is welcome to follow us on all of our social media platforms at Oxnard Rec for more information on how we're celebrating this beautiful month and the great summer ahead. So we hope that you all can come out and join us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Steve, you'd like to share a couple of words?
I'm good, thank you.
Steve says we're happy, we're good. But again, I want to thank the Parks Department and Recreation for all the things they do for our children and of course for the environment. And also thank them, for the things they're doing now with Measure E. Thank all the people that voted for Measure E, because we have now clean parks, we have clean places for restrooms are open in the parks and so forth, which is really, really important at recreation. And you're doing a lot of things. Thank you so much again. And thank you again to Mr. Hollett, the Public Works Director. And thank you so much. And put your hands together again for Parks and Recreation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Okay, that's our last presentation. Okay, thank you so much. Our next item is, this is for items not on the agenda. But before I go there, we like to go over to ask the city council that we take our consent items at this time before we go there. No, before that, okay. So we go ahead and go with items not on the agenda, and we'll start off with, let me see, we have Mr. Larry Stein and Ray Platel, followed by Morgan Apple and Eden Borden and Melissa Bevan. Mr. Larry Stein, followed by Ray Patel, Morgan Apple, Eden Borden, and Melissa Bevan. Larry Stein, 3 minutes.
Hold on. Okay, he'll walk over. He can hear his name being announced. Let's, Madam, or any of those, Madam Clerk, any of those people online right now?
Well, let me get out. Okay. Mr. Larry Stein, he's coming.
Yeah, he'll walk over. Let's
Okay.
go to the first person who's online if we can,
So we get
for this item.
and then we'll go to Larry Stein. Morgan.
She's got online forms.
It was Morgan's online, and right down. Madam Clerk, do we have Morgan?
One moment, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Morgan is not available at this time.
Okay, then how about Borden, followed by Bevan or Richie?
Eladette Borden?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I am calling in support of the resolution for making our city a sanctuary for to support abortions and to codify abortions into our local and state constitution to support women's right to choose. And I know that's going to be a lot of people that are going to be against it, but nobody is forcing anybody to have an abortion. My rights as a woman should not be up for debate. The only person that should be in that room making that decision would be the patient and the doctor. If they are not my doctor, they're not anybody's doctors, they should not have an opinion on me. My husband is a cancer survivor of many years and he almost died. And the only reason he survived was because he got a blood transfusion, which, you know, Jehovah's Witnesses are not allowed to have because it's against their religion. thankfully, their religion didn't dictate whether my husband survived or not. And I deserve that right as a woman. Being pregnant is a highly risky situation that we don't talk about enough. My pregnancy itself was a very risky pregnancy. So I do not appreciate people who are coming in trying to dictate what should happen between my doctor and myself, and they have no say. I don't go into their bedrooms and make a decision who they married, whether they're old, bald, or fat, and say, hey, you can't marry that person. So I don't appreciate that person making those decisions for me. So I support what the city is doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is what we're going to do. We are now on items not in the agenda, Madam Clerk. And if we have other people that are going to speak, for example, on H1 or consent items, let them go ahead and share that so we can get them at the appropriate time. But right now, this is items not in the agenda. It does not include the consent. It does not include H1, excuse me, but items not in the agenda. So after Mr. Stein, then we go ahead and speak on items not on the agenda. And then if you're going to speak on the side items, please share that with the clerk. Mr. Stein.
Member City Council staff. I wish to thank staff for having a presentation at the Bard Center the other day for the pool. I have some questions about the pool and staff was not able to answer these questions. I'd like to get the answers to these questions sometime this week. How much is being budgeted for this pool? Again, I was told that we're going to have $14 million budget for this. And it's my suggestion that you set a budget and see what they come in under that budget. For example, we're going to build the pool for $14 million. See what plans they have for that $14 million. If the sky's the limit, please describe the funding source. Is this money going to come from the general fund? Or does the city manager have a special fund in his deep pockets where it's going to pull the money from? Because the public has a right to know where the money is going to come from and how much it's going to cost before the bids go out. I wish to point out to the members of the public that there are over 700 members of the city staff that for over 10 years got paid the Social Security money. Again, 700 people over 10 to 15 years were not paid the Social Security money. This is how the city screws people. Again, we are paying $14 million a year for water that we're not getting. Again, this is how the city is screwing us. So I ask the public, while we're listing these items on the agenda, and particularly H1, consider the fact the city does not seem to care about the general public. We had fireworks going off last night and the night before. We called for service and the fire and the police department would not show up. The police department gets toys. Some of the toys the police department got were drones. There's no indication that drones were being used Sunday night. There's apparently no indication the drones were being used Monday night. The police department takes up over half our general fund budget or close to that, and they ask for toys. And the city staff gives them toys. The city manager gives them toys, but they don't use the toys. But we pay for that because our parks aren't being fixed. We have sports park that was supposed to be in mitigation over 30 years ago. The city staff does not complete the mitigations. We have numerous specific plans in the past. The city has not completed the mitigations. The city staff, and particularly the city attorney's office and the community development director, are responsible for the completion of the mitigations. They may not be responsible for all the mitigations, but at least responsible for completing the mitigations. We're in a drought. We've been in a drought for over 5 years. The city's working on a well now. What are the plans for building the second skid and the third skid of water? Where is the plans and budget for this? We have election maps. We're supposed to have election maps, but the city clerk refuses to put the election maps for the 2022 election on the city's website. People have filed campaign forms. The city clerk refuses to put those campaign forms on the city's website. This is how we're being screwed by the fourth floor. This is how we're being screwed by senior staff. We should stop being screwed by senior staff and start speaking on matters that concern us, like tonight. There were over 200 people in an auxiliary room. This place is full, and the same manager didn't even plan for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please, no clapping, please, no clapping. Thank you so much for that. That's really, It's not fair to the people that are speaking or not speaking, so please don't clap. So our next speaker is Ray Patel. And then, of course, followed by Melissa Bevan and Spencer Ritchie and Steve Nash. Melissa, Spencer, and Steve Nash. Ray Patel.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and members of the public who might care. Good evening. A few weeks ago, city staff personally met with me to discuss golf course finances. As a result of this meeting, the city graciously agreed to provide supplemental data in response to my questions. And is often the case that additional data generated more questions, which to this day go unanswered by the city staff. The additional data supplied by the city staff identified the constituent components of the 2020-21 golf course expenditures. That being how much were expenses paid by the city and how much was paid by AGC. Of the 4.71 million total expenses listed in the 2020-21 ACFR page 41, according to the city data, 3.672 million was paid by AGC and 1.039 million was paid by the city. Given the claim revenue of 5.758 million, again on page 41 of the ACFR, that resulted in a claim net revenue of $1.017 million. However, as I stated at the time the 2020-21 ACFR was presented to council, I asked, where is the 3.14 million working capital supplied by the city to AGC? Where is that money accounted for? This working capital is not mentioned in the data supplied by the city, nor is it in the ACFR. The working capital can't be embedded in the city's expense portion of the ACFR, as this capital is 3 times the value revealed by the city staff. Is this not also a city expense relative to the golf course? Is this not money coming from the city to AGC in addition to the 1.039 million? Note that I am not implying the city is untruthful. However, the data provided suggests there are some missing and or omitted costs. Therefore, I again submit, despite the city's claim that the golf course is thriving, it certainly appears the city is actually in the red $2.123 million in 2022-21 relative to the golf course operations. Likewise, in 2019-20, the city was 2.997 million in the red relative to golf course operations. If I am wrong, I challenge the city to prove it. And if I am wrong, I will stand before you again and admit it. I again offer to meet with the city staff at their convenience to discuss this. Like I stated at the meeting, I am not anti-golf course, but I am certainly pro accurate and honest financial reporting. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Madam Clerk, is Melissa Bevan, followed by Spencer Ritchie and Steve Nash and Douglas Partello. If they're here for items not on the agenda.
Melissa Vivian is not available at this time.
Okay, and Spencer Ritchie, Steve Nash, and Portello, are they for items not on the agenda?
Spencer Ritchie, please unmute by pressing *6. Spencer Ritchie, please unmute by pressing *6. Mayor, we can come back to Mr.
Okay.
Ritchie.
Okay.
I will call on Mr. Stephen Nash.
And followed by Mr. Portello and Angela Landers. Steve Nash.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Nash?
Mr. Mayor.
Mhm. Go ahead.
The online speaker application form did not allow me to check off the box for H1, which is when I want to speak. So if you could please, if Madam Clerk could please put me in the speaker queue for H1.
Okay,
We will. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, how about Douglas Portello, Angela Landers, or Daniel Mora? Are they on for items that are in the agenda? Mora's H1. Okay, my apologies.
Mr. Douglas Portillo?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank
Are
you.
you calling?
Good
What
evening.
item are you calling, sir?
I'm on 8387,
No, I'm sorry. What item on the agenda are you calling in for?
non-agenda item.
Okay, go ahead.
Non-agenda item. Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council staff, and the public. The issue that I'd like to discuss tonight is about the fireworks. I first became involved with the fireworks in the year 2020 when it was just really out of control. I don't know if people were just blowing off steam from COVID, but year after year, we have the same problem, and Oxnard's not alone in this. I actually was contacted by the then Mayor, Tim Flynn, and started the Oxnard fireworks task force for the city. I gave the city council and the fire chief and the police chief and Mayor Tim Flynn all of my recommendations. I went out actively patrolling for fireworks, and just to come to find out that they were not actually giving citations, but rather just warnings. So at that point, it just seemed ridiculous for me to go out, continuing to patrol, to call in numbers. I called in 14 pictures and videos of active firework letting, and there was actually zero response. I've seen very little change in over those 2 years, very little change in policy and very little change in effect. The fireworks are still out of control. We can't stop the fireworks letting, but it really is not helpful when our chief of police says that fireworks is a cultural issue. No, it's not a cultural issue. It's an issue of obeying the law, and it's an issue of enforcing the law. So there's many mitigating measures and policy that can change the direction of the horrible effects that fireworks have on our pets, have on vets with PTSD, have on just regular folks that need to get up early in the morning and go to work. The city needs to start taking the fireworks much more seriously and start making changes. Start with, instead of $250 for safe and sane and $1,000 the more dangerous fireworks, bump that up to $1,000 fine and $2,500 fine, zero tolerance. Also, we need to change that culture. The chief of police says it's culture. We need to have our fire department go to our schools and do outreach with the kids. If we can't change the adults that are doing it, maybe it's too late to change their behavior pattern and respect the law. But we do need to do things. All of my suggestions, which have worked in other cities, have been ignored. I hope that the city can start taking this issue much more seriously. My dog is terrified. He has seizures that started by the fireworks. So I really hope that you guys can do more than just lip service. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, hopefully for items on the agenda, is Angela Landers, followed by Molly McCoy and Shannon McComb. Angela Landers.
Angela Landers?
Hello,
Hi.
my name's Angela Landers. Hi, I just wanted to speak to H1. I'm not sure if it's
So,
an
Ms.
agenda item.
Landers, H1 will be taken after,
Right.
later in the meeting. This is for items not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Not on the agenda. Okay, well, I would like to speak to that.
We will
for
put you in
items
the
not on
queue.
the agenda.
We'll call you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Molly McCoy or Shannon McComb for items not on the agenda.
Molly
Hi, my
McCoy?
name is Molly.
Molly, what item
Hi,
are you
my
calling
name is
tonight?
Molly. H1.
Okay, we're going to need to put you on the queue. Please stay on hold. And when we get to item H1, we will call on you, okay?
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. And Shannon McComb, followed by Meg Vega.
Mayor Shannon McComb is not available at this time.
Okay,
Those are all the speakers for public comments on items not on the agenda.
okay, so no additional speakers for item on the agenda, correct?
Correct.
All righty, thank you. Then our next item is item G. This is a report to the city manager. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing to report tonight.
Okay, then our Public Works Director, G1. None?
Not tonight, but soon.
Okay, so what we're going to then go, before we go into H1, I would like to go into the review of the consent items. And I have some speakers on that item, the review of the consent item. And before we go to the city council members, I'd like to go with the speakers that I have here is on the consent, we have Meg Vega, followed by Brenda Holmes, Doug Partello, and Morgan Castro. Meg Vega for items not on the agenda. I mean, consent items, excuse me. 1 through 4. Meg
Vega. We're on K1.
K1. But I'm going into consent now. Before we go into H1. Is Meg Vega?
One moment, Mayor. Meg Vega is not available, Mayor.
Okay, how about Brenda Holmes, followed by Douglas Partello, and then Morgan Castro. Brenda Holmes.
Brenda Holmes is not on the line.
Okay, then Douglas Partello. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's here in person, Mayor.
This is items and consent items. K1.
I just want to say that
Get closer
women,
to this.
am I not speaking into the microphone?
Get closer, yeah.
Get closer.
Thank you.
Okay. Women as a human being, as a person, should have a right to make a decision.
This is it for H1. This is consent.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not what I signed up for.
Well, we'll call you for H1. Thank you. Okay, then our next speaker for consent is Douglas Partello, followed by Morgan Castro. Douglas Partello.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone, again. The item I'd like to speak on is item K4 with the Housing Department and the return of $369,000 to the Treasury Department for HUD. So once again, we have a situation with our Housing Department that not proper procedures are followed. I read the presentation and I see that once again, there's every excuse in the book for not handling taxpayer dollars. These are federal dollars from taxpayers that are being utilized for certain purposes, and there's very strict parameters on their use. And when money is used for things in not the proper way or for not the proper purpose, it's extremely important that our city leaders and our city staff follow proper procedure in handling money, because now this money has to come out of what? The general fund? That's a question. And return now because the money's already been spent. We need proper fiduciary handling of public funds. I'll give you a good example with the Housing Department. The Mercy House service provider for the temporary shelter on K Street has a contract, and I read that contract. And in that contract, they were to provide trailers for showers, laundry, and other services that these trailers that they're renting. Then they went ahead and had a contract for $381,000 for major events trailers that we paid out of our general fund the same amount that should have been covered with what we paid Mercy House. We're paying Mercy House over $3 million a year for these services. When it's in their contract to provide showers, toilets, and laundry, they should be providing it out of the money that we're giving them. We're paying them handsomely to do that job. They do a good job, but we're paying them well for that job. And if it's in the contract, it should be honored, and they need to pick up the tab. We're being double dipped for that money. That $381,000 is needed elsewhere, not to double pay for trailers for toilets, showers, and laundry. This is just example after
30
example.
seconds.
The city does not follow proper procedure. There's a mishandling of funds. There's double dipping of funds. And somebody needs to get on top of this. And it starts with the city manager, the city attorney, and the chief financial officer for our city. We need our city treasurer back on the job for the oversight that we need for our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker for consent that I have here is Morgan Castro, followed by Howard Palamonter and Congresswoman Julia Brownlee.
Mayor, Mr. Morgan Castro is not available.
Okay. How about Howard Palamonter?
Howard Palamonter is also not available.
Okay, then Congresswoman Julia Brownlee.
Congresswoman Julia Brown is not currently on the line.
Okay,
One moment, Mayor.
okay. Okay, K1 consent. H. Okay, so Julia Brownlee is H1.
Yes, that is for item H1,
Okay,
and she's on that list.
thank you so much,
Mhm.
Madam Clerk. Any other speakers for items on the consent item? No other speakers at this time? Okay, if not, council members, we have items 1 through 4.
Mayor, we have one virtual speaker with their hand up. One moment, please.
Okay, for consent.
Call-in user number 1. What item on the agenda are you calling in for? Hello? Call-in user number 1.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I got ahead of myself. I'm calling for H1.
Okay, we'll put you back on hold. Thanks.
Okay, Councilman Turan, yeah, question on the consent. Mhm.
Yes, thank you. 2 items. First is for item K3, I will be recusing myself.
Okay,
For full transparency, am starting consulting work with school districts, and just to be on the conservative side, the item that's before us with the Weineman Elementary School District, there may be an instance in the future where I may contract with that district for other items, and so I will be recusing myself from K3 today.
okay.
And the second thing is I wasn't sure if our staff had responses to there were questions that were asked by the speakers about item K4.
K4. Okay, so we have, go ahead, and what are we have Mr. Emilio Ramirez.
I'm going to respond. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The item before you is as a result of a monitoring that occurred last year by HUD. HUD determined that there were several items that we had funded in the years between 2017 and 2019 that they deemed to be ineligible. We did make an argument, but at the end of the day, the HUD identified things that were needed to be repaid, and that amounted to that amount that's on the staff report. I can give you an example. The regulations require that when we fund an item of public safety, in this case fire, that it be a life-saving measure. In this case, we funded an EKG monitor, which HUD defined as not a life-saving measure. We argued, but at the end of the day, we ended up repaying the amount.
Okay, Councilor Tron.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add to that. So that is part of the proper process. Speaker alluded to that we're mismanaging the funds. No, we're going through the process, and the HUD review is part of the process. And I want to emphasize that difference in opinion about whether the definition of that equipment is life-saving equipment or not. Our fire department believes it is, and our representatives at HUD disagree. So this happens. It's normal. It happens with all housing departments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Ramirez, I read through that item today with some interest, and if I read it correctly, the only money that has to be returned is for the fire apparatus. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'll take this off. The only money that we're returning to HUD is for the money that was expended on the fire equipment, correct?
Not correct. There were some items relative to, I think, a police training that were all for public safety, fire and police. There was an item relative to a public park that was built, but that was resolved and we did not have to repay that amount. So there were two public safety items.
Because what I want to say is some of the comments made by HUD on some of the other issues were not necessarily that it was done incorrectly. They felt that our policy needed to be updated for current standards. Would that be a safe statement?
The vast majority of the item needed new policies, procedures. For example, we had to correct a section of the city procurement policy. We did that. There was a section regarding the conflict of interest, management of the grant, which they recognized that we had, but was outdated and they wanted a new one. We did that. So the vast majority of the findings had to do with adopting new policies and procedures.
Okay, thank you. And the focus of my point is that we didn't necessarily do anything wrong. It's just HUD didn't like our policy and procedures in place. They asked us to update them and we said, fine, we're doing that, correct?
In those cases, I would say that that's correct. In the cases of having to repay the funds, which they deem to be in ineligible use, I suppose we can disagree that it's ineligible, but at the end of the day, we're repaying because they deem to be ineligible.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. It's probably not worth quibbling over, to be perfectly honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perla. Okay, number 4, Perla.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Thank you, Mayor. My question is dealing with this specific instance. On June 30th of this year, our elected city treasurer, Mr. Philip Molina, sent an email out to residents. And I don't know if Mr. Ramirez or Mr. Nguyen will answer this question, but he stated, "Good people of Oxnard, do you know that the city manager used your tax dollars to provide a personal homeowner's loan to a city employee? Would you like one? I wonder what the terms were. Maybe there were special needs. However, regardless, the public and elected officials have a right to know and decide if the agreed before the city spends the money. Neither did I until I read the audit report that was given to the mayor and the city council, but no one seemed to care. I care. I care when an attempt is made to discredit the city by another elected official, and that elected official deserves an answer. And I'm asking for someone who can answer this question. 2 parts. We have funds that are given by the federal government to assist in what's called first-time home buyers. And I believe I'm correct in that. And there are limitations on the income level that person can make. Are there any limitations that prevent someone who works for a public entity, such as the city of Oxnard, from applying for those funds? Whoever feels qualified to answer it, I believe the public needs an answer. Because in my opinion, our city treasurer stands in the weeds and takes pot shots at this council and this management without coming up and saying it at the podium.
Mr. City Manager, can you respond?
Yeah, I'm going to have our housing director answer the technical part of that question, then I'll pick up the rest of it with regard to who's eligible and whether they can or cannot apply.
Mr. Ramirez.
Council member, yes, we are using federal and state funds in this case, and those funds require that the program be operated per regulations of federal and state funds. So relative to this program, they have to be a first-time home buyer, they have to use their home as a principal residence, and they have to be a low-income resident. In the case of a conflict of interest, which is part of the regulations, the person is not permitted to be a recipient if they are in a position to influence the approval of that loan. In other words, if they're me or you, sir, then there is a conflict. But if there is a member of the city that works in a department that has no influence over the approval decision of that loan, then it is not in violation of the regulations.
Thank you.
So I'll just add, once again, the treasurer doesn't know what he's talking about. And obviously, he's just desperate in his various attempts to discredit this administration. So the headline or the subject matter of his email that went out to God knows who, because it's all line copied, states city manager lent city employee tax funds to purchase a personal home, insinuating that I personally gave someone in the city your tax dollars so that they can buy a home. So the facts that you've heard are that we do have employees who work for this city, who are public employees, who make incomes low enough that they are eligible to apply for these federal programs. So the employee simply needs, or the resident in this case, simply needs to be a resident of the city of Oxnard and meet the income guidelines. And if they can pass those qualifications, they're eligible. So just because you work for the city and you happen to qualify for a low income program does not mean that you're prohibited from applying. So this, I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty details, but this happens to be an employee who works in our garbage division, who is completely qualified, eligible, and met all the standards for this application. Now, one more point for the council to understand, these applications are processed over at the housing department. They never come to my office. So this idea that I personally took tax dollars to give to an employee to buy a home, while I wish I could do that for all employees, is simply ludicrous. Thank you.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my question.
Okay, council members, we have items 1 to 4. Do we have a motion? Okay, item 2 and 3, Perellum.
On item number 2, this came to the Public Works Committee, and it had to do with a contract for taking care of the city's tires. And the one question that I have, this went out to a bid process. There were multiple bidders on this project. Is that correct, Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. This went out through our regular solicitation, normal process, and the bidders are listed in the documents. I don't recall the total number of bidders.
Thank you very much. That was my only question on that item.
Item 3.
On number 3, this is the first amendment to an agreement for the Weineman Elementary School District for operations of an after-school education and safety grant. And I just have, it's a kind of a 2-part, but it's a basic question. The city of the Weineman School District is partially in the city of Oxnard and majority in the city of Port Weineman, I believe. The Port Weineman School District will be giving the city of Oxnard X amount of money to run a program for them. But there is a specific wording that it states enhancements in the tracking and attendance and enrichment programs progress for this money to be spent. How do we track and determine that we're getting enhanced programs for these students, whether they live in Weineman or Oxnard?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Renee Rakestraw, Assistant Director with the Cultural and Community Services. So I'll go ahead and answer your questions in a couple of parts. I'll start by reading off the list of schools that are under this contract. And you'll notice that some of these schools are within Oxnard boundaries. So Richard Blanchard, Julian Hathaway, Art Haycox, Weineman, Larson, Parkview, Sunkiss, Fred Williams. Those are the elementary schools. Junior high, Blackstock, and Eel Green. So those are the 10 schools that we contract, and some are within the Oxnard boundaries. To answer your second part of the question, as far as assessment, first I take you back to the name of the program. It's often referred to as ACES, which is After School Education and Safety. And so this program has two components or two perspectives that we can look at as far as assessment. One being education and the other being safety. I'll speak on both of those. To answer your question from an education perspective, the ACES program is offered at 10 schools, as I mentioned, in the district from dismissal time to 6 p.m. And some of those dismissal times vary every day that school is in session during the year. Priority for participation is given to students who are at risk of not meeting grade level expectations. Each school has a credentialed teacher and/or paraeducators to provide strategic academic interventions for students that address specific skill areas in reading or math. The credentialed teachers work directly for the district and provide the professional guidance to ensure the most effective methods of instruction are being used. This other aspect of this program is safety. As I mentioned, the program is offered from dismissal to 6 p.m. In California, juvenile crime peaks from 2 to 6 p.m. with about 35% of all juvenile crime on the days occurring during the after hours following the last school bell. 1 in 5 young people in the U.S. are alone after the school day ends. The mission of the ACES program is to provide a safe environment with positive role models during after school hours, which allows students to demonstrate what they have learned. Lastly, I'll note the program has received outstanding reviews by the Ventura County Office of Education, and we work closely with the Weineman School District to ensure that we're on point with up-to-date strategies.
Thank you very much for that answer. It cleared up some things. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions? So we need a motion on items.
Info consent.
Okay, as first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Perrello, and we're going to recuse item 3 from Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make it clear so that the clerk can enter it into the record. I am voting for items K1, 2, and 4 and recusing myself on item K3.
Okay, please vote.
I have Councilmember Tehran recused from item number 3. Other than that, consent items, vote, have a first by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, a second by Councilmember Perrello. Vote passes 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is the item H. This is City Council members. Do you have any items you'd like to share with the brief items that you'd like to share with the public? And or any items you'd like to see for future agendas? You have 3 minutes at this time. Okay, Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick thing regarding item that was brought up during the items not in the agenda. I imagine this was probably in the works, but I would like to request in the future that we have a report out from our police department on fireworks calls for service from this year, looking at things like citations that were issued and the effectiveness of the multiple strategies that were put forward to the public, such as the direct phone line to an officer, the email address, and the fireworks hotline, just to see how those strategies worked and what we learned from them. And if there's any input the fire department has on that too, I would like to get our report from our 2 public agencies or public safety agencies on that. And then just very quickly, I was able to attend the funeral for the late John Flynn, former county supervisor. And I saw a number of members of the public there, as well as some of our elected officials. And I didn't mention it at our previous meeting, and I do apologize for that, but I do want to give my condolences again to the family of Mr. Flynn. He and his wife were longtime neighbors of mine, and they were there long before I came to my neighborhood or moved into my house, I should say. And we're great neighbors, and just a wonderful gentleman and a great loss, but did much stuff in his time, many positive benefits to our community. And the last thing I'll say is correction to myself and an apology. I had mentioned at the last meeting our Wagon Wheel Neighborhood Council, which is recently formed. I stated I believe that it might have been the only all-female executive board, and I apologize. I left out that I believe the Southwinds neighborhood has been all-female for quite a while, and I realized that later on my own. And so my apologies to that particular neighborhood. They do great work and really work to engage their community, and I appreciate all the work they've done. So I wanted to correct myself on that. And those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, actually want to recognize a former student of mine. He's grown so much in the last 10 years that I know him. I remember school was never really his thing. I saw him about 2 years ago, and he had just graduated from Cal State Channel Islands. And he told me he wanted to become a teacher. And unfortunately for him, that didn't work out. But today I'm, proud to say that he became police officer in the city of Santa Paula. So congratulations to Officer Escalante. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Varela.
The continued tragedy of people with guns is something that's not going away. I don't know what the fix is going to be, but we've got to tackle this as a general public. And it's literally a much more serious crime than the fireworks, but the fireworks has got to be addressed too. The numbers of dogs, the numbers of animals that are impacted, and the number of residents have become, shall we say, ballistic about the issues going on. And I do believe that there is a culture. People are used to it. We're not talking about a racial culture. People get used to it. When you see young kids standing in the street, young kids watching the neighbors who've been having a few beers and they're shooting off mortars and rockets. And luckily, I haven't heard of somebody being killed, but it wasn't too long ago that a person was killed in the city doing such stunts. And so that, I don't know what the fix is going to be, but screaming at the cops is not going to do it because they're out doing their job. One issue that's come up, and I was made aware of very strongly last night, that there are issues with the short-term rentals and finding the addresses for the short-term rentals. I know that the city attorney's office and the staff is working on this issue, but there are complaints coming from residents where there's short-term rentals and there are volumes of numbers of people in these addresses, but they can't find out if they're legitimate legal short-term rentals. Yesterday, there were at least a dozen people on a roof that was not made for people, appeared to be a 3-story home, photographs. This has got to be checked out. Something's got to be done to address those neighborhoods that have brought concerns to the city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to repeat the invitation earlier from the Parks and Rec Department on the Kids Fest happening this Friday at College Park, which I'm very much looking forward to, and to help celebrate the 75 years of the department. And then the other piece I wanted to share as far as neighborhood councils is that the INCO is holding a meeting on July 14th at the South Oxnard Library. And this is an informational meeting to reactivate the Blackstock South Neighborhood Council. So that's going to be July 14th at 6 p.m. at the South Oxnard Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I hope everybody had a nice 4th of July, and potentially maybe we can have our chief of police give us a report later on all the fireworks that were ignited last night in the city of Oxnard. And I know that the city of Oxnard is not the only one that has problems with fireworks. If you see numerous cities across Ventura County and numerous cities across the state of California, we have this major problem of illegal fireworks, and hopefully maybe nobody got hurt, or if, and maybe we get a report from our city attorney, our city chief of police later on. So that's all we have. And our next item on the agenda is item H1. This is a city attorney, and the subject is resolution supporting the reproductive rights. And the recommendation of the city council adopt a resolution declaring, number one, the city of Oxnard committed to women's rights and productive freedom. And number two, the city of Oxnard has rights to choose a sanctuary city. And three, support the codification of the right to abortion into the federal and California constitutional law. And Mr. City Attorney, any additional comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. So subsequent to this item being posted on the city's website on the agenda, the Dobbs decision was issued by the U.S. Supreme Court. And then last week, the California legislature took the action necessary to place a constitutional amendment on the November ballot for the state of California. So I provided the council a revised resolution and with noting some changes in the staff report that reflect those actions that were taken subsequent to the item being prepared for the agenda. So with that,
thank you.
I think it's probably best if Councilmember Lopez, who requested the item, speak.
I'd like to go ahead, Councilman Lopez. Oh, Councilor Perrella, before we go.
I just have one question. I received a call from a neighborhood council chair who apparently had been inundated by residents in his neighborhood. And he was questioning why the item is in this section H1 when he thought that it could not be voted on if it's brought up. And the city attorney, can you kind of explain how this works so we get that to the public?
So the public can speak on any item that is listed on the agenda. So item H is typically what we just went through the last 8 minutes or so with council members explaining, giving a report of their actions that they've taken since the last council meeting and other comments like that. And those are not action items. But here we have a listed item on the agenda with specific council action, and under the State Brown Act, that requires the council to accept public comment before considering and taking action on that item.
Okay. Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand we have a large number of speakers here, and I just want to start off by thanking my colleagues who supported me in bringing this resolution forward and bringing this very important decision and a very important stance for our city to take on this issue that I hope will be passed by the council. So with that, I think it would be appropriate to begin the public comment, and then we can have a deliberation.
Thank you, Councilman Lopez. So I'm going to start off with the speakers that we had here in the list. We start off with 3 minutes, or it's going to be Eden Burton, followed by Steve Nash, Angela Lanters, and Daniel Mora. Edel Burton. Madam Clerk, do we have one? Okay.
Oh, yes, hello.
Elita, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, sorry, I spoke earlier. H1 wasn't on the form when I submitted to speak, and I submitted my support for to support the city as a sanctuary for women's right to choose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Steve Nash, followed by Angela Landers and Daniel Mora and Molly McCoy. Steve Nash.
Mr. Nash. Go
Thank you,
ahead,
Mayor
Mr.
and
Nash.
Council. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I ask you to please honor and respect the request of your City Council colleague, Councilmember Lopez, and pass this resolution. She has made the effort and commitment to ask you for your support. I support the resolution, as do my daughters, my wife, and many, many other women who only ask to be treated equally and fairly under the law. I speak now to the gentlemen council members since they might be a little ignorant on how having a uterus does not mean you are therefore unequal under the law. Good sirs, do not think this is not a city matter. It is 100% within your wheelhouse. Your words and your actions carry great import. How you treat others, how you honor the ideals of fairness, equality, and justice enshrined in our Constitution matter. Equal means equal. We men would never, ever consent to the government trying to control our man bits. Do the right thing. And I would say, gentlemen, if you want to end abortions, get a vasectomy. Thank you for giving me this time.
Okay,
Goodbye.
hold on,
Good night.
please don't, no clapping. Thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm
Go
all
ahead,
done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Angela Landers, followed by Molly McCoy, and then Brenda Holmes. Angela Landers.
Go ahead, Angela. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilwoman Lopez. My name is Angela Landers, and I am in full support of the City of Oxnard passing a resolution for a sanctuary city. I appreciate the previous speaker, Mr. Nash. Very well said. Thank you. Women do not get pregnant by themselves, and to make it a crime against women to be pregnant is abhorrent. I am so disappointed in our Supreme Court, very, very disappointed in our Supreme Court. And I would, again, just be in full support of the City of Oxnard supporting women and their choices. If you don't want an abortion, don't get one. But the ones that do need to, that is not an easy choice to make. I think it should be available to them safely, and it should be between them and their doctor. So that is it. Less than 3 minutes. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Daniel Mora, followed by Molly McCoy, and then Brenda Holmes. Daniel Mora.
Hello?
Mr. Moore,
Yes.
please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Zaragoza and the City Council, thank you for bringing this forward. My name is Dan Mora with the Central Coast Labor Council. We represent over 70 unions and 100,000 members and their families, with many of them here in Oxnard. I'm speaking on behalf of the Labor Council when I say that supporting this resolution as written, with the codification at the state and federal level, along with establishing Oxnard as a right to choose, sanctuary city, are actions that we fully and unmistakably support, and we urge City Council to do the same. The Supreme Court ruling was an attack on women, people of color, and marginalized groups in this country. The consequences of this ruling will be incalculable on people of color and people that live below the poverty line. Workers and organized labor have spent decades fighting for their fundamental rights to healthcare in this country, and the Supreme Court's ruling is a blatant attempt to strip women of those basic human rights. To rule that women have no autonomy over their own bodies is reprehensible, degrading, and it does not represent the will of the people. We support this resolution as written because Oxnard is a home of workers, people of color, and vulnerable groups that are working to survive on a day-to-day basis. Passing this resolution and declaring Oxnard to be a sanctuary city will be a message not only to our surrounding cities and counties, but it will be a message to local residents and communities that the city has our backs. This is a moment where the city can make an emphatic statement that tells women, working families, and our diverse communities that you support their fundamental rights to make their own choices regarding their own bodies. So please, please support this item fully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Molly McCoy, followed by Brenda Holmes.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Molly McCoy. I'm a resident here in Ventura County, and I'm calling in tonight to express my concern for all of the Item H resolutions protecting reproductive rights for Californians and other Americans traveling to receive reproductive health care. With the recent overturning of Roe versus Wade, it is crucial for California to protect the safety of anyone trying to get access to safe and accessible reproductive care. Some states like Louisiana and Missouri are attempting to limit or outright ban people's access to birth control, IUDs, and emergency contraception like Plan B. This is not just about abortion. It's about governing bodies trying to control what people do with theirs. Sanctuary cities are a proven harm mitigation tool and will reduce the likelihood of someone dying from a self-induced or poorly done abortion or even domestic violence. There is no doubt that as a state, we will see a huge influx of out-of-state visitors seeking healthcare that is now banned in their state. According to NPR, California is the closest reproductive care providing state for 1.4 million Americans, a 3,000 potential increase in demand. Abortion clinics will be overloaded, pushing patients further inland into the state. Oxnard is 60 miles away from LAX, and there is a Planned Parenthood clinic offering reproductive care here in the center of the city. Ventura County as a whole must protect those traveling from states where they could face unimaginable consequences just for choosing to do what they want with their bodies. If Oxnard votes to become a sanctuary city, it will send a signal to other cities in our county and state that they too should do everything in their power to stand up for reproductive rights. Last week, California, Oregon, and Washington formed a pact to shield anyone from legal issues. We should honor their agreement and do our best to defend Americans' bodily autonomy. Oxnard should also codify the right to abortion. Reproductive rights are human rights and should be treated as such. We are in a constitutional crisis. Our Supreme Court has gone rogue, and this attack on reproductive rights will impact everyone, as Roe versus Wade was rooted in the 14th Amendment, securing the right to privacy. Please pass this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brenda Holmes, followed by Congresswoman Julia Brownlee.
Mayor Brenda Holmes is not available to speak at this moment. Congresswoman.
Brenda Holmes is.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Hi. Thank you. I have just a very brief statement. Women as human beings with a brain have a right to decide what is right for them. I, at this point in my life, cannot get pregnant. So I do not have the right to put my opinions on other people. I have never had an abortion, but that's not the issue. The issue is my right and every other woman's right to make this decision on her own with the help of her doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Julia Brownlee, followed by Saul Arce and Gloria Shania. How are you?
Hi, good evening. My name is Alejandra Cernas Mendoza. I am here to read a statement on behalf of Congressman Julia Brownlee. Last month, the Supreme Court of the United States took unprecedented, deeply disappointing, and ideologically driven action to overturn Roe v. Wade, the landmark decision protecting the right to safe and legal abortion. This is a targeted attack on Americans' rights to make decisions for their bodies, their lives, and their future. The implications of this decision does not only set a dangerous precedent for our nation's highest court, but it threatens the lives of millions of women across the country. This is the result of a premeditated agenda from radical conservatives to dismantle access to comprehensive reproductive care, and more specifically, endanger the reproductive rights of women. Abortion bans affect everyone differently, but the impacts of this decision will most heavily affect those who already face barriers to care, particularly Brown, Black, and Indigenous women and other people of color. people with disabilities, people in rural areas, young people, and those having difficulty making ends meet. This decision will place a harmful and potentially lethal burden on individuals trying to access healthcare. For many people, this decision will require them to travel hundreds of miles to seek care, unsafely self-manage their pregnancies, or forcibly carry a pregnancy against their will. In California, we have protections in place to protect abortion rights and access to safe and legal abortion care. Governor Newsom has tirelessly advocated for the reproductive rights of our state and our nation, and will continue to work to enshrine abortion rights into our state's legal code. And I am proud to see the city of Oxnard taking actions and reaffirming its commitment to individuals' rights to reproductive freedom and personal autonomy, and recognizing reproductive rights as human rights. It is important that all people, not only across this great city, but in every community across the country, have the fundamental right to access healthcare, and that includes access to family planning and access to safe and legal abortion. Today's City of Oxnard's resolution recognizes almost 5 decades of the constitutional right and federal legal protection to access an abortion. The decision to have an abortion is a deeply personal decision, one that should be made between a woman and her doctor, not by politically motivated judges or politicians. Roe offered women protections from the unsolicited belief systems and ideologies of others being imposed on them and their personal healthcare decision. This resolution is one of many steps we must take in the fight to win back our reproductive rights. It is critically important for all of our constituents to understand that in the state of California and in Oxnard, abortion is legal and people can access safe and legal abortion care. We cannot and we will not allow this right of the American people to be dismantled by a court willing to put personal ideology on the Constitution and the rights of women to control their own bodies. I enthusiastically support the City of Oxnard's resolution, and I'm proud to stand with the vast majority of Americans in this fight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Saul Arce, followed by Gloria Massey-Shinua and Deborah Barber. Saul Arce and Gloria Shania and Deborah Barber, in that order. Is Saul in? Okay.
I believe they're in the other room.
He's probably in the other room. He'll probably walk over. We'll go ahead and go with Gloria Shania, and then we'll go with Saul.
Good evening, distinguished Mayor Zaragoza, City Council members. My name is Gloria Massey-Chinea, a long resident and productive citizen of the great city of Oxnard, the city that cares, and an active voter. As a proud, devout Catholic wife, mother, grandmother, and professional in the public health area and financial services specialist, I'm here because I need to see your faces regarding this issue. I'm here to express how I'm stunned at the irony of the apparently proud stand on the premises of protecting women's rights, and specifically African-American women's rights and Hispanic-American women's rights to choose upon the platform of unrestricted abortion. We voted you in to represent us in matters on how to run the city official issues, not to implement policies and not have to be placed in the ballot box. Issues that protect murder and don't bring light and hope to our residents. Perhaps my next step would be to do an open records request regarding the city budget to see if you as a city or you as candidates or elected officials are being paid by perpetrators of this ideology of death planned parenthood. How many grants and building permits have you given to this entity of death? How many city ordinance and visits have you performed to see the inequities? And how many citations have you procured for these facilities? Who is the watchdog organization from the city for those who believe in life? We would like a detailed report providing publicly and easily accessible for all review as to the kinds of profit, revenue streams, sales of fetal parts is going on currently in the city through abortion clinics and how those figures will be affected on the new resolution recommended by Stephen Fisher. We would like to know the city would be profit in any way the sales of fetal parts. We officially request an auditor report of this information to be made publicly available before any such resolution is voted upon our city council. You know, African Americans and Latino Americans, Latin Americans or Hispanic Americans are the most affected by this issue of abortion. We should not be cheering that effect, because that is the amount of people that are being killed. 63 million Americans have been killed since 1973. My question to you officials, how much money the city and each one of you are making in this massacre event that occurs daily in Planned Parenthood walls? To these constitute genocide against Black Americans and Hispanic populations of our city. Planned Parenthood knows how to target neighborhoods with higher population of minorities, especially Latino. This is called targeting marketing. They attempt to present themselves as pro-life, pro-children, pro-choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, and please think about it and pray about it.
Thank you. Okay, no, please, no clapping, please. Thank you. Is Saul RC in yet? And then we'll go to Deborah Barber. Saul
Yes,
RC.
Mayor. Sounds available.
Great.
Saul RC, and then we'll go to him.
I come and speak on behalf of the unborn. My name is Raul Larson. I've been here since 1971. I'm a firm believer that God placed in the womb of the mother, the baby. Like the word of God tells us in Psalms 139, that He formed them and fearfully designed them. So if God put it in the womb, I believe that God holds us accountable for their life. That's all I have to say. The Lord told me, tell my people I'm coming back for a people without that burden in their hearts. Hey, God's a forgiving God. All you got to do is say, forgive me, Lord. I was ignorant. And God's able. I want to bless this, the mayor, bless the city council. I pray for you guys because you're very important in the city of Oxnard. We want to have a clean city out of drugs and alcoholics. I was an alcoholic in 1972. The daughter delivered me and gave me my son back that died. So I'm a firm believer that God gives life and God takes it away. So, and I have scripture, but I don't want to take too much of the time because I know there's a lot of people here. And I bless everybody here. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Please, thank you. Let me see, Deborah Barber, followed by Dee Dee Berman, and then Mariana Parra.
It's Deborah Baber.
Excuse me.
That's fine. And it's a time for truth. It's a time for truth. The truth is Roe v. Wade was never constitutional. The historical record has now been corrected with that decision by the Supreme Court. The truth is there's an activist woman with gray hair who spoke here before me, who, when I asked her, well, what is a woman? Because she's holding a sign, Stand with Women. She said, a woman is somebody who gives birth. Here's truth. This is an exact replica of a child at 5 months. Another truth. This is at 7 months. Another truth. Another activist on to my right behind me, Jennifer, when I showed her this of a child's aborted head as they piece the body together again to ensure they have all the pieces, Jennifer said, oh, I'm okay with death. So what we have is one activist saying, it's life giving birth. Another activist saying, it's okay, it's death. Many people don't know that God Bless America was actually a prayer first. I invite everyone to pray in song with me. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
Keep it down, keep it down.
From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet.
We're gonna have to stop this meeting. Yeah. Lady, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're gonna calm this down. We're gonna take a 10-minute break until you calm down. Go ahead and take it. If we continue, we're gonna have to clear the chamber. Go ahead and you got 40 minutes, 40 seconds.
But I have to reclaim some time because I was interrupted. So here we go. God bless America.
The night with the light from above. You don't care what it's wrong. To the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. For the record, Oxnard censored me, but turning off my mic. Oxnard Council is censorship. Thank you.
Please clear it. 10-minute break. something with you right now. If this continues, we're going to empty the room. So I'm going to have the city attorney share some information for you right now. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first section of the California codes I'd like to read is Penal Code Section 403, which provides that every person who, without authority of law, willfully disturbs or breaks up any assembly or meeting that is not unlawful in its character other than an assembly or meeting referred to in other contexts of the penal code is guilty of a misdemeanor. The Brown Act provides that in the event any meeting is willfully interrupted by a group or groups of persons so as to render the orderly conduct of such meeting unfeasible, and order cannot be restored by the removal of individuals who are willfully interrupting the meeting, the members of the legislative body conducting the meeting may order the meeting room cleared and continue in session.
Thank you. So again, we are going to continue in an orderly fashion. If not, we'll have the Sergeant at Arms clear the room. So we're going to start again, and please help us out. We'll go back and we have Didi Beeman, followed by Mariana Parra and Casey Rodriguez.
I'm yielding my time to Ellen Henderson.
Is he on the list?
Ellen Henderson is here and on the list.
Okay,
You
well,
want to check?
why don't we just continue and see if we'll pick him up then. If he's on the list, we'll pick him up.
Ellen is a girl.
Okay, excuse me, her. But right now, let's just continue and if she has a list, we'll call her.
That's fine. I'm just yielding my time to Ellen Henderson.
Okay. Yeah. D, you will not get 6 minutes. You got 3 minutes if you want to speak. If you want to speak, take your 3 minutes.
I can't yield it to Ellen.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Not on a minute per minute basis.
How does it work?
3 minutes for you, and then if she's on, she can speak at her turn.
Oh, okay.
So you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, City of Oxnard, I really don't understand why you're doing this. It doesn't matter what side of the fence anybody's on. This is a ballot measure in November. Let the people vote. We have it on the ballot. Let the people make the decision. I don't think we need a city council doing this, personally, one way or the other. So let the people have their say in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariana Parra, followed by Casey Rodriguez and Mary Razor.
Haku Kianti Kakti Marianne. Since we are talking about some facts tonight, this is unceded Chumash territory. Fact that not all women give birth. I believe that the city of Ventura needs to provide safe abortions. We know abortions aren't going to be stopped. This is another fact, but we need to keep them safe. The city needs to be safe for all women, especially Black and brown women who can make the choices. Our ancestors did not have the choice because of extreme religious beliefs. Many things were taken away from us. Our land, our bodies were used how they were, and now you want to try or take our voice. I urge you to do the right thing. Keep women safe in these communities. It is not anybody else's choice to decide, or as we've been sitting here, we've had people put signs, babies in our face. We have still sat there. We have had people on the other side flip us off, and we are not flipping them off or cussing them out. The issue is, I believe they're strong beliefs, but first of all, these are just their beliefs. It's not an opinion. If they don't believe in abortion, they don't have to have them. However, they have no right to continually harass people of BIPOC community, anybody. One woman, they said, well, if you're gay, why do you need Planned Parenthood? Again, educate yourselves. You have no right to harass anybody in the community as to why they're doing what they do. That is not your choice. This is their body. I am deeply upset by and time again, people tell on themselves. They show us who they are by their actions and the things they say. When it came to masking, it was my body, my choice. I don't have to wear this mask. Now, when it's abortions, it's, oh no, I don't agree with that, so I don't like it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to drive by abortion clinics. You don't have to stand out there and protest and harass people so that you don't have to see what's happening. Planned Parenthood provides many other services besides abortions. However, if a woman decides to have an abortion, that is her choice, not telling them some fairy tale of how their life may or may not turn out wonderful in the end. Women that are abused, women that are raped, this child carries 50% of the genes of that other
30
parent.
seconds.
If they choose not to give birth to this child because they're going to have to share co-parent with another parent that has been abusive, I am a parent. There's somebody that has to co-parent in an abusive relationship. The law wants the father involved no matter what. This is not okay, and it's not fair. It does irreparable damage to people and to communities. This is why I speak up. This is why I show up for the people in my community. So people, my ancestors didn't have a choice. Now I'm faced in these same situations. Please do the right thing and make this choice viable for everyone.
Thank you. Mhm. Okay. Go ahead.
My turn.
We can't hear you.
Did you tell me to go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay. Haku. I am Casey Rodriguez. I am here standing in front of you as a Shumash and a Christian woman. First, as a Christian woman, I would like to say, no matter what my personal belief is about abortions, I know it is not my place to judge or force my belief on anybody else. Even though God did say, you shall not murder, we are missing the greatest commandment of all. Love God, then love your neighbor. Matthew 22:33-6. It is clear God gave free choice to each living being. If God did not give free choice, Jonah would have never been swallowed by the whale. Moses would have never ran into the wilderness. In order for me to love my neighbor, I must also provide him, her with the ability to freely choose their choices. How can I call forcing anything upon another person, loving him or her? Oh, wait, maybe we should ask the Catholic Church this question. For God knows how many abortions they forced my ancestors to have during the mission era to kill the Indian. But guess what? We're still here. Now, as a Shumash woman, I would like to remind everyone, for thousands and thousands of years, women ran the show on this land. We women were respected, honored, valued, and trusted to make the right choices for all. Today, the only difference is we are now living in a colonized government, a government where old men and a few women who idolize these men want to pretend women have lost their power. We haven't lost anything. Women have been silent for way too long, and those times are over. More and more women are waking up, and we are taking back our power. Showing we deserve respect, to be honored, and to be trusted to make the right choices, even when we face the most difficult, challenging times. City of Oxnard, please do what is right. Stand with us who choose to show and give love to everyone. Make it known the city of Oxnard will declare we are a safe city for men and women. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Reiser, followed by Michelle Huntley and Carly Magallanes, and then Sandy Diaz. Mary.
Hi, I'm new to this beautiful city of Oxnard and here because my husband died of COVID this past December 26 in Arizona. However, I am not new to the pro-life movement to save innocent babies from being murdered. Being a registered nurse for 41 years helped cement my biblical principles that all life is a gift from God, and life begins when that tiny little sperm ignites with that precious egg and a new life is conceived. Killing 65 million babies is enough. Praise God for finally the Supreme Court overruling Roe versus Wade, which has allowed this slaughter to go on all these years. Think of those children that have been murdered that might have become lawyers or council members or mayors or nurses or discovered the cure for cancer. We wiped them out. We killed them. They're gone. Doesn't that little baby have any right? Don't any of you believe that that child is asking us to speak up and say, let me live? Don't kill me. I could have potential. Even if I'm a victim of a rape, I could become somebody really special that God intended me to be. So I'll just close my note with God is pro-life. God is pro-life. Are you? Are we? Answer.
Okay, Michelle Hunley, followed by Carly Magallanes, and then Sandy Diaz, followed by Veronica Miranda.
Hi, my name is Michelle Honles, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my grandmother choosing not to abort her. She was a teenager. She had my mom. So I support life. I think it might be inconvenient at times. I have 4 children. When I first found out I was pregnant, I was overwhelmed. I didn't have a job. I was working on my career. It was, I guess you would say, not the right time, but I was married. So I think God just sometimes messes up our schedule, but my children are a blessing to me. I have a problem with the phrase that you are calling yourself a sanctuary city. So if you were to read Joshua 20, it says that for whoever kills any person unintentionally without premeditation may flee from the blood avenger. But abortion is intentional killing. It's premeditated. Someone has to make an appointment to get this child disposed of. I don't think abortion should be used as a form of birth control. I think we should encourage women to value themselves, to wait for marriage, to not just do one night stands. I think they should be working together to build up self-esteem in our young women. I try to do that with my 2 daughters. I also have 2 sons. So I tell them, you know what? I want you to wait for marriage. I don't want you to have a child outside of wedlock. That way there's safety, you have commitment, and you have a sacred place. The sanctuary is called a safe place and a sacred place, but abortion and what is happening is not safe. There are ways that God will forgive those who repent and turn around. And there's a Healing Heart ministry that puts on, and you can look online to see Healing Hearts, and they will help women who have, and men who have gone through an abortion, to encourage them and bring wholeness back into their lives. There's a lot of women who have had abortions that they're now infertile. So that's something we should know. Margaret Sanger was the one who started the Negro Project. She is the founder of Planned Parenthood. So if you would look online, you could see that her intention was to get rid of colored people and destroy them. So I don't want Oxnard to be a place that targets colored people. Thank you.
Thank you. No, please. No clapping, please. Thank you. Carly Magallanes, followed by Sandy Diaz, and then Veronica Miranda. and Alejandra Mendoza.
Hi, my name is Carly Magallanes. I am the post-Roe generation. I'm a former fetus, as are you, and I'm a woman. I've not lived in a world where I didn't have the option to decide whether or not my child should live. You call it choice, you call it reproductive health care, and you call it my right to privacy. You use language to deceive people to condone murder. You are knowingly slaughtering children who may be poor or disabled. You slaughter children who are a part of minority groups and call it essential health care. I call it racism and eugenics. If you really cared for all women, including preborn women, you would rise up and help them to become stronger by empowering them to raise their children and then change their circumstances. But you don't know what a woman is until abortion is on the line. Instead of becoming a sanctuary city of death, I propose becoming a refuge city of life, here to help women leave abusive men, love their children, and build a strong community that rallies around and supports pregnant women in life. In a short future, when abortion becomes unthinkable, and we look back at 50+ years of slaughter, just as we look back at the Holocaust and slavery, it will not be said of me that I was silent in the face of oppression. But if you make Oxnard a sanctuary city, it will not only be said that you were silenced, but an accomplice in the death of thousands of children. You will have to answer to God for your soul, and you will have to answer to your children's children when they say, "What did you do to protect my right to life?"
Okay. Sandy Diaz, followed by Veronica Miranda, and then Alejandra Mendoza.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Sandy Diaz, and I have been a resident of Oxnard for about 30 years now, and I'm involved in my community. I'm part of the Good Club. I'm also a board member of Justice for All, and we partner up with Planned Parenthood as well as with Indivisible Ventura, and we're able to mobilize and have rallies, safe and positive rallies, which we did the evening or the late afternoon of June 24th, after we heard about this decision. So I'm just here to please make Oxnard a sanctuary city. We need this. It's a woman's choice. It's a woman's right. And I can't imagine this freedom of ours being taken away. It's part of who we are, and we just need to keep this right and for all people, because this starts and a lot of other rights will be taken away. I think we're all probably still processing this June 24th news, even though we knew it was coming down. It was hard. We were angry. It was just sad that all of a sudden we knew that women's rights were taken away. And yet this nation says, oh, we have all these freedoms. Well, our freedom was taken away, and we're going back 50 years. And I can't believe that, years ago, Helen Reddy said, "We are women, hear us roar." We were going to keep on roaring until another 50 years. I won't sing that song because we've already had a song, but please just make the city of Oxnard a sanctuary city, please, for women's rights. Thank you.
Okay. Veronica Miranda, followed by Alejandra Mendoza, and then Patty Quiroz.
Good evening, everyone. I can see you got a full house and you've got a hot topic on deck right now. And I encourage you to please move forward with this. It's the right thing to do. There is a lot of reasons and a lot of passion coming out here about what you should do, what you couldn't do, and they're going deep into the weeds. This is the right thing to do, to offer a sanctuary area where a woman can still feel safe, because this is all up in the air. The states are still working it out. The federal courts, of course, they've betrayed us. But we can do something now, and that's where leadership comes in. You can do something that is the right thing without worrying about it being the wrong thing. You're not promoting abortions. You're not paying for women to come here and get abortions. You are not personally killing babies. What you're doing is making a sanctuary area for these women to come and be safe. That is the right thing to do. That is serving the public. And that's sometimes very difficult and it's very unpopular. And I'm looking to each and every one of you to please do the right thing. There's a lot of rhetoric that it can get lost in, but you know right from wrong. You know this is the right thing. It's not like you're changing any laws. It's not like you're opening up a clinic. What you're doing is proclaiming a safe environment for women that need health care. And I appreciate if you could pass this. Every woman that needs health care could appreciate this. So please do the right thing. I'm asking you. Thank you.
Okay, Alejandra Mendoza, followed by Patty Quiroz. Alejandra? Okay, I don't see Alejandra.
I think she's in the other room.
Okay, let me see. Hold on, Patty. Let me see if
She's already spoken. She's in the room.
I'm sorry. You okay?
Let's continue with Ms.
Okay,
Quiroz.
Patty Quiroz.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. I'm here to provide a joint statement on behalf of Senator Monique Limon and Assemblymember Steve Bennett, both California state legislators representing the city of Oxnard, stating their strong support for tonight's resolution supporting women's reproductive rights and freedom. The recent U.S. Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade puts millions of women at risk, endangering their health, livelihood, and freedom. We have already witnessed the devastating ripple effects of this decision as states nationwide put women's lives at risk and violate their right to make a personal medical decision, imposing laws that criminalize women seeking reproductive care. Keeping safe and legal access to abortion is imperative, which is why this resolution is critical as the city of Oxnard reinforces its commitment to protecting the fundamental rights of women. In the state legislature, we have passed SCA 10, a constitutional amendment to explicitly provide for the fundamental constitutional right to abortion and contraception, which voters will see in the ballot this November to decide whether it should become law. We commend the city of Oxnard for taking steps at the local level and continuing to champion and fight for women's reproductive rights. Our communities, including communities of color, already face greater barriers to abortion access and care, leading to dangerous consequences for women's futures. We urge the city of Oxnard to adopt this resolution, to stand up against the threats to women's freedom to choose, and to support the right of all women to make their own decisions for their bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Angel Garcia, followed by Stephen Claire. Angel Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Angel Garcia. I am a former Oxnard resident, and I am speaking today on my own behalf and respectfully request your council to support the resolution to make the city of Oxnard a right to choose sanctuary city. It goes without saying that the recent Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade is a gross violation of the liberties and civil rights of women, eliminating a half a century of legal precedent. No government or institution, for that matter, should have any right to dictate how a woman should receive health care. Women of color will be the ones most impacted by this decision, and I thank the city's leadership in bringing this forward for the council to consider. Now more so than ever, with the direction the Supreme Court is taking, we need local government's leadership now more than ever. In closing, I once again please ask you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Stephen Leclerc, followed by Rolando Chania and Carmen Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and council members, and especially Councilwoman Vianney Lopez for your leadership here. I'm Stephen Auclair, and tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf, but I urge you to support this resolution. Oxnard is a sanctuary for so many and has been for so many years. Time and time again, you are called upon to show bold leadership and to declare once again that Oxnard is a safe city for all. Tonight, you are declaring it's a safe city for women when they feel under threat, and under threat now, perhaps more than in generations before. Please, Mayor Zaragoza and council members, take bold leadership. Be bold again and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Rolando Chania, followed by Carmen Ramirez. Rolando?
I would like to donate my time to my wife so she can finish
Well, because
the
Rolando,
presentation.
No, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead and that's, you're gonna lose your 3 minutes, okay?
He's gonna lose them?
Yes,
Why?
because
Voy a decirlo en español.
you're Rolando right now. Go ahead.
Yo soy Rolando. Buenas noches, distinguido alcalde de Zaragoza y concejales. Mi nombre es Gloria Masi Chinea, una residente desde hace mucho tiempo aquí en la ciudad de Oxnard. Soy devota, esposa, madre y abuela, profesional en el ámbito de la salud pública y especialista en servicios financieros. Estoy aquí para expresar cómo me sorprende la ironía de su posición aparente, orgullosa sobre la premisa de proteger los derechos de las mujeres y específicamente los derechos de las mujeres afroamericanas y los derechos de las mujeres hispanoamericanas a elegir sobre la plataforma del aborto sin restricciones. Votamos por ustedes para que nos representen en asuntos sobre cómo manejar los asuntos oficiales de la ciudad de Oxnard, no para implementar políticas que no han colocado en la urna o temas políticos que protegen el asesinato y que no tratan luz y esperanza a nuestros residentes. Tal vez mis próximos pasos serían hacer una solicitud de registros abiertos con respecto al presupuesto de su ciudad para ver si usted como ciudad o usted como candidato o funcionario electo están siendo pagados por los perpetradores de esta ideología de la muerte de Planned Parenthood.
Madam Chania, we ought to have somebody from
From where?
anybody needs translation?
So,
Oh,
lo que quiero decirle que la mayoría de las personas que están siendo dañadas en esta propuesta que se está proponiendo es...
Chania, you're being translated now. Can you say it in English? Because you're being translated now in Spanish. Can you go ahead and say it in English? So other people can understand what you're saying.
Oh, you're being translated. I didn't think
No,
that
in the
you
back,
had.
yeah, we have the translator.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically what I'm saying, the majority of the people that
No,
are
again,
being
Yolanda's
affected,
20 seconds.
Go ahead.
are being affected. My goodness.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The majority of the people that are being affected son las afroamericanas y las latinas. ¿Ustedes quieren ser parte de la criminología de la ciudad de Oxnard? Do you want to be part of this issue in Oxnard?
Thank you. Thank you, Chania. Thank you so much. Carmen Ramirez, please.
Good evening, Council Mayor and council members, staff, public. Thank you for your patience with us. Even those of us who are cheaters, like we just saw. I'd like to say that some of the people who spoke tonight were actually here when I was up there on the dais opposing our safe city for immigrants. Some of those people oppose voting rights for Latinos. I've seen it, but I digress. I realize that we are not and should not be making a political or partisan decision, nor a religious decision. We have freedom of religion in this country. We must respect other people's religious beliefs, but they may not be imposed on us. I particularly want to thank Councilwoman Vianney Lopez for having the courage to bring it here when you knew you were going to get some of this. For those who are saying what's at stake here, it is privacy and the rights of all of us. I heard someone say you can use birth control. By the way, that's on the table, as well as rights for gay people, trans people, everybody. They're going to want to track our menstrual periods. I was with my mother when she had a miscarriage. She had 7 live births and she had so much grief and pain and blood. And now other states are looking at miscarriages as potential criminal act. That is what is coming, folks.
pay attention. It's your rights, your daughter's rights, your brother's rights in jeopardy here. I want to just quote Dr. Lowe, who wrote an op-ed this weekend in the Star. He said, most patients contemplating termination of pregnancy, a horrifically stressful consideration, and the doctor who must weigh the health of fetus and mother, concerns about genetic or developmental defects, now have to consider whether or not the government's going to come down on you. I know we've got some great comments coming in from doctors, healthcare providers. I want you to please support this. Safe abortions will end, but abortions will continue. Women and girls will be forced to give birth or die in the process. That's what's at stake here. And I want to quote scripture like some of my friends here. Matthew 7, judge not, lest you be judged. Look for the beam in your own eye before you look at the speck in your brother's eye. We have to respect religions. I do. I was raised Catholic, but you cannot force people of other religions to adhere to those beliefs. Let's continue to be a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have, understand we have a couple of people on there that like to speak, and go ahead and call those individuals. Thank you.
Caller and user 1, please unmute by pressing *6.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Vanessa Serrato, and I am calling in to speak in support of making the city of Oxnard a right to choose sanctuary. I speak as a woman, as an auntie, as a godmother to 2 beautiful little babies, as a sister, and as a friend for the millions of women across the country who a week ago had a basic right stripped away from them. The vast majority of all Americans are in support of women having a right to choose when it comes to their reproductive health. By passing the resolution, you are letting the women of Oxnard, of California, and of the U.S. as a whole know that you stand by them in support of their right to make the best choice for themselves and for their own personal situation. To all those who are anti-choice, know this. Making the city a right to choose sanctuary does not take away your right to do what is right for you. Why then do you insist on taking the rights of so many others away? And as someone who was raised Catholic, I'd also like to remind you that God and religion have no place in politics or in healthcare. If you want to pray, go to church, not to city council meetings. To the city of Oxnard, please make the right choice for women and approve this resolution. To our Councilwoman Lopez and to everyone who showed up tonight to speak in favor of a woman's right to choose, thank you, and may God bless you. That is all.
Madam Clerk, we have a couple other speakers. Go ahead.
Public speaker with phone number ending in 1622. Please unmute by pressing *6. Hello.
Hello. Happy Independence Day to everybody plus one. We celebrated our country yesterday, but also the founding document, the Declaration of Independence. And it says, by that great but flawed man, Jefferson, it says that we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This resolution strictly goes against that right to life for that innocent human being in the womb. The governments, including this one, the city council, are, it says in the declaration, are constituted to secure those rights, including the right to life. That is a separate human being in there. And one way, you don't need, go into the Bible, etc. Although, you know, that's informed our decision in our country since our founding and before that. But look at the 3D and 4D ultrasounds. You can see them online if you haven't seen them, you know, with your own family. 3D and 4D ultrasounds show that's a human being. It's not, we're not talking about, you know, a cancer or some or growth you have to get rid of. This is a human being. I have a bracelet that saying life is precious, and it has little tiny feet, and they are feet, showing little feet of an 8-week-old in utero. If it's, we're hearing about women's rights, but what about half of those human beings that are being killed are little ladies? And women are running the major pro-life groups. Most surveys I've seen over the years, most pro-life people are women. And, you know, there are guys involved here. You got half of the babies are boys. And men are the ones that are enabling the women to get pregnant. Normally it's going to be, for those who don't know, for those who don't get pregnant by a partner there, they have they just come from the man's sperm. So the men have to stand up. The men are the ones often influencing the women to get abortions, by the way. So they have to stand up and do the right thing, these men.
30 seconds.
Men and women, you have, you can go to vclifecenters.com or venturacpc.org, and there's 10 to Life Home and all that. Plenty of churches and non-religious people that will help you keep your baby or put him or her up for adoption. Privacy and choice, yes, we don't have privacy and choice to kill an innocent human being. And if we pass this resolution, and if we pass November's constitutional amendment, we'll be equal to China and North Korea, which have 9-month abortion availability, and at least for the amendment coming up, it's going to be our funding for that as well.
Okay, we have a couple more speakers up there, but I'm going to take a couple more that are here, and then we'll go back, Madam Clerk. Okay, our next speaker is Neto, Netocauie, Neto. Okay. Okay, let's see, Cowie Neto, and then the other one would be Vicky Miller, followed by Bob Lopez and Richard Snyder. Okay. And it's very difficult to read this part, but it's Neto, Neto. Neto. I think it's Nieto. Nieto. Nieto? Nito, Nieto? Naeto. Okay, we'll get somebody online then. So, Chica, is that you? That's you. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello. I'm here to ask each and every one of you to please follow your heart, and oppose this terrible, terrible idea of making Oxnard a sanctuary city for abortions. And you say it's a woman's right. What about the right of the baby that's growing and living inside of her? That baby has a heartbeat at 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And he or she is not given that right to live. It's not up to us to decide who lives or dies. That's God. God decides who lives and who dies. And you're playing God. All these people that are for abortion, I cannot wrap my head around that as a woman, that it's okay to kill a baby that's living inside you. My goodness, we're more sensitive to what happens to our animals. We're concerned about the fireworks and dogs having their PTSD. We have no-kill shelters because it's a life. What you can call it whatever you want, but it's a life and it's a gift of God. And you, each and every one of you will have to deal with the Almighty, whether you believe in him or not. You will stand before him and give an account for what you did. So I'm just asking you with all my heart as a woman, because my heart is broken over this issue. And I just can't understand how a woman could do that. I say it and I say it again, because it is a terrible, terrible tragedy for this nation. Back in the 70s, we were told a lie that it was simply, just a bunch of nerves and a glob of blood. It's more than that. It's a life. It's a living being that God created. He knew us before we were formed inside our mother's womb. And whether you want to believe that or not, it's the truth. It's the truth. So think about that when you go to bed tonight. Think about what you're doing and the decisions that you're making. Don't call it a choice. It's not a choice. And it's not about women's health care. There's a lot of money in abortion. That's what it's about.
40 seconds.
Anyway, please forget it, okay? Forget about making this beautiful Oxnard, where I was born and raised, a sanctuary city for life, for death. Why don't we talk about life and not death and champion that? Think about it tonight. Please ask the Lord to guide and direct you, and he will, to do the right thing for all women, for all women. Thank you.
Okay, Vicky Miller, followed by Bob Lopez. Vicky Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and council people. Mike, okay, my name is Vicky Miller. And I want to oppose making Oxnard a sanctuary city for abortions. Reproductive rights is a deceptive way to put it. Let's be honest, the baby in the womb is a life and it's the one being taken. We all would not be here today if our mothers decided to kill us. So I am the one, and I'm going to admit, I am one that made the wrong choice back in 1975. I was a virgin and I was date raped. And I was lied to by the doctor about the development of the baby in my womb and was never told that there are risks. I was never able to have a child after that. I'm one of them that became sterile. So when people tell you that, oh no, that's just a myth, it's not a myth. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I was, like I said, I was never able to have a child after that. My husband and I tried multiple times, and an infertility expert told me I wasn't producing progesterone and I had scarring, and it was due to the abortion. So once I found out the truth, I decided to speak out and tell my story. Before that, I lived in shame and guilt for years, and now I lead a Bible study called Healing Hearts, which was mentioned before, that takes a woman through forgiveness from their sin, through the sacrifice that Christ paid on the cross. So I ask that you do not make this a sanctuary city for abortion. Like it was said before, sanctuary in the Bible talked about where someone could go to be safe. This is not safe for the baby. And if anyone needs healing, you can go to www.healinghearts.org to check out the Bible studies online and see if there's a Bible study in your area too. They can take you online or in person. So that's about it. I thank you for listening to me. And again, I just ask that you do not make this that title, sanctuary city for abortions. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you all.
Yeah. Okay, our next speaker is Bob Lopez, and then we're going to go over to the speakers on the phones. Bob Lopez.
Good evening, worthy mayor, council members. Good evening, worthy mayor, council members. We have a letter here that we sent to you guys the other day. We'll read it into the record. Dear Mayor and City Council, the Knights of Columbus Oxnard Council 750 has learned that on May 17, 2022, members of the Oxnard City Council asked city staff to craft a resolution supporting women's reproductive freedom, including abortion and a possible state constitutional amendment that supports these rights. On June 8th, a resolution was introduced in the California Senate proposing an amendment to the state's constitution that would prohibit the state from denying or interfering with an individual's reproductive freedom in their most intimate decisions, which includes their fundamental right to choose to have an abortion and their fundamental right to choose or refuse contraceptives. The Knights of Columbus Council 750 joins many individuals and organizations locally and throughout the state, including the California Catholic Conference, in opposing the enactment of this amendment known as SCA 10, and urge the mayor and city council not to support this amendment, and quite the contrary, urge the mayor and city council to oppose the amendment. Oxnard Council 750 fails to see how support of this amendment furthers the city's quality of life strategies and objectives. The proposed amendment is not about improving the quality of life. It is about the destruction of life, the taking of human life of the most vulnerable right up to the moments before birth. We urge, therefore, that the mayor and city council oppose the enactment of SCA 10 and not to take any action that supports the amendment. And on a personal note, everybody here is mentioning minorities or single mothers. I was born out of wedlock. I am a minority, and my mother was young and scared, but here I am 30 years later. So my question to you guys is, does my life matter? And all the kids just like me, I wouldn't be here. Please do the right thing. God bless you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a couple of speakers up there on the phone. Mhm.
Public speaker with phone number ending in 9442. Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Would you like to state your name?
Deirdre Frank.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, history reflects that Benjamin Franklin first wrote about medicinal benefits for pregnant women, including medicine for getting rid of unwanted pregnancies. And at that time, midwives were very popular. And it wasn't until later in history that the medical schools and the doctors became more prominent, and in efforts to get rid of midwives, put in the elimination of medicines for women to control their own bodies. I've never shared my own personal experiences, but I'm going to now. I lost my virginity in 1971. I was 17 years old and in high school. It was the first time I had had sex, and I was shocked when I missed my period, and I had very difficult time getting access to any kind of medical attention, and ultimately ended up having a D&C in order to avoid a pregnancy that would have prevented me from attending college, where I was scheduled to start in the following September. Following that, I was very diligent about going on birth control pills, which were then made available. Keep in mind, they weren't available prior to that time. I missed a period. I missed 2 periods. I went to the Wilshire Women's Clinic in Los Angeles while I was in college. My pregnancy tests were negative. This is where I talk about the science. Everyone's talking about the religion. Let's talk about the science. My tests were negative. They told me I was not pregnant. I had been taking the birth control pill. They told me, go off the pill. You've been on the pill too long. You need to get back on a regular menstrual cycle. And so I did that. And guess what? I got pregnant. What was I supposed to do then? I was in college on my way to law school.
40
In
seconds.
law school, I took the pill and I got pregnant again. When I got married and was trying to get pregnant, I got pregnant. It wasn't until I was 5.5 months pregnant that They confirmed my pregnancy because, again, my tests were wrong. I've been a big supporter of Planned Parenthood, taking minors to Planned Parenthood for counseling. You cannot take this away from women's control. Please, it's our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll take one more the phone and then we'll go back to the chamber.
Public speaker with phone number ending in 7456. Please unmute by pressing *6. Hello, would you like to state your name?
Yes, Maria Navarro. No.
Oh.
Oh, that's me. That was me on the phone. 7456.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, okay then.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just waiting outside. Hi, my name is Maria Navarro. I am a policy advocate at CAUSE. CAUSE, as an organization, strongly supports and urges the city of Oxnard to pass a resolution supporting reproductive rights and to advocate for the codification of the right of choice at the state and federal level. It's important that we note that, one, much like pre-Roe times, the restrictions to abortion services will not severely impact those who have the means to access abortion. Instead, such abortion bars target low-income people as well as Black, Indigenous, and other people of color who will either be forced to carry out a pregnancy to term, regardless of social or medical circumstances, or they will be forced to carry out an unsafe abortion. Now, I'm a bit confused because when the courts heard the Roe v. Wade case, and when the courts dismissed it this last month, they said that it now fell onto our democratic process to make it codified, to make it significant, to actually make it into law. So this is the process, guys. This is democracy. And the fact that Councilwoman V.N.A. Lopez brought it here, that's very courageous. And that's something that is part of our democracy. So the fact that we are doing this, and this is a sanctuary city, means that we are following our democratic processes, the ones that the court itself said that we should do. And so when we're talking about also the history of abortions, the history about, because and this is me as Maria, I'm a history nerd, I've majored in history. We have had abortions since the beginning of humankind. It's not something new. It's not something that came out of 1970s or 1960s. This has been happening for millennia. The reason why now we have these laws is because, or we had these rights, and we're advocating for these rights, is because we need them to be safe. A lot of women died. A lot of women died in childbirth.
40 seconds.
And now we are asking you to do the right thing. This is your place as council members, and be reassured of that. This is a political decision. This is a political decision that falls on you, that also falls on our California state courts, and it also falls, sorry, not our state courts, California Congress now, and our federal Congress as well. So thank you so much. Have a good one.
Okay. Now we have Richard Snyder, followed by Lucio Torres and Irma Valdivia.
Good evening, Councilman and Councilwoman Lopez. Thank you for hearing us. You know, I'm going to fall back on my older brother's advice many years ago. When speaking, he said, use the KISS method. That means keep it short, stupid. And I don't think I agreed with the stupid part, but I will keep it short. I want to address all of the women who have to make this horrible decision of either giving life or taking life away. I can't imagine what it's like for a woman to have to go through all that. It's probably just devastating for her. But as a husband, of 4 beautiful children. I want to tell you how I feel. I am so thankful to God that my wife had the courage, the stability, the strength to go through giving birth to 4 wonderful children. I am so proud of each and every one of them. They've accomplished great things. And had my wife not done that, I don't know what I would have done. So I want to, for all the people that are for abortion, all I want to do, I'm not going to get religion on you or anything like that, but I would like to read a portion of the Bible that says this: let love and kindness be the motivation behind all that you do. And if anybody does not understand what love is, this is what love is. Love is large and incredibly patient. Love is gentle and consistently kind to all. It refuses to be jealous when blessing comes to someone else. Love does not brag about one's achievements nor inflate its own importance. Love does not traffic in shame and disrespect nor selfishly seek its own honor. Love is not easily irritated.
30 seconds.
Pardon? To take offensive, love joyfully celebrates honesty and finds no delight in what is wrong. Love is a safe place of shelter, for it never stops believing the best for others. Love never takes failure or as defeat, for it never gives up. So I just hope that these people that are for abortion, that they look at this in a very serious way. God bless.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have one more speaker up in the, Madam Clerk. We have one more speaker up in the phone and we'll take that. Mhm.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Renee DiCarlo, and I am a proud and loving member of the city of Oxnard. I just wanted to show my support for the city of Oxnard to recognize the sanctuary. As a woman, as a survivor of domestic violence, and a mother, my choices regarding my medical health should stay between me and my doctor, and there should be no legal repercussions. And I fully support Oxnard in providing that safety net for those who need it. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker here is Lucio Torres, followed by Irma Valdivia.
Nobody responds to it.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Was you done? Was you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, Lucio Torres, followed by Irma Valdivia and Linda Tafoya.
Good evening to all. This resolution should not even be considered. I do not support it. It is evil. Oxnard should not be home to child murder in a nation that's trying to free itself from the shackles of death. A new life is made from the moment of conception with a complete set of 46 chromosomes, the combined DNA of the child's parents making a new person. A zygote is as a human as a fetus, which is as a human as a child is to an adult, but all human at a different stage of life, from womb to tomb. You helped open up Planned Parenthood in C Street, which is within walking distance to St. Anthony's Catholic Church and elementary school last year. This led to much controversy and division within our city. We have peaceful protests every day of its operation, and most of the protestees are older women. They get assaulted by driving hecklers who as well launch projectiles such as frozen water bottles at them. Planned Parenthood has been accused of soliciting birth control and helping the human trafficking of minors. In California, a minor is allowed to quote unquote consent for abortion pills and services without the knowledge and permission from parents, guardians, or superiors. The amount of children wrongfully coerced into these agreements will always be unknown. Oxnard should not let its children to be sucked out of their mother's womb shredded, and then liquidated. No child should be subject to be ripped apart piece by piece by abortion doctors, surgical instruments, and disposed in nearby dumpsters. God bless.
Okay, Irma Valdivia, followed by Linda Tafoya and Raina Smith.
Kind of short here. Good evening, John Zaragoza and City Council. I remember you. I was 15 years old and you were my bus driver. And I went to Santa Clara High School. You're a godly man and always looked out for me. I thank you for that. And tonight I stand against abortion. I'm pro-life. In 1977, I was pregnant, and unfortunately, I had a bad doctor that wasn't checking me right, and my baby died. And it was a girl. I have 3 sons right now. And that was very devastating for me. It was, my husband and I cried because we love children, and we were thinking that that baby was going to be okay, but it wasn't. And on top of that, they put me on the maternity ward where I could see all the mothers rejoicing with their babies except me. Went back to the work at the bank and everybody was asking me what I had. And I had told them that I lost them. And I understand the other side, that it's their body, their life. But what about that little baby that I wanted and I couldn't have it? That was so heartbreaking for me. I've learned to cope, but not to forget. And I'm going to tell you another testimony. My son and his girlfriend, she got pregnant, and she was on and on and on about abortion, wanted to kill that baby. I prayed and I prayed that she wouldn't do that. Finally, my son took her to the abortion clinic, and they lied to her. They said, if you have this baby, you will die. And she literally walked out, and the baby is 21 years old now. So I am just gonna let you know that you guys are all leaders. And I have a scripture, which is Proverbs 29:2. When a righteous leader rules, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people mourn. If you go for this, if you are for this, your city will not prosper. God will bring a curse on our city. And I don't want to move because I am a resident for 61 years and I love the city. This is a city, beautiful city, Oxnard by the sea, that many people don't know. We have Seabridge. We have all these entities. They're beautiful. Our friends come from San Diego, from all over the place. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Okay, Linda Tafoya, followed by Raina Smith, and then Jeff Thompson. Linda Tafoya.
Okay, thank you, City Council members and Mayor Zaragoza to have this opportunity to speak. Kind of nervous because I've never done this before, but it's time. I had 2 questions to ask along with my opinion/statement. Number 1, who is proposing that Oxnard be a sanctuary city? What organization, what entity, person, etc.? Well, that was given Vianney Lopez. There you are. Number 2, what's the city's rationale? What's the reason for making this proposal? Back in the heyday, around 70 years ago, Oxnard was known for women to come from LA and other cities to have their babies. I believe this was at St. John's Hospital. Anyways, that was documented in Jeff Malhart's book, The City of Oxnard. My family has roots in Oxnard dating back over 100 years in investments in the agricultural and governmental and private sector. I'm here to recommend that Oxnard not be a sanctuary city for women and young girls coming from all over the country to abort their unborn babies and children. I mean, California, we know, is a pro-choice state, but someday that's going to change. But I want to say this is that why? Why would you want to bring in women and children, young girls from other states to abort their babies here? Well, what's up with that? I mean, the blood, not only on this land, but on your hands. This is a momentous day because from the throne room from heaven, God is looking down and is saying, what decision are you going to make? Oxnard is known for its abundant agriculture, beautiful beaches, and temperate climate, diversity. It's known as a strawberry capital of California. And that's the way it should stay. I propose that you look deep down in your heart for the answer. Think about the generations to come. Set a precedence that Oxnard, that we love children and embrace life. Let's put Oxnard on the map for something great. The good Lord is looking down from heaven right now, saying, what decision are you going to make? I come from a family of 13, one mama, one dad. My mom had 13 children, 2 miscarriages. I asked my daddy one day, what was the best thing in life that he had? What could he say? And he told me family. We all worked out in the fields. All of us children have gone to college and have our degrees, and we have judges, lawyers in the family, engineers in the family. I thank the good Lord that I can tell you this. My mom chose life, not death.
Thank you. Okay, Raina Smith, followed by Jeff Thompson and Art Naheda. Raina Smith. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have one other person up in the phone that we can.
Public speaker with phone number ending in 9618. Please unmute by pressing *6. Hi, would you like to state your name?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Raina, hold on a second.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Would you like to state your name?
Yes, Elisa.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just want to share a quick testimony of what I experienced 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was working as a social worker assistant at a clinic. A mystical lady came in with a bag with her fetus inside the bag. She had had a miscarriage. I reassured the family that this was not their fault. They were devastated and heartbroken of losing their baby. After meeting with this family, somehow I got to hold a 12-week fetus. I'll never forget the baby's face. It was fully formed. He had a neck, eyelids, ears, mouth, arms, legs, fingers. I could see his fingerprints and toes. What surprised me the most was his face expression. His little mouth was open. It looked like he was in pain or crying. At that moment, besides thinking of the parents' pain, I couldn't stop thinking that the fetus have life. They can feel pain. I couldn't stop thinking how they can't voice their pain. They can't speak when their life is in danger, is threatened, but something, and when their life is being taken away purposely. Oh, if we could only hear the cry of their despair, if we could only hear the cry of help. They are human beings that have life too. They too deserve justice.
Is that your statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Raina Smith, followed by Jeff Thompson.
Hello, my name is Raina Smith, and I'm opposed to Oxnard becoming a sanctuary city for pregnant mothers seeking abortion. There are many points that I could make during these 3 minutes, but I will keep it at 2 points. 1, there are other options. 2, there is an important misconception about abortion that must be debunked. There are so many other possibilities for pregnant mothers than willingly having their unborn babies murdered. Other than putting the baby up for adoption, there are programs that exist today that house and support pregnant women who are in need of help. I personally know the executive director of Tender Life Maternity Home in Ventura, as well as many of the residents who were all homeless mothers before Tender Life. The women living there also felt like they didn't have an opportunity to thrive in this society as a single mother. But Tender Life not only houses pregnant mothers, but it also teaches them how to be good stewards of their finances, how to be responsible, self-sufficient citizens in this society, how to bring stability to their lives by getting plugged into church. Please, I plead with you guys, let this city be a city that gives pregnant women and unborn children a chance at life by putting our dollars towards organizations like this, organizations that preserve both the lives of the mother and the unborn child. Secondly, an important misconception about abortion. Many people that I have heard who are pro-abortion are concerned that with the recent overturning of Roe v. Wade, pregnant mothers would not have an option to receive medical care in a life-threatening pregnancy. This type of pregnancy is often it's called an ectopic pregnancy, where the baby is growing inside of the mother's fallopian tubes rather than the uterus where it was made to grow. This notion that mothers would not receive medical care is completely false. And this has been debunked by medical professionals themselves out of their own mouths who have been in this profession for years. Even abortionists could even say, no, that when there is a medical situation, that they don't have to kill the baby first before delivering the baby. While some Planned Parenthood medical doctors often choose abortion as a primary route in an ectopic pregnancy, this is never necessary. There is always the option to have the baby of the ectopic pregnancy removed from the mother in a manner that does not put the mother at risk, but it gives the doctors the ability to attempt to save the baby's lives. But this is hardly ever discussed about in full context in the media. It's no wonder many of us here today are saying the complete opposite. The media, anyway, I am here before you as someone who grew up in Oxnard to say this. On behalf of the most vulnerable members of society, Oxnard, we should not be able to decide whether or not babies live or die. There are other options than taking the life of a baby. And it's never the case that a pregnant mother will not receive medical treatment when her life is at risk. Oxnard should not become a sanctuary city that promotes a false idea that abortion is the only option for women. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have Jeff Thompson followed by Art Nahara. Jeff Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Father Jeff Thompson. I would like to congratulate you for taking on the moral question of the century right here. There are a lot of voices that have been animated this evening because this is the issue of our country. And as the Dobbs decision has overturned Roe v. Wade, let me begin this testimony by noting that in 1973, Supreme Court Justice Harry Blackmun, who wrote the majority opinion upholding Roe v. Wade, which wiped out in a single day all the protections of some 23 states throughout the United States for the unborn, said this, and I'm quoting from his opinion. At this point in the development of man's knowledge, we cannot resolve the difficult question of when life begins. If fetal personhood is established, the case in support of legal abortion collapses, for the fetus's right to life would be guaranteed specifically by the 14th Amendment. This is the justice that wrote the majority opinion of Roe v. Wade, who understood that if the personhood of the fetus could be determined scientifically, medically, the whole case for legal abortion collapses like a house of cards. Because what does that 14th Amendment state? I'll quote that. No one's life, liberty, or property may be taken without due process of law, nor can anyone be denied equal protection under the law. The majority opinion saw the fatal flaw in its own decision, but it at that point did not know when life began. And I would agree with my friends on the other side that if this is only a clump of cells,
40 seconds.
possibly leading to a cancer or something, then by all means choose and remove it. But it is a person. That question was continued to be examined by the Congress, looking throughout the medical sciences, which learned that life began, quote, in this report of, I'll quote this as S-158 of the first session of the 87th Congress, 1981. Quote, physicians, biologists, and other scientists agree that conception marks the beginning of life of a human being, a being that is alive and is a member of the human species. There's overwhelming agreement on this point in countless medical, biological, and scientific writings. I wish I could continue to provide other information.
Your time is up.
From Barnard Narthenson, who was a great abortion doctor who turned
Thank you.
to become pro-life. Thank you.
Art Nahara, followed by Anna Murphy and Pete Carrillo. Art.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members. I am in opposition to this resolution, and has been voiced by many of those that have spoken before. I question why this is even being brought up. We have so many other pressing issues that are imagined in our community. Just today, I was at the Ralph's supermarket down here on Saviors Road, and in the parking lot, there were people that were very, very obviously drugged up. Fresh tagging that said, we love meth, give us meth. You know, we have so many problems in the community, but yet, you know, this issue is being brought before us, and I just can't imagine. I can say myself that I am a survivor. I consider myself a survivor. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara. I can imagine this happening in Santa Barbara. It's a very liberal city, but here in Oxnard, it's beyond me. I serve here at St. Anthony's Parish and also at Santa Clara Parish. So has been evidence in previous speakers with Planned Parenthood right next to us, and those that may have helped that are sitting on the board to put it there. That's a very sad thing. I think we need to recognize that life is a precious gift from God. And again, I consider myself a survivor because California with New York were one of the two states. 1967 in New York legalized abortion. In 1968, it was in California. So thank you, Mom, for giving me life. I love life, and all of us should love life and cherish it. But it seems to be missing in this discussion is the innocent life in the mother's womb. Why can't we recognize that innocent life in the mother's womb? We were all there at one time. We were all growing in our mother's womb. Why would we not recognize that? Why is it so hard for us to recognize that? So ironic too, that we're here on this 5th day of July after celebrating our country's independence yesterday. When we think about as it's already been stated in the Declaration of Independence, that we're given an unalienable right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can't have the last two unless you first give somebody that opportunity to have life. So I pray, as many have already stated here, that you do the right thing, that you really consider that God is looking down on you. God's looking down on all of us. And we'll all have to stand before God on that day when we pass. We never know. We can leave this meeting tonight, be in a car crash, we go to sleep tonight, not wake up. We have to stand before God, whether or not it's been voiced before that you believe in God or not. So I pray you do the right thing. Show our children. Our children are depending on you, consciously and unconsciously. They depend on your good. You're working for the common good and doing the right thing. So let's show our children that you as leaders care about children, care about the most vulnerable, the children living that are growing and developing in the mother's womb that want life. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, Anna Murphy, should be followed by Pete Carrillo, and then Charles Frederick.
Good evening.
I was sickened when I heard that this proposal was going to take place and make our city of Oxnard a sanctuary for abortions. Planned Parenthood opened their doors May 24th, 2021, and those that believe that life begins at the moment of conception have been in full force with our signs, literature that teaches women that there is another option, a better option beside abortion, and sidewalk counselors that truly care about the women who go into these abortion mills. We have been in contact with the adjoining neighborhood, and it terrifies them that such a place exists so close to home. Babies' hearts begin at 3 weeks, a time when a woman doesn't even know she's pregnant. Brain waves detected at 6 weeks, and the baby has its own body living inside its mother's womb. My body, my choice is such an ignorant phrase that was given to women who don't want to do the research on when their babies' lives begin. Being a mom is a worthy calling, something to be proud of and is honored by God. Planned Parenthood needs to go. They hurt women and children by pushing their secret agenda on the youth and preying on women and their babies for profit. Planned Parenthood is in the schools pushing sex education, contraception, and abortions, since they know the birth control will epically fail them. Since God has been taken out of the schools, children are taught to have sex early on, and Planned Parenthood is brought into the schools to make sure that happens. Instead of pushing to make your city of Oxnard a sanctuary for abortions, which is so embarrassing and shameful to me, that a baby in the womb is so threatening to you, that you want to make sure it gets the likes on social media and from all your political leaders. Why not put your energy into our homeless situation, the graffiti problem, the overgrown grass and tree problem? If you were feeding the homeless yourselves, if you were painting over the graffiti yourselves, if you were cutting and manicuring your city of Oxnard yourselves, would we all be here today? Thank you.
Okay, Pete Carrillo, followed by Charles Pennant. Tisha, I'm sorry. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Pete Carrillo. I've been in Oxnard for 50 some years or more. Anyway, when I got here, I went to school at UCLA, trained to be a respiratory therapist, went into management, opened up the first respiratory department.
Pete, can you hold on a second? Officer, can we close the door? Officer, can we close the door, please? Go ahead, Pete.
And then after I gave up management and decided to go back to work, I trained to become a neonatal intensive care therapist. I worked at County at St. John's. We take care of the high risk babies, the micro preemies. We've even had many as small as 25 weeks that survived. Now, some of them didn't do good. Some did okay. We had a lot of 28 weekers that were born. And most of them did well once they reached full birth. So this aborting is not right. It's not right. My wife comes from a family of 11 kids. Mom and dad were poor. They worked out in the fields. They worked out in the fields with to eat, to work. They never thought of aborting. That's crazy. The other thing is the Planned Parenthood, they're running all these abortions. They lie. They're just totally wrong in what they do. Do you know that a young kid can have an abortion without the permission of the parents, because Planned Parenthood has promoted that in the state of California. They're promoting
30
birth
seconds.
control from the state of California has given them that right. That's wrong. The parents should know what's going on. I wouldn't want that to happen to me. So we need to not allow Planned Parenthood to continue. We have the highest death rates in gunshots, mass shootings than any other state. Do we also want to have the same in abortions?
Your
Thank
time
you
is
very
up.
much.
Okay, Charles, followed by Christian Alonso and Missy.
Good evening. I think I have to first express my shock when I first heard of this resolution being proposed for reproductive freedom. Once again, we have a misuse of language, I believe. It's reproductive freedom. Well, it sounds like they mean to say that let's bring as many children into the world as you can. Reproductive freedom. Hey, great. I favor that. No, that's not what it means here. It means the right to kill children in the womb. I'm a devout Christian, and I do believe that if this dear council decides to support this resolution, there will be consequences of evil. I do not want to see that happen, and I pray it does not happen. Here's my prayer. May God have mercy on all of our souls this night. Give our council members the grace to vote for the sanctity of all human life from conception to natural death. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we have a Christian Alonso followed by Missy McQuateri and Lorraine Efres. Christian.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Christian Alonso, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund. Our local Planned Parenthood affiliate is proud to serve the Central Coast community with many sexual and reproductive health services, including abortion. I am here tonight to express our support for item H2, the resolution to declare the city of Oxnard a right to choose sanctuary city, and the resolution for the city to support Proposition 1 in the November election, which would codify the right to an abortion and contraception in the California State Constitution. We believe that a person's body is their own and theirs alone. But now that the Supreme Court has eliminated the federal constitutional right to an abortion, this resolution is more important now than ever. The Supreme Court decision is dangerous, and it has opened the floodgates for states across the country to ban abortion. 26 states are poised to move quickly to ban abortion. Many already have. And what this means is that an estimated 36 million women and many other people who can become pregnant could lose access to life-saving healthcare. And we know that the consequences of this decision and these abortion ban means disproportionate harm to Black, Latino, and Indigenous communities due to historic, persistent, and systemic racism. In California, we know that Roe v. Wade was never enough. Barriers to accessing abortion and other healthcare services have always existed, like finding childcare, taking time off of work, and navigating the costs of transportation and lodging associated with traveling hundreds or even thousands of miles to receive care. This decision means the harm is now even greater, and the number of people forced to overcome these huge hurdles to essential healthcare will skyrocket. Together, we have the ability to send a powerful message that this community supports the belief that everyone has the power to control their own bodies, their own lives, and their own futures. Thank you for bringing forward this important resolution.
Seconds.
We urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me see. This is an Christian Alonso. Christian Alonso?
Missy McQuarrie.
Okay, thank you.
If I got that one right.
Thank you.
First of all, Mayor and council members, I want to thank you for agreeing to let me share my thoughts with you tonight. And so, what is women's productive rights? If one were to see this phrase in an email or newspaper, one might conclude that the supporters of it must maintain that women have the right to have children, as well as have the right to remain childless. In practice, however, a different meaning is obvious. When we come face to face with abortion advocates cheering for a woman's right to kill her unborn child, women's reproductive rights clearly means women's destructive rights. It is the mark of a truly civilized society that pregnancy should be regarded as a blessing, not a curse. And that new life should be welcomed as a gift to the world and not destroyed. Please do not vote that we become an abortuary city.
Okay, Lorraine Nefris, followed by Ellen Henderson. I see Lorraine. Lorraine Efris. Okay, then we go to Ellen Henderson, followed by Lexi Orozco.
Hi, Mayor, City
ahead.
Councilman.
Go ahead. Mhm.
I'm a resident for 9 years here in Ventura County, and I am going to read you guys a letter so the public can hear what was sent to each one of you today, July 5th, 2022, from a friend of mine, Carissa Proctor. I am stunned at the irony of your apparently proud stand on the premise of protecting women's rights, and specifically African-American women's rights and Hispanic-American women's rights, to quote, choose, upon the platform of unrestricted abortion. I'm sure you are aware, and if you are not, you should be, that disproportionately the leading consumer of abortion services is the African-American female. According to the United States Census Bureau and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's abortion surveillance report, Black women made up 15% of the childbearing population in 2018, yet obtained 33.6% of reported abortions. Black women have the highest abortion ratio in the country, with 335 abortions per 1,000 live births. Percentages at these levels illustrate that about 20 million Black babies have been aborted since 1973. Please research Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger, a self-proclaimed eugenicist, with a stated goal of decreasing the birth rate of Black children. This is particularly frightening during these challenging times of escalated racial injustice. Hispanic women are twice as likely to have an abortion than white women are. This is only one among a number of other health disparities between whites and minorities, especially in sexually transmitted diseases and even certain types of cancer. The rate of abortion for whites is 11%, while the rate of abortions for Hispanics is 28%. Hispanic women account for between 20 and 25% of all abortions. Planned Parenthood alone makes a profit of around $1 billion each year. As the abortion rate for white women declines, Planned Parenthood knows that it has to make up for its lost profit somewhere. Planned Parenthood knows and targets neighborhoods with higher populations of minorities, especially Latinos. They attempt to present themselves as pro-family, pro-children, and pro-choice. The abortion industry argues for women's rights, especially to abort her baby, but is against laws about the long-term effects that abortion may have. organization that argues to be pro-woman, it seems that Planned Parenthood is willing to compromise the woman that they see by not supporting these laws. Many of their flyers are now in Spanish to attract the Hispanic population. Online campaigns, web campaigns are geared toward the Latino community. Advertising for Planned Parenthood appears in Spanish-only newspapers and publications. There is a term to describe this type of targeting. The term is racism. In my view, this constitutes genocide against the Black and Hispanic population of our country. I cannot fathom what principle you would espouse that leads you to believe this is in the best interest of women or children.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, we have Lex Orozco, followed by Brian Rodriguez and Gail Brown. Lex Orozco.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Lux. I am a Hispanic person of color. I am also a person that can get pregnant. I am also a very severely ill person, and it's not something I talk about much. But I have several issues with my reproductive organs. And if I end up pregnant, me and the fetus will die. Since Roe v. Wade has been overturned, I have been seeing account after account of women's lives being put in danger because their doctors are talking with lawyers before being able to perform a life-saving abortion. This has brought fear into my life because even though I will try my hardest to never get pregnant, I am someone that if I end up pregnant, I will die. I have talked to many doctors, I have been to many appointments, and that is what I've been told at every single one of them. I hope that as you make this decision, you think of those women and of those people who can become pregnant, but a pregnancy is a death sentence. And also think about those people who depend on medication that is labeled as abortifacient by people who do not understand life-saving medication. As I am also on SSRIs, and some people choose to call those abortifacients. Those medications are keeping me in a place where I can function in society. And if people who are calling themselves pro-life get their way, my access to my medications will be in danger, as they are already in danger in many states that had trigger laws go through. That is all for me. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, and we have Brian Rodriguez, followed by Gail Brown and Alejandra Perez.
All right. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I want to start off by thanking Councilwoman Lopez for your courage, your bravery, and your leadership. And I urge the Council to support the proposed resolution. As former Councilwoman and Supervisor Ramirez mentioned, the Council in 2017 voted to declare the city of Oxnard as a safe city for our immigrant population. When our federal government abdicated its role to protect the most vulnerable in our community, and the state government didn't go far enough, our city did its part by not shying away and fighting for those in our community. And I look forward to coming back and thanking Councilmember Perello for not shying away the issue on guns. Let's not turn back the clock. We must continue to progress. With the first positive budget in over a decade and the many great things happening in our city, let's show our nation, state, and county that we are moving forward and that we stand with women. I respectfully request that you vote to support the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Gail Brown, followed by Alejandra Perez and also Vanessa Valdez.
Hi, my name is Gail Weller Brown and I live in Oxnard. And first of all, I want to voice my sadness that we seem to be going through such a troubling time in our nation. going through so much stress at the moment, becoming so polarized. I wish there was a way to be less conflictive. I'm not officially speaking for Planned Parenthood, but I have been involved with Planned Parenthoods throughout the country for about 50 years. All the Planned Parenthoods that I've been involved with are caring medical facilities that help women with their overall health, as well as through some very difficult times. And if there is an abortion, there is always counseling to help prevent them from having further ones. As many of you will acknowledge, abortions don't end by closing down safe, clean places to have them. What it does is encourage untrained people, unsterile sites, unsafe abortions to happen, and women will die. Poor girls and women will suffer the most because many of them won't have the information or access to safe choices. Rape and incest are terrible things. To get pregnant from them is almost unbearable. And let's be blunt about this. Boys and girls, men and women are going to have consensual sex at times, unprotected. And some women will get pregnant. To think otherwise is to live in a complete dream world. In my opinion, we have the right in a free democracy to decide what choices we make with our own bodies, lives, and futures, and we cannot let that be taken away. By Oxnard becoming a sanctuary city, we can fund, transport, house, and support women from other states that presently don't allow abortions. Many local people are stepping forward to fund and be a part of this process. I think it's the right thing to do. I want to thank Lopez especially for proposing this concept. I'm going to read my stuff. And I encourage the city council members to accept it. Thank you.
Okay, and Alejandra Perez is followed by Vanessa Valdez and Karen Scher.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and City Council. Thank you to the people of Oxnard who are here debating this issue right now. You know, when I heard about this, I was truly shocked. I cannot, as a Hispanic woman of color, as a minority, as an indigenous person, like these people like to bring up all the time, this is not Hispanic values. Esto no me enseñó mi papá, esto no me enseñó mi mamá, de que tenemos que andar matando a criaturas inocentes. We're a Hispanic community. You know, when I think about Oxnard, I think about family. I think about the great people that live here. We just heard the Park and Rec people talk about these beautiful things they want to do for our families. And what do you guys want to do? You want to break that up? You want to support killing babies because that's what you're supporting. Call it what you want. You are killing a life. It's a life. You know what's going to shock me even more now that we're getting AI? And I don't know if you guys have seen what CNN, what MSNBC, Fox, all these medias are talking about, that robots could have feelings, that they may be potentially human. Guys, that is ridiculous that we would say that a machine is human over a fetus. A fetus is not human. Like, really? That's the direction we're going. Don't be surprised when Congress says, oh, yes, robots are human. They're sentient beings. They deserve rights. Guys, we need to protect life. Why can't Oxnard be the city that says, you know what? We're going to help you. We're going to help you when you feel like you can do this on your own. Because that's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be promoting killing babies. And if you are anyone that has wanted to get an abortion and you were someone that said, go ahead and do it, go get that abortion, I'm sorry, you're a sad person. You're a sad person for wanting to tell someone, your friend, someone, kill it. Kill it. Why can't we say, don't kill it? I'll help you. Because that's what community is about, no? We're a community. We're supposed to help each other. We're not supposed to bring each other down. And we're letting the kids down. We're letting children down. We don't know if that unborn child is going to be the next congressperson. We don't know if that unborn child is going to be the next mayor. Guys, come on. This is a moral issue. We're literally sitting here arguing whether or not it's okay to kill a human. It is never okay to kill a human, ever. Two wrongs don't make a right. If someone rapes you, are you gonna go out and rape someone else? If someone kills one of your family members, you're gonna go kill someone else? We don't do that. We're supposed to help each other. Where's your love? Where's your compassion? Come on, we can do better. Oxnard can do better. And you sit there and I don't know, maybe you're not listening to me and maybe you don't care and you're gonna vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Vanessa Valdez, followed by Karen Scher.
Good evening, Oxnard City Council members and Mayor. My name is Vanessa Valdez. I'm an Oxnard native and Chicana lawyer, currently serving as the president for Latinx Bar Association, also known as LBA. On behalf of LBA, I would like to inform you that we are committed to women's rights and reproductive freedoms and stand in solidarity with our community to demand the city of Oxnard be declared a right to choose sanctuary city. We also support the codification of the right to an abortion into federal and California constitutional law. The conservative majority U.S. Supreme Court has chipped away at the wall separating church and state in a series of new rulings, eroding American legal traditions intended to prevent government officials from promoting any particular faith. The Establishment Clause separates church from state, but not religion from politics or public life. Individual citizens are free to bring their religion convictions into any public arena, but the government is prohibited from favoring one religion view over another, even favoring religion over non-religion. Women of color will be disproportionately impacted as more families will be condemned to a lifetime of poverty. More women will die in childbirth and more futures will be diminished. We've seen time and time again that abortion bans and restrictions harm Black communities, Indigenous communities, people of color, and people experiencing financial hardship the most because their ability to make the most basic healthcare decision has been denied. We're determined to not go back to the times before Roe. We're determined to not even going back to the time before the era that succeeded it, which was less bitter than the present, but was never good enough. We're committed to fighting for a time that demands much more. We want reproductive justice and equal rights. This moment is about abortion, and it's about so much more. The systems of white supremacy and economic oppression are working exactly as they are meant to, using our laws and institutions to control our bodies, families, and future. This plainly is an era of repression and regression, in which abortion rights are not the only rights disappearing. Now that we have the Supreme Court has issued its final decision overturning Roe versus Wade and removing the constitutional right to abortion, ensuring that abortions will become illegal or highly restricted in 20 states, it is imperative that we declare the city of Oxnard a sanctuary city. We have entered an era of not just unsafe abortions, but of the widespread state surveillance and criminalization of pregnant women. LBA urges you to do the right thing, to declare the city of Oxnard a right to choose sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Karen Scher, followed by Karen Sharon, followed by Cole Mercado. They're not here. Cole Mercado. Okay. Oh, some Zoom.
She must have been here earlier and now is on the phone.
Can you hold up a second?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead. And by the way, after that, council members, we're gonna have to vote to pass the 10 o'clock. Go, hold on a sec. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me? Oh, goodness gracious. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Council and Mayor Zaragoza. Thank you very much for having me here and allowing me to speak tonight. And thank you especially to City Councilwoman Vianney Lopez for having the courage to bring this forward. And I urge the council to vote yes on both H1 and H2. Pain lives where pain belongs. Pain does live here. My generation is the first generation to go from puberty to menopause with the legal right to control our own bodies and reproductive choices. And not just that, ours is the first generation of women to play a sport in school, to have a bank account and credit card in our own name, to have our own credit history. And we are the first generation of women and those who identify as women to have leased an apartment and brought property in our own name. But on June 24th, the Supreme Court made it the legal right of men to rape women and choose the mother of their child. We all remember when our very own then Senator, now Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, asked the then nominee to the Supreme Court, Brett Kavanaugh, "Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?" And his response, "I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator." He had then every intention of changing that, and they did so on June 24th. Reproductive freedom is the freedom for every body. Without the freedom to control our own lives, bodies, and futures, meaningful equality will remain out of reach. Everyone should be able to determine if, when, how, and with whom to start a family. Poll after poll has shown that 7 in 10 Americans support access to abortion and believe that any decision about pregnancy should be made by that person with those they love and trust, not politicians. Securing freedom means expanding abortion access and affordable contraception, protecting pregnant people from workplace discrimination, and supporting working parents by guaranteeing paid family leave. Planned Parenthood's mission is simple. We are here to help people live full and healthy lives, no matter your income, insurance, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, or immigration status. Planned Parenthood provides high quality, inclusive, and comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care that all people need and deserve with respect and compassion. We advocate for public policies that protect and expand reproductive rights and an access to a full range of sexual and reproductive health services, including abortion, but not limited to abortion. Planned Parenthood is so much more.
Thank you.
Your time
Thank
is
you.
up.
Provide medically accurate
Thank
education
you.
that advances. I'm sorry.
Mr. Bricado, Mr. Bricado, before we continue, we need a vote to go past 10 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, I
Mayor.
move that we continue on until we finish this tonight.
First, by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Perrella. Please vote.
Mayor, before we vote, I'd like to request after Mr. Brocado's comment, if we could take a brief recess.
But that's it. I was going to share that. We're going to take a 10-minute recess after that. Mr. Bricado, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh,
I'm sorry. Please vote.
We already did.
Did you vote?
Yep.
There we
Motion
go.
passes
Voted.
6-0.
Okay, Mr. Bricado, after you speak, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we have how many more speakers here? About 50 speakers or so.
wow, that's quite a few.
Pass you, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a hot button issue. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the City Council for allowing me to be here. I am a resident of Oxnard. I'm a Christian, a father, and an American. It's very interesting the day after the 4th of July, after our Independence Day, to hear so many people get up here and talk about us being a democracy. And the beautiful thing about our country being a constitutional republic is we all do have constitutional rights. Those constitutional rights, it gave us the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the second two don't mean anything without the first. I'm strongly standing here to oppose this resolution. As a Christian, I'm pro-life. And I hear the pain in this. And I know when safe, legal, and rare first came about, that everyone acknowledged that abortion was a travesty. And it seems to think what is happening now
with this pro-abortion movement that we're seeing. It doesn't sound like pro-choice. It sounds like pro-abortion. And as a Christian, as somebody here in the society, I'm a father of two boys, and my daughter was born on the 26th of this past month. She came 9 days early. She was due on the 4th of July, and she was such a blessing. But to look down on her, with her not being due until the 4th, my wife had decided to walk into a Planned Parenthood or one of these clinics and get an abortion. Would the Constitution not have protected my daughter's right to life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness? She was a person. She was beautiful. And for anyone that says that it's not legal, it is. California, we can have abortions here all the way up to term. If it's to protect the mother, which we kept very, very vague, I am all for protecting women's lives. I think when it comes to ectopic pregnancies, I think that saving a woman's life is very different than an abortion. I never saw the part of my daughter's body that was part of my wife's body. When we talk about sanctuary, the mother's womb should be the safest place in the world for a baby. And the fact that we would reach
40
inside
seconds.
and we would rip these young people apart. We passed a law federally in 2004 after Scott Peterson brutally murdered his wife and unborn child, Connor's Law. And we recognize the fact that an unborn child in the womb is a person. Like the pastor had said earlier, once personhood is established, how is it not protected by the 14th Amendment of our Constitution that we have a duty to protect that life? The simplest thing that I can say with my final seconds are we will vote on this. And there are a lot of Christians here in Oxnard and a lot of Catholics.
Your time
They
is
will
up.
be voting when you guys are up for re-election. So
Thank
please
you.
think about that in the coming elections.
Thank you. And we're going into recess for 10 minutes. So we have, after that, we have an additional 61 speakers to attend to. Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Too late.
too late.
Most of them.
How does that work? To the instructions I'm going to give some instructions. Listen to this. I'm going to call 5 people at a time. I'm going to call 5 names. So if you hear your name, get in line so we go ahead and continue this effort. I'm going to call 5 people at the same time. And so once I call your names, get in line and then we'll go from there. So we're going to start off with Lysandra Aldana, followed by Sean, the MD. I think Lysandra needs a microphone. Is that correct? And then we have Marie Knotts, followed by Julian Ruelas, and also Sal Fuentes. So Desanya, excuse me, followed by his doctor, Marie Knotts, Julian Ruelas, and Sal Fuentes. Aldana in the wheelchair. You're on.
Yeah, it's me.
Thank you. Mhm. And the doctor's going to help her. And then we have Marie Knotts is going to follow by Julian Ruelas and then Sal Fuentes. Go ahead. Mhm.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. I would like to request one additional accommodation, and that is of 1 extra minute, because I am masked and I want to make sure that you understand everything I am saying. Thank you. I'm Dr. Sandra Aldana, formerly a governor's appointee representing the Central Coast at the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, and currently the Ventura County representative at the Consumer Advisory Committee at the USC University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities at Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. I would like to go ahead and take this opportunity to, I seem to have lost my statement. I'm sorry, I'm borrowing someone's cell phone because my cell phone ran out of battery. Thank you so much for your time. I wanted to go ahead and read this statement to you from the Association of University Centers on Disabilities to help inform your decision about this proclamation that you have made in terms of your vote. First and foremost, the Association of University Centers on Disabilities recognizes the significance and complexity of the impact of the decision on all people, including people with disabilities. For many, this is deeply personal. AUCD fully supports and advocates for people with disabilities to have the right and freedom to make their own decisions about healthcare. AUCD believes access to healthcare is a fundamental human right for all people. The decision that was taken in the Dobbs case brings to the surface many complex and interrelated issues about rights, privacy, bodily autonomy, and valuing the lives of people with disabilities. For far too long, people with disabilities have been denied control over their own bodies. Forced sterilization and eugenics are part of the shared history of our country. Equality of opportunity, self-determination, community living, and full participation are core values reinforced by the Americans with Disabilities Act. Every person with a disability is entitled to a life of inclusion in the community of their choice, with the support they need to live a dignified and self-determined life. All people, including people with disabilities, should be entitled to quality, accessible, affordable health care, including a comprehensive range of reproductive health care options. Even 32 years after the Americans with Disability Act codified civil and human rights, people with disabilities continue to face institutional bias as well as significant and pervasive barriers to accessing quality health care. AUCD works in partnership with people with disabilities to promote inclusion.
Mr. Maldana, we'll give you another minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. To promote inclusion, dignity, respect, equity, justice, health, and well-being across the lifespan, in all communities within our states, territories, and tribal nations. AUCD recognizes a significant nationwide impact of the Dobbs decision will have on state laws and regulations. The implications of the decision will vary greatly depending on where a person lives. AUCD will strongly support our network members, including the USC, University Center of Excellence in Developmental Disabilities at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, as they address the implications of this decision.
Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, you want to say that? You're next.
Thank you.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you for,
3 minutes.
thank you, Mayor and City Council. I was born before Roe was ruled on, and I've lived most of my life under its protections, both the direct and the indirect protections. I'm a physician. In my training, we were trained about some of the back alley abortions that happened. I thought that was a dark era of our past. The Dobbs decision has proved me wrong. Abortion is not murder. The procedures used in abortion are the same ones used in miscarriages. And just to be blunt, because of this decision, women will die. There are implications from this decision that will prevent just a medical procedure from being done, as has been mentioned, for ectopic pregnancies. And I would differ with the father who said that, I understand the Congress can put into the record what they want, but the medical consensus of 2022 is not that life begins at conception. And despite what the young man over here said, a zygote is not a human. We've had rulings from Roe on that have limited abortions due to viability. And what we're talking about is a woman's or a person who is pregnant, their choice and their choice for life, for their life, when it comes in conflict with some of these options. So as a medical professional, I strongly support you in this contention. I know that it's difficult to stand up against a vocal minority, and it takes courage to stand up for individual rights against the tyranny of the state. And I applaud you for this action. Thank you.
Okay. Marie Knotts, followed by Julian Ruelas and Sal Puentes. Marie Knotts. Okay, not here. Okay. Then the next person is Julian Ruelas Jr. Okay. Sal Fuentes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me. Councilmember Lopez, thank you for the courageousness of proposing this resolution. I'm here to say I'm supporting this resolution. I do have friends here that oppose it. I did say I hope that we can still be friends and break bread, so to speak, after this, knowing that I do support this. So I urge this council to please support the resolution. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Sam Galushi, followed by Angela Whitecomb, and then Lance Ralston and Leonard Schultz.
All right. May I start?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Dear City Council, Pastor Sam Galucci, I believe in the right to life, and myself and our teams have, even though I do believe this, have always cared and loved for women that have chosen an abortion and will continue to. But I oppose this resolution, and I want to give the council another perspective. The truth is, no matter whether we vote yes or no, nothing in the state laws regarding abortion change. Nothing. Not only that, nothing changes in our city regarding abortions? Nothing. Any changes that will occur will be in the statewide election later this year. To be clear, there's lots of strong opinions, and that's not going to change. For as many opinions that say this is the right decision, there are many more that say some others, and that's not going to change. The only thing this does is stir up strife. It stirs up strife, and it causes division and protests like the ones out right now. This decision this way will cause this to be a sanctuary of strife, forcing a decision on the people by 6 people. You don't want to take that burden on. The right thing to do is let the people of Oxnard decide. This is our city. You know, God bless everyone in every other city, but this is our city, and our city's values matter, and the people's voices of our city matters. While you all have your personal decisions, I bless that, but at a minimum, let the citizens of Oxnard vote whether or not we're to be a sanctuary city for abortion. That's the right thing to do, especially when you have over 80% of the citizens are Latino, 90% of them believe in life. You really want to force this on all the citizens without them at least giving a vote? I recommend a peace agreement. I recommend a peace agreement. Vote against this resolution as written and amend it to vote to put it on the local ballot and let the people decide. And then while we do that, you know, for me, we've lost our ability to disagree and still love one another. And this is proof of that. And this does not help at all.
40
Not at all.
seconds.
Instead of being a sanctuary of strife, let us be a sanctuary of peace in our disagreements, a sanctuary of love, no matter what a person chooses. That's what I propose. God bless you.
Thank you. Okay, please, no clapping. Okay, we're gonna need Lance Ralston, followed by Angela Whitecomb, and also Leonard Schultz, and followed by Kyle De La Torre.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem Mayor, and the city council members. My name is Lance Ralston. My wife and I have lived in the city of Oxnard now for 42 years. We've raised 3 children here. I love Oxnard. I love its people. And that's one of the reasons that I pastored a church here for 40 years. I speak tonight representing and on behalf of the 1,200 adults and about 250 children and youth of our church, earnestly asking you to reject the proposed resolution making Oxnard an abortion sanctuary. I've been an ardent supporter of the pro-life cause for decades and know that many residents of the city share my views, and I know that because I have talked to them often about this issue. The Supreme Court's recent overturning of Roe has returned the abortion debate to center stage, but the proposed resolution will do nothing but inflame unnecessary controversy. The state government has already indicated its intention to make California an abortion haven. Therefore, this resolution appears to be purely politically motivated. It completely ignores the most cherished values of an entire segment of its residents. And more than that, it's an egregious slap in the face to their views. To my knowledge, not a single faith leader was approached in the production of this proposal. Though I pastor one of the largest churches in the city, I was not contacted for my input, nor to my knowledge was a single one of my peers. One would think that those entrusted with the governance of the community would reach out to other community leaders on such a potentially divisive issue. Now, I've read the 16 whereases of the resolution, and I have to tell you, after studying this issue for over 30 years, researching it at depth, speaking on it regularly, studying the history of the Roe v. Wade decision and the Griswold case that backed it up in 1965, I can tell you that these whereas resolutions that are part of the 16 of them that are part of the resolution can be easily refuted by anyone that would take the time to do so. But none of us were ever contacted. So I know you have a very difficult issue before you, and you need to know that a lot of people in the city are praying that you'll make the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Whitecomb, followed by Leonard Schultz and Kyle De La Torre.
Good evening. Just in case you were confused on where I stood. I want to thank you for your notification to the public about this issue. I want to thank you for noticing us all equally and giving us the chance to speak. I am in full support of this resolution. I don't like to share this, and we've heard a lot of testimony, but you guys know me. We've served on commissions. I've spoken in front of you. Some of you are my neighbors. Some of you are my friends, and some of you I've just met. When I was 19 years old, I was one of those lovely little girls that was date raped. My mother was 7 months pregnant. I knew what was inside me. There was not a question. If you ask anyone who has to make this horrible decision, they know. They still make the choice. And that choice was given to us. I had an abortion. I had a safe abortion provided to me by a doctor, not in a back alley, not with a coat hanger, not with sewing needles, not with potions, but something that was prescribed and safe. I am married. I have 2 children. They're adults. I volunteer. I serve my community. I volunteered in classroom. I was PTA president. I worked with the Boy Scouts. I was a preschool teacher. I support our children. I love our children, but I love my fellow women also. And this is so important that we protect them and we save them from unnecessary backroom choices, because that choice will always be a choice. The choice is whether it's going to be safe or deadly. And I support you and I thank you and I honor the tough decision that you're here to make tonight. And I know that there's been a lot of threats about your seat on this council, but let me tell you, you've got a lot more people that are behind you also. Not everyone just is here to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Schultz, followed by Kyle Delatorre. Leonard Schultz. Okay, Kyle Delatorre.
Hello, good evening. There are so many other issues in the world that need our immediate attention, yet here we are prioritizing whether or not an individual has the right to choose their own family. As the adults of this community, we cannot stand by and allow people with a religious agenda to once again force their religion onto us. This country has been here before during colonialism. There too were radical religious people forcing their belief system onto others. That of which we are still healing from as a community. If someone does not want an abortion, that's completely all right. What's not all right is forcing someone else to go through an unwanted pregnancy. Someone can argue abstaining from sex is an option from preventing unwanted pregnancy, but that's just not realistic. I personally have met many people, especially men, who cannot bear to even think of abstaining from sex for a month. And yet there is no law or organization forcing vasectomies, because it should be up to the individual to decide what they want to do with their bodies and if they want to have a baby with someone. If the individual who is pregnant wants to terminate their pregnancy, that is completely within the individual choice, and it does not belong to the government nor any other aside from the person who is pregnant. If someone wants to go through with the pregnancy, then that should be completely within their right. To force someone to go through an unwanted pregnancy could put the parent at risk of severe lifelong medical issues, suicide, self-harm, unsafe abortion techniques. And if they are to complete the pregnancy and birth a child, how will they receive love from a parent who never wanted them? Will that child have enough financial support to live their life without fear of homelessness when they age above 18 years old? Will they be educated in safe, consensual sex within their homes and within their schools? Will this child feel accepted and loved wholeheartedly if they come out as queer? We have many other issues that deserve our priority, but since this issue has been brought up now, abortions are a choice belonging to the pregnant individual solely. I know this is being discussed all throughout the United States of America, but I ask that we keep abortion safe and accessible within our community. We owe each other a safe space.
Thank you. I'm going to have the next 5 speakers. It's going to be Daniel Wilson, Raul Laubacher, Mary Bagdanian, Mar Navarro, and Howard Belamontes. So we have Daniel Wilson.
Thank you, City Council, for being here tonight and for bringing this issue up for us to debate in a democratic forum the way we're supposed to. While we all know that this is absolutely first and foremost about abortion and women's access to reproductive health care, if we zoom out, we can clearly see that this is only the first of many systematic targeted attacks on bodily autonomy and the freedom to choose. Choose who we are, who we love, how we love, and what we put into or take out of our bodies, if and when we bring a life into this world. They want to restrict our freedom to choose so many aspects of how we live our lives, and the overturning of Roe versus Wade is just the beginning. This is an issue of human rights and social equity, because while the loss of bodily autonomy and medical privacy will negatively affect people from all communities, it is Black, brown, trans, queer, and poor women and children who will suffer the most from this draconian decision. As those in opposition to this measure yell BS slogans like "we do not co-parent with the government" over what we teach our kids in schools, yet have no problem actively empowering the government to decide what happens inside of our bodies, homes, and bedrooms. And their hypocrisy knows no bounds. The very same people fighting to deny women and queer people autonomy over our own bodies and lives have spent the last 2 years, unironically, yelling a co-opted slogan of female autonomy, "my body, my choice," over a piece of cloth on their face and a whittle shot in their arm. But they are absolutely fine with forced births and regardless of cases of rape, incest, and the risk of death to either the mother or the child. They're pro-life, all right. We cannot allow the archaic religious views of a radical minority to dictate the freedoms, rights, and morality for a majority of this country, let alone the religion known for still molesting little boys and with a track record of murdering Indigenous women and children over centuries in numbers too great to even fathom. Their religion has no place in our laws. So as a community, we need to come together across all walks of life to send a clear message to Washington and SCOTUS that we will not tolerate these grievous violations and systematic stripping away of our rights. So the question you have to ask yourselves is, when history reflects on this moment, is Oxnard going to be remembered as a sundown town that succumbed to bigotry, hatred, and hypocrisy, a city where our neighbors don't feel safe in their own communities? Or is Oxnard going to be remembered as a city who opened its arms to those in need? I urge you to choose love, to be on the right side of history and declare Oxnard a sanctuary city and codify reproductive healthcare into law so that Oxnard is known as a city where all walks of life are truly safe and welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, and the speaker is Paul Laubacher, followed by Mary Bagdasian, Maureen Navarro, and then Howard Hamadotz. And the Latorre. Is Paul Laubacher in? Okay. Mary and my Baydosin. Mary.
Mary Bagdasian.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you can't read my writing.
That's right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Zaragoza, and City Council members and staff. My name is Mary Bagdasian. I grew up here in Oxnard and my family still lives here after moving here in 1971. My parents raised 6 children, 3 of whom were born disabled, all 3 with deafness, 1 with multiple disabilities. Their firstborn, my sister, was born deaf. She also has a learning disability. After she was born, they chose to give birth to 5 more children. If they had been pro-choice, I may not have been born. My parents have been an incredible example of self-sacrifice and commitment. It wasn't easy and it still isn't. My parents are my heroes. They raised me with the knowledge that all children are a gift from God. Unfortunately, as a young adult, I strayed from that truth. I became pro-choice. I said you couldn't legislate morality, but I was ignorant and believed that without really thinking. Then when I was a young adult, a friend invited me to watch Silent Scream, a film narrated by Dr. Bernard Nathanson, an OBGYN who had performed or assisted with 75,000 abortions. While I watched the film, my heart and mind changed. I was no longer pro-choice because of the reality of what that film depicts. An abortion and a child in the womb trying to avoid the instrument of the doctor and eventually succumbing to death. I challenge you all to watch that film, Silent Scream. Look at the truth of what happens during an abortion. Planned Parenthood supporters are here tonight. 75% of their revenue comes from services. They stand to lose revenue if the number of abortions goes down because of the reversal of Roe v. Wade. Planned Parenthood has contributed to the deaths of millions of unborn children. They have a vested interest in keeping abortion available and also increasing their numbers. They are a business. I gave a copy of a book and a film called Unplanned to the city clerk earlier that I wanted to have you all pass around among yourselves. It is about Abby Johnson, a former Planned Parenthood director in Texas who changed her mind about abortion after she assisted with a surgical abortion. She saw the reality and couldn't participate with it anymore. So I wanted to tell you about Life Center of Ventura County. They give free help for those who need maternal help, items, formula, counseling, parenting classes, ongoing support of the mother. And the help doesn't stop once she has the baby. If a woman decides to have an abortion, she can still come to Life Centers and receive help free of charge. They are not a business. The city of Oxnard must be a life-affirming city. It must be a city that promotes families and helps them to live in the best way possible. Please help women who feel that abortion is their only option.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Maureen Navarro. It's Maureen Navarro, followed by Howard Talamontes and Kyle De La Torre. Maureen Navarro. Okay. Howard, and I'm going to spell Pelmounts. Howard. Okay, and then Kyle De La Torre.
I already went.
Okay, that's what I mentioned before. See, what did I tell you? Well, okay. Our next 5 speakers is going to be Rose Magallanes, followed by Irma Bañuelos and Gloria Terracera and Alice Franco and Becky Olson. So Rose Magallanes. Okay. She's on Zoom. Oh. We have 3 in Zoom. Okay, let's take those Zooms in. 3 of them. And I'm going to call the other folks, so be ready. Rose Magallanes. After we'll go Zoom. Irma Bañuelos. Gloria de las Sierras. And Alice Franco. And Becky Olson. After we go to the Zoom, that guys should be in line. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Shannon Gillespie McComb. Please unmute.
I'm Shannon Gillespie McComb.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm a lifelong Oxnard resident, and I've been speaking at these city council meetings since I was 8 years old. Oxnard is my forever home. I'm now a biomedical engineer and a lawyer. I wouldn't be here without the village and community of my family and Oxnard. But part of loving something so deeply is you want it to be the best it can be. Today's resolution of H1 should be passed because it tells the world Oxnard is the welcoming home I have touted it to be. I'd like to break down the law as it was and why this isn't just symbolic, but why this resolution is an important step for our city. In Roe v. Wade, the court stated that women had a constitutional right to choose to have an abortion or not. Further, the court created a test to balance those conflicting interests of the woman and a fetus. After the viability line, the state's interest became so concrete and cognizable that each state could regulate after the viability line, which is why many states had bans against third trimester abortions, with some exceptions. Casey then stated that the state had some interest in the pregnancy before the viability line, so they could pass legislation that did not pose an undue burden on a woman. The court was developing that case law. That's how we got here today. States were actively regulating abortions before, but the federal law protected the basic right of liberty for a woman to choose her bodily autonomy. I've never thought that when I was sitting with my friends after reporting rape and contemplating the what if to the nth degree that any decision was easy. But that is our life. We make the hard decisions for ourselves. RBG stated, it is essential to women's equality with man that she be the decision maker. That is her choice, be controlling. The reason many women today feel this is enraging is because you resent your captor who forces a life-changing decision upon you. This isn't about states' rights versus federal rights. There is no precedent for that. This is about controlling women. This is about a war on women. This is the first time in U.S. history that a constitutionally recognized
40
right
seconds.
has been taken away. Believe in Oxnard. Believe in Oxnard's power in this world. This is my forever sanctuary, and let's share that with all women, as it's essential to indicate to our federal government and country that women are protected here, especially in making difficult decisions for themselves. Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll take one more Zoom and then we'll go back to the ones here in the chamber.
Sandra E., please unmute by pressing *6.
And again, Rose Magallanes, be ready, and Irma Banuelos and Gloria Tresierras and also Alice Franco and Becky, be ready after this one.
Sandra.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I would just like to share that my mother was a date rape. I'm the product. I'm a child of date rape. We had some hard times, but we worked it all out. And now at my age, at her age, I should say at 87, she needed care. So I sold my home and bought a bigger home and took in her and her sister. And she actually told me that she felt it was God's plan all along because she never could have children when she married my stepfather. So she said that she believes that she became sterile. So also, I wanted to share that I'm against this abortion sanctuary in Oxnard. I'm actually just stunned that we would even have such a thing in my lifetime. You know, I just want to share there is help out there. And there's people I've known that flown to other countries to adopt babies. And I never could understand, why can't we adopt here? You know, there's a lot of people that want children, and the churches are able to help. I was on a prayer team at my church, and there were many young women that came up for prayer because they had suicidal thoughts and intentions and were cutting themselves. And it made me really realize how damaging it is. You know, people don't realize until they're there. And when you hear these women talking, and also men that would come up because later on they realized what they did and it was too late. And so I just wanted to state that I believe it is a wrong decision. This has nothing to do with medical rights. This has everything to do with life. I have the Constitution right here, and it's Amendment 14. And it states right here that nor shall any state deprive any person of life. It says life. Look it up yourself, Amendment 14. And it says, of course, liberty or
30
property.
seconds.
So I just urge you to listen to your heart and what's right. You're alive for a reason. Think about it. If you would have been aborted, I'm so grateful my mother kept me. So do the right thing. People, do not believe the lie out there. I know you think that it's your rights. It's a lie. It's a money-making lie. Don't believe it. Thank you.
Okay, and then let's go with Rose Magallanes, followed by Irma Banuelos. Rose Magallanes, are you here? Okay. Irma Banuelos. Irma Banuelos. Okay, Gloria Teresierras. Gloria. Okay. Alice Franco. Becky Olson. Becky. And as she comes up, then I'm going to be calling Marilyn. Marilyn Cervantes. Go ahead, Becky.
Good late evening. I didn't plan on speaking, but I felt that I needed to speak up for the voiceless, the unborn baby who at just 3 weeks following conception, a heartbeat can be detected. At 6 weeks, the baby's brain waves are developing, and by 8 weeks, they can feel pain. Because of my faith in God and Jesus Christ, who came into this world as a baby, I am pro-life. 2 mornings a week, I, along with others, stand on the sidewalk outside the abortion clinic to pray for and offer help and hope to women going into the clinics to have an abortion, to offer them help, hope, and options. They don't have to have their baby removed from their womb piece by piece. I have seen women in tears as they drive into the clinic, or sad faces. They feel abortion is their only option. I know people say an abortion is the woman's choice, but after talking with many of these women, they are feeling pressured by a boyfriend, husband, family member, or feel it's the only option they have at this time in their life. I'm asking you to support these pregnant women and all pregnant women in Oxnard, whether they are in a planned or unplanned pregnancy. Let Oxnard be a sanctuary city for the unborn and for their mothers. Let's support and celebrate the life of both the mom and baby. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Marie Cervantes, followed by Pastor A.D. Duff, Teresa Bell, and also Carmen Torres and Diana Dompauva. Do we have Marie Cervantes? Okay. And do we have Pastor Duff Jr.? Pastor Duff.
Mayor Zaragoza, City Council, good evening and God bless you. I'm Al Duff, pastor in the city of Oxnard. It's a beautiful city and precious people. I just want to stand and say just a couple of things that we realize what we're talking about, what we're dealing with. And God is real. And we've continued on in legislation and policies and politics without God. Exit God. We have to bring God back into the equation. When we stood up and pledged the allegiance to the flag, the United States, there is a God of that flag. When you came and took an oath, I imagine you put your hand on a Bible, you know, the basic instruction before leaving earth, or the best investment before leaving earth, that you said, I will faithfully execute these duties to your abilities, so help me God. So we're talking about a God issue, and it's been exited from the women's rights issue versus life. And I know you all have heard several great arguments and positions about that, but it is about life. It's about our Heavenly Father. And I don't want to see this beautiful city and its precious people up under a curse because we chose, I have a choice to murder a baby. I have a choice to do what I want with my body, but enter God and the relationship with Him, and that's what makes all the difference in this world, in this city of Oxnard that we love so dearly in each and every one of our lives. I'm so glad that I wasn't aborted. And I really feel for all the women, even the men that have issue with this particular resolution right now, but they're hurting. They've had some damage to them. They have damage to the heart, whether it's a father, a boyfriend, an abusive husband, another woman. There was some abuse there. I could feel that. I could see that. That's in their commentary. But I want to stand before not just myself, but other clergy and men and women of God, and ask for your forgiveness, and ask and repent on behalf of the clergy of this city, this beautiful
40
city.
seconds.
Say, will you forgive us for not properly preaching, teaching, delivering you the power and the presence of Almighty God? Please forgive us. And we promise to do a better job at it, because God hates religion, but He loves relationship. That's why He sent His Son to be reconnected with Him, so we can enjoy these freedoms, life and liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in Him. So let's re-enter and think about God as our Father, and He sent His Son as the Lord and Savior, so we could get back on track and not be up under a curse, but have the liberty and the love to flow with the power and the presence of God. Amen, somebody.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Bell, followed by Carmen Torres and Diana Domtanv ECA. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I keep hearing the instances of rape, incest. That actually only accounts for 1% of abortions performed in this country. And that's according to Guttmacher Institute, which is one of the largest pro-choice research organizations in this country. So the majority of the reasoning for women having abortions is actually based off of convenience, financial convenience, educational convenience, and that's horrible. I don't want to speak for others, but I'm tired of my tax dollars funding healthcare that I do not agree with. And I keep hearing the argument that abortion, we need safe abortion. Life-threatening instances, that's also a very small percentage that accounts for the need for abortion in our country. And a D&E, a dilation and evacuation procedure, is nowhere near as safe as an emergency C-section. An emergency C-section by an OBGYN can be done in less than 1 hour. A D&E can take up to several days because of all of the steps that are required to kill a baby, especially in second and third trimester. So I'm tired of hearing about safe, or access to healthcare. You are in the United States of America. If you have an emergency, you are never denied care walking into an emergency room. Ever. I'm a licensed vocational nurse. I have a bachelor's in health science, so I'm not ignorant on a lot of these subjects. And I'll say it again, I do not want my tax dollars going towards, I don't know what this entails, Ms. Lopez, but would it mean we're going to have more clinics in our city? Because we already have one right down the street, Planned Parenthood, right next to the school that I went to, the elementary school, St. Anthony's. for 9 years. And it's just over the other side of the shopping center from the high school, Santa Clara High School, that I went to, and it breaks my heart to see it. And I hope I can continue protesting out in front of it, because Planned Parenthood feeds our youth and our women complete lies. And it was founded by Margaret Sanger, who openly said she wanted to kill off the Negro population. That means you're responsible and indirectly condoning that mindset if you allow this to happen. And that is shameful. And it's derived from hate. And that is really sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Torres. Is Carmen and Carmen Torres? And then Diane, and I'm going to spell the last name Domitavvecu. Diane. Carmen Torres, okay. Okay, let me see. Then the next batch that we have here is Joseph, and I'm going to spell the last name DametruVcu. Joseph. Okay. He's up there. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's try the next speaker then. Gentlemen. Is that Joseph?
He is asking if he can call in on Zoom, so I will go ahead and call on him now. Yes, Joseph?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening to all of us. And I will also keep you all in my prayers, including Ms. Councilwoman Lopez too. I would like to speak tonight to beg of you please to reject this motion for this horrible, horrible thing, this the reproductive rights in this abortion, allowing of abortions in our city. It's a very horrible and a sad situation. I come from my father, who had 12 children in his family. I think they had the right of reproductive at that time, many years ago. And I think all of us have the rights for reproductive. The only thing I'd like to say too is in our Declaration of Independence, it clearly states that we held these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created, that we are endowed by the Creator for certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are the rights that were given to us through our Declaration of Independence. And I don't read in there about reproductive rights or healthcare. Healthcare to me, as an engineer, tells me healthcare in saving lives. And an abortion does not save lives. And it is very unhealthy to the poor child. But I thank you all for your time and for your consideration. And may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Barbara Mackey Ortiz, followed by Sal Gonzalez, Vanessa Terran, and Anthony Walker. Barbara Mackey Ortiz.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. My name is Barbara Macri Ortiz. I'm speaking in favor of this. Actually, for the rights of women is what this is really about, and control. And women do also have the rights to liberty and and self-determination. But I kind of want to talk a little bit about history because we kind of missed it. You know, in 1960, I remember when John Kennedy was running for president. And as a Catholic, I was so proud that finally a Catholic got elected to be president. But the most vivid memory I have of that period was when he was made to swear that he would uphold the Constitution and he would not take orders from the Pope. And that time, separation of church and state was a big deal, especially because Catholicism in those days was not a favored religion. Many of you probably won't even remember that. But what we have now is we have a court that has abandoned the separation of church and state in favor of the establishment of the Catholic Christian view of religion. You know, the question, I mean, let's face it, from everything that we've heard today, the issue is really religious one. It's a religious one. And not every religion has the same understanding of when life begins. In fact, I think in the Jewish faith, life begins with the first breath of the baby. So basically, we take this position that from fertilization, you can't do anything because there's already a life, then we are encroaching on the religious liberty and rights of other religions. You know, and the court has basically run roughshod over the rights of various religions. So, you know, let's face it, this is a religious issue. And I'd say beware. Today, maybe the Catholics are in power, but that doesn't mean that 20 years from now, they'll be in power. And so be careful what you wish for. And what we're about is with the Constitution and the rules of democracy, that's what we have to be focused on. You know, we must respect our state and our federal constitutions and leave the establishment of religion out and let every single one of us choose our religion and how we interpret it and how we live it. That's why they fled from England, so they could have religious freedom. And this is really what it's about. You know, as we've seen, the strongest speakers were all the religious faith. And so something's wrong. with
Your
that
time is up.
situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sal Gonzalez, followed by Vanessa Turan and Anthony Walker. Sal Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I did a letter, you probably have already received it, and it is an appeal to you not to adopt the recommended actions. You know that this is a very divisive issue in the community, indeed in the state and the country. There are strong views and emotions and arguments on both sides of the issue. Even I am willing to admit that, even though I am pro-life, okay? So I'm surprised that the city attorney and some of you have taken the position that you're going to take one side, okay? Some of you have already expressed that how you stand, okay? It's going to be very difficult as politicians for you to change your mind. But I appeal to you to change your minds, okay? To look at this for what it is. It is about abortion, okay? I'm pro-life, okay? Not only am I against abortion, but I'm also for medical care, for medical services, for food stamps, for all those things that improve the quality of life for families, for children, okay? So that those women who are involved in this issue, okay, don't have to decide between that there's no care, so I have to abort. If we provide the services, they won't have a need to do that. Okay, so it is important that we keep that in mind as to what pro-life is, okay, and what this issue is. It is about abortion. If you look at the amendments, okay, that is being recommended, it is about abortion, okay, and there's a significant change here, okay. If you look at what the law is now, it is abortion permitted up to the viability of the fetus. Guess what? What is being proposed doesn't have that language. You can have an abortion up to near birth. There is no limitation, okay? So let us all remember that, okay? We're out of city that the majority that I have talked to are people who are pro-life, okay? if you think that we are a minority, you better rethink that, because we're not. I'm also surprised that you have not been offered an alternative. In a lot of cities I work for, including the city of Oxnard, there are alternatives to the recommended action. There are no alternatives here. There is one viewpoint. It is to adopt this.
30
resolution.
seconds.
So I think that this city, and you have to respect the will of the people here. I hope that you do, okay, and not be misled by others, okay, that this is the right decision, which is to support abortion. It is not, okay? It is for life, and I hope that you will bear that in mind as you make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Vanessa Charan, followed by Anthony Walker. Vanessa Charan.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and City Council members. Vanessa Teran, Policy Director, on behalf of the Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. We're here today in strong support of the resolution supporting reproductive rights. MyCop has a history of advocating for women's rights by training a new generation of Indigenous community health workers. In this work, we empower our community based on Indigenous cultural norms regarding women's right to making their own decisions about their own bodies. MyCop believes in human rights and that everyone should be free to exercise their physical autonomy and make their own decisions about their reproductive life, including whether and when to have children. It is essential that abortion laws respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of pregnant people and do not force them to resort to unsafe abortions. We proudly note that in 2019, Oaxaca, where many of our community members originate from, became the second state after Mexico City to decriminalize abortion. When then in 2021, the Supreme Court in Mexico declared that abortion can no longer be considered a crime. MyCop also strongly believes that reproductive freedom is a key to women's economic mobility. When women are forced to have children without their own choice, their children are entered into a cycle of poverty, including becoming part of the unwanted child syndrome, which often leads them to end up in protected child services, which is then even more damaging than poverty when a child is not wanted and they then have a higher chance of being abused. This is devastating, as they will have a much lower quality of life. This coming November, Proposition 1 will be on our ballot to enshrine the right to abortion and contraception in California's Constitution. We must recognize and cultivate intersections of our collective liberation, and it would be strongly affirmed if we adopt the resolution tonight, where we can make history for the dignity, rights, and life of women and other people who can become pregnant in Oxnard, California. Thank you.
Okay, Anthony Walker. Anthony Walker. And it's going to be followed by J.D. Stevens and Max Schumacher. Go.
Mayor Zaragoza, I have before me a letter that has already been electronically transmitted to the council, but I was asked to and requested on behalf of Reverend John Love, pastor, to read it for the public record and to the council as well as to the audience. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and members of the Oxnard City Council, as the pastor of Santa Clara Church, Santa Clara School, Santa Clara Chapel, and Ventura Korean Catholic Church, which together comprise over 7,000 Roman Catholic families within the community of Oxnard, I, Reverend John W. Love, wish to voice my opposition to Council Member Lopez's proposed July 5th, 2022 City of Oxnard request to enact the proposed resolution supporting reproductive rights. Most statements of this resolution are political platforms, not established facts. For example, to state that legal abortion is essential to the personal autonomy, health, and equality of women, or that demand for abortion access will not change as a result of overturning Roe versus Wade, are simply oft-repeated political tropes. These statements are not based on measurable data, but on hackneyed sound bites. The resolution itself is offensive to many Oxnard residents who hold that non-therapeutic abortion cheapens life, harms women and family life, and most critically, destroys the nascent life of an innocent child, with about 1/2 of 60 million babies killed being of African American or Hispanic race since the legalization of abortion in 1973. The proposed resolution is inflammatory and entirely unnecessary. In a multicultural, multi-religious, and family-friendly city such as Oxnard, there is no gainful reason for the city of Oxnard to take a stand and attempt to enshrine such a charged political statement, especially when Governor Gavin Newsom has made it clear that he now wishes to greatly
30
expand
seconds.
abortion funding and services in the state of California using our taxpayer dollars. This resolution is needlessly divisive and polarizing, creating even more tension within our city and neighborhood when peace and clear thinking is needed. I request that the resolution be dismissed. Signed, Reverend John W. Love, Pastor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please, no clapping, please. J.D. Stephens, followed by Max Shoemaker and Joel Etler, and also let me see, Maureen. Oh, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry,
hi. Hang on, my phone locked.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is JD Stevens. I am a poet, comedian, writer, and I am queer, Christian, gender fluid, and a person who supports the resolution for reproductive rights. As a Christian, I grew up believing to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself, and by this you will fulfill the law. To me, that looks like feeding and homing the homeless, standing by those who are trans and LGBTQ, and supporting those with uteruses, among many other things. This body was not elected to support the interests of one select group of religious believers. It was elected to protect the bodies of those who have uteruses. It shouldn't matter how many people show up in support of their religion. The fact of the matter is, they don't speak for me or my uterus, or for the uterus of any person who may get pregnant. They don't speak for anyone outside of themselves and those who share their ideas, which operate outside of what a science book dictates. Faith should not be consulted in matters of science and healthcare. We owe it to this country filled with scared uterus owners to allow our city to stand as a bastion of hope, that separation of church and state still can be observed. The conversation of when to have an abortion or how belongs between a person with a uterus and their doctor. This affects the poorest of the poor among us. We cannot pretend this is a decision that would serve the interests of those who are the most vulnerable in our society. We have a responsibility to step up to the occasion and to do all we can for them, including not standing in their way of getting necessary medical procedures. We owe it to those who have uteruses, both that are in the city and that are watching from other cities and other states, to let them know they are heard and seen and protected and valued. Our government at the federal level has failed us all miserably. It is a sad day when we must fall upon the city ordinances to protect us. Yet still we ask you to step up and do what the Supreme Court didn't and should have. And still we ask you to continue to push forward the resolution for reproductive rights, to tell all people with uteruses, you are safe here, you are welcome here, that we as a city choose to stand with you in solidarity.
30 seconds.
Not just in word, but in deed, by making our city a sanctuary for reproductive rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Max Schumacher, followed by wait a minute, CHMADER. Okay.
No, that's me.
Okay.
Thank you, Oxnard City Council, and especially Council Member Lopez for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Max. I'm a trans non-binary person. I have a uterus. I can get pregnant if I choose to. This is not just a women's issue. That being said, I'm not here to argue the morality of abortion because the truth is I am exhausted from having to continuously defend the right to bodily autonomy over and over again in a country that prides itself on freedom and people who refuse to open themselves up to viewpoints outside their church pews and live in cognitive dissonance. And some may scoff at that and call me names, but thank you for that because I got news for you. It just makes me stronger. And I would urge you to please vote yes on H1 and H2. I just want this resolution to pass so that people with uteruses who need reproductive health care, who may not have access to it in their home state, can have a safe place to receive that care and recover. So that people with uteruses can see that we hear them, we see them, and we love them, and we support them. If you've seen the news lately, you may have heard about the 10-year-old in Ohio and the 12-year-old in Mississippi who are pregnant with their rapist child. The 10-year-old was denied an abortion while it was still legal in their state, and they had to travel out of state. They were lucky. They had the means to do so. Not everyone has the means to do that. Aborto seguro es compasión. Thank you.
Okay, then the next speaker is Joelle Adler, followed by Clara Berry. Okay, let me see. Is Joelle A-T-L-E-R? Joelle?
Joel Allen.
Joelle? My apologies.
It's all right.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joel Allen, and I'm a U.S. Army combat veteran who firmly believes in our First Amendment right to free speech, which allows everyone here today to give that opportunity. And I'm really tired of hearing about how many people are oppressed lately in the United States. We live in the greatest country in the history of the world. I guarantee you not many people in here have served this country. Not only have they not been to war, but probably not even a third world country. So people forget that our founding fathers created this amazing country and our laws literally from the Bible and God's word. It's in the history. So I just want to let me tell you firsthand that we have more rights than any other country, and those rights are being eroded away every day. The most important, the unborn does not have rights in California, literally zero. So I challenge everyone in here to read and learn about our actual Constitution, because it's not in our Constitution. 110%, it's not in there, zero. Too many people in this country knows nothing about our Constitution. It's all about opinion. So abortion is not constitutional right, period. I hear about women's choice and healthcare constantly. What about the baby? With that said, I've heard for 2.5 years about trust to science. Well, let me tell you, California leads the country with false science. 100% false. One fact of science is that baby is a life once the egg is fertilized. Okay, if your opinion is against that, then it's just an opinion, not facts or science. Okay, there is a law in the books today that if you murder a woman while she is pregnant, you are charged with double homicide. So that does not mean when the woman is 6 months pregnant. It means at any stage, 3 days, murder. So that's just another testimonial behind abortion is willful murder. I challenge everyone in this room to look back to your mother and ask, would it be okay if they aborted you? It would be okay because you wouldn't be here. So that means that you wouldn't be the beautiful person you are here today. So just think about that. Okay. So I pray for this council to vote against this, and I pray for our leaders as country, including California, to change the path they are guiding our people down.
Thank you, Mara Hogan. Please, no clapping, please. We're almost to the end here. We still have another 20-some to go. So, Mara Hogan.
Thank you. It's been a
Okay,
very
please. Let's give the speaker some attention here. Thank you.
It's been a very long evening. Thank you for the time. My personal choice is life. However, I have been a victim and I've been counseled for my choices. I have been married and have absolutely given birth to 2 wonderful children. But I was counseled that I should abort one of my children because he had possible genetic issues. Today, he is a healthy child heading off to high school. I made a choice. I chose not to abort him, and I'm glad that I have him to enjoy life with. That was my personal choice. I have seen as a teacher a pregnant 10-year-old child. She was made to suffer because her, her pregnancy was due to rape. I stand in faith that all children are a gift from God. And however small the percentage of women, girls who find themselves in need of a medical procedure should have that ability. However, that freedom of choice to decide for themselves should be safe, legal, and rare. It shouldn't be just an off decision or a form of birth control. This decision is one that should be given to people to decide. The vote should not be dictated to us. My concern is that the burden of the city of Oxnard will bear. My own children have had to wait more than a year for a medical specialist. So now, if we become a sanctuary state, where does the burden lay? We're going to have to, the system is already overwhelmed. I fear that the community will be allowing our young girls to hide these events from their parents. I don't want to encourage that or support that. Who will emotionally support these young girls? They are going to go through the worst, most trying time of their life. And if they're coming here from other cities and other states, who's going to take care of them? We're literally going to leave them and send them back on a bus to deal by themselves at
40
14 years
seconds.
old? The city cannot financially support the additional women who may be facing the most tragic experience of their lives. The cost of the medical needs, the recovery, the housing, the food, the psychiatric care that these women will endure is going to weaken the city and the ability to maintain a safe community where we can raise godly children who will choose life for the next generation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Clara Beret, followed by Christina Sosa and Hannah Godinez. Okay. Christine Sosa.
I'm speaking as a proud Californian woman and mother. When I heard this idea of making Oxnard a sanctuary city, it captured my imagination. Of course, Oxnard needs to be a sanctuary for women who need help. But Oxnard becoming a sanctuary city for abortions has nothing to do with being a sanctuary for any human being. This is about being a sanctuary for money that flows from scared, angry, hurt women in vulnerable situations who need support, not further betrayal. Abortion is supported by companies that want to take mothers of families and turn them into worker bees, by men who want to avoid responsibility for fatherhood and who are willing to pay for that, by people who don't recognize how devastating and irreversible the damage caused by abortion is to mothers, fathers, siblings, grandparents, to entire families across generations, including future generations. Our taxes should not be used to help destroy lives, families, and society. Oxnard does not need or want blood money. Women deserve better, and we can do better. We have wonderful communities and organizations out here who support women and their families of all sizes. I have a message for any mother who feels scared, pressured, abandoned, and alone, who feels that she has to choose between aborting her baby or aborting her dreams. Do you know why politicians and deadbeat partners don't want you to have your baby? It's because they don't want you to become a stronger woman. They want to keep you marginalized, vulnerable, and wounded. And motherhood is a beautiful way to heal and become a stronger woman. Your children can help you dream bigger. Your children will give you something even more powerful and even more worth fighting for. Motherhood isn't easy. It can mean that some of our dreams might have to be put on hold for a while.
40 seconds.
Until we've grown more. But it's worth it. We're in this together. Here in California, our state flag has a grizzly bear on it. I'm really proud of that flag. Have you ever seen a mother grizzly defending her cubs? That's what mothers are. And we're here to help you and help you protect your baby, your own irreplaceable, unrepeatable baby. So how do I know there's help? Because who trusts the news these days? There's only one way to be sure about that, and that's to do it yourself. So I'm going to keep volunteering at my pregnancy center. I am going to give more money for mothers. And here are the places you can go. Life Choices, Life Centers, and Options United. Google them. Planned Parenthood loves money. Oxnard and its neighbors support moms and their babies. Thank you.
Your time is up.
Christine Sosa. Christine Sosa, followed by Hannah Godinez. Christine Sosa, are you here? Or Hannah Godinez?
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak and for hearing us.
Are you Christina?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm Hannah.
Oh, Hannah?
Hannah Godinez.
Okay, Hannah Godinez.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. I'm for life, and I'm glad that your mothers were as well. I'm very sad, Miss Lopez, that you even thought of this. How sad if we were to become a city that brought in people and allowed murder to be on our hands. God does say that he hates killing. And if we choose to do so, that blood will be on our hands and there will be a curse for us. There will be consequences. I'm a mother of 8. I never dreamed of having a child, but thank you, Jesus, that my parents were pro-life and abortion was not an option. It was not talked about. Life was talked about in our home. And because of that, it wasn't a second thought. I just had my children. I didn't plan on it. Didn't have much money, but let me tell you, God says that children are a blessing and they really are a blessing and he will provide. I went 2 years not having to buy diapers, not having to buy clothes. The churches are very generous. All of them, thank God for them. We have Ventura Crisis Pregnancy Center in Ventura that has a program for women that if they are in need, they will provide diapers, they will provide classes, they will provide clothes. There's many resources out there to help us women. By the grace of God, I have not had to be on any kind of government program. My husband has been able to support all of us.
40 seconds.
Thank you to him, Alan Godinez. So on behalf of the Beltran Godinez clan, there's hundreds of us. We are pro-life. We have a big family. We love our family. Please do not make this a bloody, murderous city for women. I feel really bad for women who are in situations that they didn't dream of. But let me tell you, with God, all things are possible. Amen. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Max Williams. Max Williams.
In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sanctum. Amen. Now, we can very obviously see that, and we have people from the opposition who have admitted this, that these are very small, innocent children conceived in the womb and being brought to bear. I mean, look at this image here. That's undeniable. That's a human child. And we even have like people here who are struggling with disabilities trying to argue for the pro-choice position. What about how many babies must we consider are aborted because of the fear that they'll be disabled? If we care about disabled people, why are we aborting them? Or like it just makes so sense. It's contrary to any understanding of natural law whatsoever and science. Now, you here have responsibility to actually make the right choice and do something about it. What would be smart of you guys, if, since you're representing the community, is just don't force a very divisive situation, a divisive law on the community, when let them decide, as our pastor friend here was saying. So I think the choice here is rather obvious, that just leave it as it is, or just straight up ban abortion, one of the two, but have it go back to the community of Oxnard. Say, hey, do we want to become whatever sort of a sanctuary city you're trying to imagine up, or do we want to just let things be as before and hopefully, by the grace of God, get a little better? That's what I have to say on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Please, no clapping, please. Our next speaker is Lisa Harris. And it's going to be followed by Mary Short. Lisa Harris.
I stand here today in support of Oxnard to become a sanctuary city. I'm a woman speaking on behalf of dozens and dozens of other women that share my belief. From my family, friends, coworkers, medical professionals, city workers, social workers, different people that come from all races, backgrounds, incomes, religions, areas, states, and cultures. For many of them, if it were not for their right to get an abortion and have safe access to it, they wouldn't be able to live the beautiful life they do now. Whether it be for the fact that their lives depended on terminating the pregnancy, or not being financially stable to support a child, or having unsafe or even non-existence of housing. It's estimated that 49% of abortion patients live at or below the poverty level, while 59% of abortion patients already have children, and 55% are experiencing at least one disruptive life event. Moreover, according to a 2020 study, women denied abortions are more likely to fall into debt, file for bankruptcy, and use social services. Marginalized groups, particularly low-income women and women of color, will be the most impacted if there is no access or help to safely and responsibly receive medically monitored abortions, causing greater societal inequity. By taking away rights from women to govern their own body, you are taking away a major freedom to decide on their future. And it sends the message that to those with the uterus, you are a second-class citizen and not deserving of the freedom to make your own choices. Why is it that women are the ones revoked of this freedom to make decisions for our own bodies, for medical care, lives, and our future, when there is no rights of equal measure being taken from men? A woman's body should not be governed by religion, men, or laws. Abortion care is health care, and it's a personal matter that should be left to the patient and their healthcare provider. Consider this: a woman is having an ectopic pregnancy, bleeding out, and has no medical access to an abortion. So if an abortion procedure can't be done and there is no time to go to trial or courts, then death is absolute.
40 seconds.
In this situation, it's allowing the courts to have a do not resuscitate on a woman. By Oxnard becoming a sanctuary for those seeking abortions, we help those that are requiring abortions for the sake of their life, their future. Being at stake, have a safe place to receive safe medical care instead. This is not to ask for everyone to go and get an abortion. That's a personal choice. As every pregnant person has a choice to continue their pregnancy, the choice to terminate should be the same. Access to reproductive health care, including access to abortion, is therefore essential to the personal autonomy, health, and equality of women. Women are in need of aid, hope, and protection of reproductive rights. They're asking for refuge, not prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Tyker, followed by Pat Brown, and then Darlene Gonzalez. Joe Tyker, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Joe. Thicher.
I think you called my name earlier, Mary Short.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
Good evening. I would like to propose an additional or perhaps alternative resolution. The Liberty and Justice for All resolution that better reflects the progress our country is making toward becoming a truly just society with equal rights for everyone. So this is the proposed resolution. Whereas the United States Supreme Court has confirmed that its 1973 Roe versus Wade decision was made in error. Whereas in Dobbs versus Jackson, the Supreme Court has affirmed that the U.S. Constitution does not contain a right to abortion, nor any allusion to a right to abortion. Whereas every medical textbook confirms that an individual human life begins at fertilization. Whereas every abortion intentionally causes the death of a unique, whole individual human being. Whereas every abortion inflicts the violence of starvation, dismemberment, or lethal injection on an innocent human being. Whereas 40 babies are aborted for every one who is placed for adoption. Whereas over 1 million families are waiting for a baby to be placed with them for adoption. Whereas over 80% of abortions are purely elective and another 15% are for socioeconomic reasons. Whereas 85% of abortions are sought by women who voluntarily had sex outside of marriage. Whereas the idea that women are unable to make responsible choices about their bodies prior to becoming pregnant is degrading and sexist. Whereas the idea that the deciding factor in women's success is easy access to abortion is degrading and sexist. Whereas the idea that women cannot be valuable members of society without the ability to kill their children is degrading and sexist. Whereas our society rightly condemns the fathers who abandon their children. Whereas the abortion lobby relies on debunked and discredited studies to bolster their claims, including those which appear in the resolution before the council tonight. Whereas countries with significant restrictions on abortion have better maternal health outcomes than countries with liberal abortion laws. Whereas the California legislature is in the process of legalizing more unsafe abortions and allowing literally anyone to perform abortions anywhere by any means, including abortions in back alleys with rusty coat hangers. That's AB 2223 before our state legislature currently. Whereas every act of violence begins with a choice, whereas every abortion is an act of violence. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard resolves that the City of Oxnard hereby affirms its commitment to the equality of every human being and its support for the legal protection of the right to life of every human being. And it urges the state and federal governments to take
30
immediate
seconds.
action to ensure liberty and justice for all. That would be my proposed alternative resolution that respects everyone and denies the right to life to no one. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we're getting to the end. I'm going to have to tell everybody to leave if you continue doing this. I'm just telling you right now, it's getting late. Pat Brown, you're next. Followed by Darlene Gonzalez and
Thank God I'm 81 years old and don't have to worry about this anymore. The birth control pill came out in 1961. 62 was when they were really giving them out. And I had to go 50 miles to a town where there was a doctor who would prescribe them. And they really didn't want to give them to me because I was only 20. I wasn't 21 yet. And they didn't know if I could ever get pregnant if I just changed my mind and stopped taking the pill. And all it was a 5 milligram. That was the smallest they had. They had a 10 milligram, but they gave me the 5. And then I worked my way down to 2.5 very shortly and down and down. And I took the pill for 18.5 years. 18.5 years it took me to find a doctor in the San Fernando Valley that would go in and tie my tubes so I wouldn't have to take the pill anymore. But I think I had my grandfather was a Methodist preacher back in the 1920s and 1930s and early 40s. But my mother, he thought was terrible because she taught the kids at the local church how to do the Charleston. And my grandfather was just devastated. Listen, we all live here in one world. We all live here in Oxnard. We are all different. And everybody should have a right to do what they want, not what they want somebody else to do or not to do. They should have their own rights. And if we start taking away those women's rights now, heaven help us. I'm supposed to live to be 100. At least that's what the doctors tell me. That's another 20 years. And I don't want to go through the next 20 years without having a women's rights. That's for dang sure. So I think we ought to just stop this. We realize all the sides to all the story. The Catholic Church, the Methodist Church, all the churches in town and all over Southern California can have one way that they want it. For them, fine. But they don't have to wish it on everybody else. We're all different. We are all different. And we have a right to be different. And that's why we're in the United States of America, instead of in Russia or some other place where they tell you everything you have to do.
Thank you.
Think about it.
Darlene Gonzalez, followed by Roberta Alfaro.
Thank you for letting me speak in regards to this issue. I oppose. And I wasn't going to say anything, but the other day I came and I heard counsel saying that he wanted to defend the victims. Well, I was the victim. My mother wanted to abort me, but she didn't because she needed the papers for my father, who was Hawaiian American. So for her to be able to have me, she can get that paper, the green card. That's why I'm here. But my mother had 5 abortions before. My grandma had 10 abortions. They're all about women's right. And we had this black cloud for many years in our home. My mother became an alcoholic, prescription drugs, because she couldn't deal with the pain of all those abortions. My grandmother, the same thing. She died when she was 69 years old because she couldn't deal with it. She kept telling us about her children that she aborted. My mother kept telling us that she could have sat on us, the ones she had, because she believed in her body. I'm here to speak up for those children. I had 2 abortions because she said that was the right thing. And it wasn't. It broke me. But you know what I did? I became part of this community. And I started saying, I gotta build my life. Because what we do is we break communities. We break them. You can't even tell your husband how you feel. You can't even tell your mother how you feel. You can't even say anything because you feel ashamed. You feel numb. You feel dead inside. And now I have vulva cancer and I have to deal with the pain every day. Every day I have to put medicine every day in my bottom. Not me. I'm like a baby now. And I'm here to tell you, you have choices. It's horrible having vulva cancer. You can never imagine what you're dealing day by day. You don't even have your privates. People ask to get the stuff taken out because you want to be this. And I have it. Every day I have to have medicine putting on me. I feel like a baby. But you said you wanted to be the ambassador for those victims. Well, be a victim defend me, because it's horrible having vulva cancer. I'm here right now because I have energy.
Thank you.
Sometimes I don't have.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
And I want to say one thing. This is the silent Holocaust. Remember that.
Thank you.
Silent Holocaust.
Thank you. Okay, and let me see, we have Joe.
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, Joe
Go,
Tykert.
go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Yes, I'm from Oakview, just north of Ventura, and I'm a musician at the church just down the road, Santa Clara Parish. I'd like to address the men here and tell me if you disagree. Legalized abortion is an invitation for men to rape women. And I say that because they know that they can get off the hook. They know that they can duck their responsibility. So contrary to many of the arguments we've heard that abortion is good for women, I would argue that it opens the door towards victimization of women. And then addressing some other arguments about religious people not minding their own business and dictating what other people have to do. I'd like to just quickly point out that during the Civil War, it was religious people who weren't okay with the South treating what Southerners would call their property the way they thought they should be allowed to do. And to back that up also, I would say that it's not religion that tells us that the zygote is a human. It's actually science. It's genetics. We see that it's not a part of the mother because half of her genes are from the father, and it's not a part of the father, obviously. So it's not a parasite, but though because it's half the genes are from the mom. Finally, in conclusion, I'd like to commend all you council members, Mayor Zaragoza, Councilwoman Lopez, on your dedication to the democratic process and your being willing to hear all of us through these long hours. I'm sure you see the clock. I'm sure maybe even your stomachs are testifying to the late hour, perhaps. Hope you've had an opportunity to get a snack in the time. And I would just invite you to go the extra mile because you've been so giving of your time and devoted to this democratic process. I'd invite you to not decide on this matter, which is, which you probably have already settled opinion on, but maybe what you didn't know and what you've learned this evening is that many, many people feel very strongly about this. Many pro-lifers, many who are pro-choice. So to go that extra mile, I'd invite you to not vote on this right now, or not decide on this right now, but actually just let it go to the ballot in November or as soon as possible. And I would, out of respect for democracy and respect for the democratic process, invite Councilwoman Lopez to withdraw her resolution and just let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Roberta Alfaro, followed by Esteban Alcanti.
Hello. My name is Roberto Alfaro.
Mm-hmm.
I am from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And I came when I was 18 years old. So excuse my English is not that good. I'm gonna try to express myself and my will. I am pro-life. And I hear all this afternoon a lot of opinions, a lot of different wills. Everybody is expressing their wills, and I know that you already listened to them too. And we hear maybe, I don't know, 100, 200 people from Oxnard expressing their will. And we have to listen to the other 175,000 people from Oxnard. We have to listen to the will. And the best way to listen to the will is by voting. And I think Oxnard has the right to vote, to choose what they want. There is this thing that they want to approve or disapprove, the abortion. I forgot the name. To create Oxnard on a sanctuary, abortion sanctuary. So I think a lot of people from Oxnard, they have to express themselves. What did they want? I hear a lot of people here saying no, and just a few people saying yes. So we need to hear Oxnard, and we need to vote. So let's this November, let Oxnard express themselves. They have to vote what they want. And I'm pretty sure that Oxnard is not agree to Oxnard became an abortion sanctuary. So please give Oxnard the right to vote. They vote for you guys. They have the right to vote for somebody else, but they vote for you guys. So now it is your responsibility to give Oxnard the right to vote and choose what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Esteban Alcanti. Okay. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Please.
Please address it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Address the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor
Mhm.
Zaragoza, and everybody here, all seven of you. Thank you. I'm against abortion. I've been here at least 50 years now in Oxnard. And I just think it's a shame that we're mercilessly killing these little babies on the behalf of people that want to go have a good time, maybe, possibly. And one thing to think about is I would like to share a poem if I can. I know I have 3 minutes, I think, right? 2:30 right now. This is the Psalms 139, 14 and 15. I will praise thee, for I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and thy soul knoweth right well. My substance was not hid from thee, and I was made in secret, and curiously wrought into the lowest parts of the earth. And I would thank my Savior, Jesus Christ, who has helped me become a better person, just like you, Mayor Zaragoza. And I know I see you in church quite a bit of Santa Clara. It's always nice to see you there. I would just like to say simply that Jesus Christ, I believe in him, and this is what I believe, that we have to stand on his word. It says in Ephesians 6:13. So with all due respect, this is why they overturned it. I believe on the 24th of last month, they overturned it, and they're going to keep on turning it. We believe that Jesus Christ is king, no matter what happens. We believe that Mayor Zaragoza, you're going to have good wisdom. And I think Jesus is going to speak to all seven of you. And it's going to keep on changing for all 50 states. I just want to thank the Holy Spirit that is greater in me than he in the world, and especially toward the left. We don't know all the negativity they're pulling at. I was at Planned Parenthood today, and I just got people cussing and yelling and screaming at me and flipping me off. So what am I supposed to do? We can protest. We have a right to speak and to protest. The Constitution says, without being bombarded and being cussed at and being made fun of, and somebody saying mother F or something. There should be a law against that. Again, Yeshua is king. We know Jesus Christ is king.
40 seconds.
And his second coming is coming, and you can't stop that time. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Valdez, followed by Reverend Greg Ryan, excuse me. Valdez. Valde, I'm sorry. VALE. Coming up. I'm having trouble with the handwriting too, by the way.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Diana Belzi, and I am here as a resident of Oxnard and a citizen of the United States. I'm in support of you, Vianney, and your resolution, and ask that you vote in the affirmative. The current legally flawed decision is set forth by the Supreme Court, and the minority is not about abortion. It's about control, involuntary servitude. When I was a young girl, when Roe was decided, it was a time when girls were scoffed at by teachers and men when you would say or express yourself that you wanted to be an engineer or a lawyer, or you name the profession. A time where it was hard, if not impossible, for a woman to get credit in her own name. It's also a time where women were dying from street side abortions or backdoor abortions. Life started to change for women when Roe was decided. We became freer and more equal with the right of autonomy over our own bodies. Companies began changing their business practices. Women began to obtain better jobs, among many of other big changes that were made for women. Women have been fighting for their equality for years. We are not there yet, but now we have to start from the beginning all over again. For those of you who are here tonight on religious grounds, I do believe in religious freedom. I'm religious. But why are we here standing in judgment of others? Isn't that also a sin? Why do you feel that you have a right to determine or control what others can do with their own life and body? The irony is not lost on me that those of you who feel women needs to be less than free and equal to make an appropriate choice or decisions that have major effects on their life
40
are many
seconds.
of same people who refuse to wear masks to contain a deadly virus in an attempt to save life of your fellow man, and chanted in streets saying, "My body, my choice." It is okay how you feel about abortion and choices that you and your family would make, but let other women and their family make their own life choices. As Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, I'm paraphrasing, access to reproductive choice is the baseline for gender equality, and without it, women cannot be free and equal. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Greg Runyon, followed by Jesus Velasquez.
If I had known I was going to be this late, I would have gone by Zoom. I tell you, I didn't even plan on coming down here. Something told me to come down. I didn't know you guys were talking about this. Something told me to come down. Those of us who are religious would say it was the Holy Spirit. Those who aren't would say it was ego. So I just really believe that there's some things though that need to be said, and I think they need to be said in perspective. First thing I just want to talk about is this idea that separation of church and state, and there should never be a government church. There should never be a church that is favored by government. But nowhere does it say that a Christian can't have a voice. And we may not agree with folks, but I do think that all of us need to figure out a way to be agreeable. And I'm always amazed that we've gotten at a point in life that if you disagree with somebody, you're going to get a dirty look and you're going to get different things. And no one's going to like what I'm going to say here, but this is just the truth. 40 years ago, I don't even think that 20 years ago, before I was a Christian, I would have popped people for the looks I get. And the problem with that is now I pray for them. But the truth is, as Christians, it's my job to look at people with love too. So I'm looking at people that feel very strongly that they have a right that I don't agree with. But as a Christian, it's my responsibility, my calling, my duty to love them. And I would hope that after this meeting, some of us that have been so strong about this thing that we don't agree with will take time to love the people that don't agree with us. Having said that, I too hope that this will go to a vote of the people. I think there's a thing to really consider. And I think sometimes we want to make statements because it seems like it's the thing to do. But there's a lot of division on this. There's people who agree or disagree. I'm mindful of when we went to districting and there was a real push to vote. You guys thought, no, we got to do this right now because you were afraid of being sued.
40 seconds.
I have a fear for the city that if you become a sanctuary city, things could happen negative too. So there's a lot of context here. None of it has anything to do with the right of women to be women. I will tell you, as a man who wasn't always nice to women, I apologize for the way men have treated you. But I can't fix that. What I can fix is how I act going forward. And I hope all of you will vote your conscience, not somebody else's, your conscience. But know that those of us in the faith community are going to keep up the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Next speaker will be Josue Velasquez. I apologize if I messed your name up.
Good evening, Council, and it's pronounced Josue Velasquez. Thank you for trying. I first would like to take a second to thank and recognize all the men and women of faith in here. Thank you for coming out and showing your support for the pro-life rhetoric. And I would also like to point out that it is most of the support for the pro-choice rhetoric are very alive and very well. Okay, keep that in mind. And I know that as someone that is very young, part of the Gen Z generation, it's very controversial for me to be pro-life, only because I have my faith. And all night I've been outside protesting, holding up a sign that says life, pro-life, whatever have you. And the support that I've seen is, I gotta say, it's kind of surprising. I did not think that we would be getting that much support, but only because they know the truth. They have read the Bible. Their parents took them to church and they showed them what is right and what is wrong. And murder obviously is wrong in literally any culture, any lifestyle, any religion. The taking of a life or the unrighteous taking of a life is wrong. And all night I've been thinking about a quote in the Bible where Jesus spoke and he said, I did not come to make peace, or I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. And like I said, it's very controversial for someone of my age to be pro-life. And I know I'm going to lose a lot of friends, a lot of support, but you know what? That's fine. I didn't come here to be liked. I came to speak and speak the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Carolyn Guillot.
I came here tonight on the spur of the moment and didn't plan to speak. So I will be brief with several talking points.
This is next.
I have 4 daughters who are precious to me. They have become productive citizens and exceptional mothers. Roe versus Wade was unconstitutional in 1973. It should have been reversed decades ago. Please don't vote to create a sanctuary for murder. Life begins at conception. Encourage abstinence before marriage. Abortion encourages irresponsibility. Don't teach sex in school. Abortion was to be safe, legal, and rare. Respect life. Don't vote for murder of babies. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sonia Webb, followed by Alicia Purcell and Aaron Starr. Sonia Webb.
Good evening. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to talk about, I know it's so controversial, but scientifically, all life has DNA, which are its building blocks. And I think in our educated society, most people know this. So the DNA of each person differs. And the mother's DNA is going to differ from the baby's DNA. And when the mother we all agree that everybody has the right to life, liberty, and happiness. That's been discussed over and over. And that women have rights and equality. But just because I have rights doesn't mean I can go kill my neighbor because he's an inconvenience to me. Similarly, just because you have a baby growing in you, it has different DNA, it's a different body. And as people have discussed the development about the 3 weeks and the 6 weeks and the 8 weeks, it's a different person. So you basically are you're ending a life. So it's a homicide because now you're eliminating and terminating the life of the DNA of this being. Whether you want to call it a human or whether you want to make up something else, it's still a life that's being destroyed. So you are basically destroying and removing the rights of that individual. So in regard to Oxnard as a sanctuary for this, I do agree, and I'm asking similarly that you would consider putting it up for a public vote. And because you consider, as my friend Mara mentioned, her son waited over a year to have certain health care. And there are people who are waiting and delayed, and especially in the times of COVID, you saw people had their cancer treatments and other medical things delayed. And you will have such an influx of people requiring additional health care.
40 seconds.
With your facilities and everything. So anyway, city has other costs: homelessness, drugs, gangs, immigrant needs. And the last point is, would you have the same view if you knew your mother would have aborted you? My mother went to the doctor to abort me as a child, and before I was born, excuse me, and it was illegal. And so none of us know, it could have happened to other people as well. They may or may not know, but I'm thankful for my life. Thank you for the time and listening
Thank
to
you.
me.
Okay, next speaker is Alicia Purcell, followed by Aaron Starr, and then Shannon Gillespie McCarthy.
First, a technical issue at the beginning. It was mentioned that there were some kind of changes made to the resolution. The online packet does not show any amendments. So I'm not sure whether the public has seen whatever the new language is or if you've seen it. We've heard a lot of emotional arguments here tonight on all sides, and I think it's likely your personal opinions are not going to change after this debate. But you're politicians, so let's change gears and let's take a little more of a political angle to this discussion. As other people have noted, city councils don't set laws on this topic. So all the time and energy tonight is not going to change the law. State of California has laws in place. There's going to be a November ballot measure for people to decide some elements. So all of this is nothing more than political posturing. So the question is, for whom are you posturing? Why stir up this kind of discord in the community? Let's take a look at your resolution. Your resolution stakes out a much more extreme position than even Roe versus Wade did. It takes it much further. Your resolution says you oppose any laws or regulations on abortion. That's as far as you can go. Is that really what you want to do sitting here tonight? One day before the due date? That's the implication when you oppose any laws on the subject. Public polling will tell you that the later in the term of a pregnancy, the lower the public support for abortion rights at that stage. 70% of the public opposes third trimester abortions. Only 10% support it through the full 9 months. So the other 90%, that spans the political spectrum. This is not one side or the other. That's a big number. It's your constituents. But your resolution doesn't take that into account. It goes to the most extreme option. So you're not considering this extreme position tonight as a way of being representative of your constituents, because that's not their position. 2 of you received campaign donations from Planned Parenthood, including the sponsor of this motion. So Maybe you're acting for them and not for your constituents. So please reconsider if you really want to take this position in this resolution that most of the public opposes.
Okay, Aaron Starr, followed by Shannon Gillespie McCarthy, and then Robert Bagdasian. Mr. Starr.
A priest, a pastor, and a rabbi, they get together to debate this big question of when does life begin? And the priest says, I believe life begins at conception. And the pastor says, no, you're wrong. I believe it begins at birth. And the rabbi said, no, you're both wrong. Life doesn't begin until the dog dies and the kids move out of the house. That's when life begins. The reality is that abortion has been legal here in California since 1967. That's 6 years before Roe v. Wade. Abortion is legal today. It's probably going to be legal for the indeterminate future, given the politics of this state. There is nothing that you're doing today that has any real world impact. Whether you pass this or not, it will not change what the framework of the law is today. All you're doing is just alienating people with sincerely held beliefs. To me, this is just political malpractice. There's absolutely no upside for doing this. When I grew up in Simi Valley, which is a well-run city. The city council there, I attended meetings, they asked intelligent questions, they debated matters of city policy, and they didn't just rubber stamp whatever the city manager gave to them. They actually worked this out. They asked tough questions. After I moved to Oxnard and started watching council meetings, I was struck by how lacking in intellectual rigor I found the meetings and the waste of time spent on honoring this person and that group and recognizing this official month and that. And just the stunning number of virtue signaling resolutions, these are not productive. Our city has problems. I think at the last meeting you had the audit report. You guys said that there was one finding. That was a real accomplishment. Well, no, actually there was 15 findings in there. And no, it's not an accomplishment. We make it difficult for businesses to come here. We have streets that are poorly maintained.
30 seconds.
We have homeless encampments and a lack of affordable housing. And you're not doing anything to really solve these problems. Instead, you're wasting your time on some sort of meaningless gesture to many people and really offensive to a lot of others. So I don't know why you're doing this. I think it's politically stupid. Thank you.
Okay, Shannon Gillespie McCarthy, followed by Robert Bagdasian and Megan Belsey. Shannon. Okay, Robert, Bagdazian. Robert. Okay. And Megan, Belzy. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Megan, and I'm here today to remind you and implore you that this is your right and your duty to pass this resolution. Jerry Santoro, Becky Bell, Rosie Jimenez. These are only 3 of the countless names of women who have died because of abortion bans and restrictions. People who out of desperation drank rat poison, threw themselves down the stairs, or unraveled metal coat hangers and shoved them into their vaginas and died. These deaths were preventable if abortion was legal where they were, but they were not. And if you pass this resolution, it means that women across the country where abortion is not accessible anymore have a choice, a safe choice.
and they are entitled to continue their lives. Today, you all have an opportunity to protect women, girls, and other people who are pregnant from experiencing this dangerous desperation by forever protecting choice. What a lot of people don't know is that in the United States, we have what's known as bodily autonomy laws. And that means that no person can use your blood, your organs, your tissues, or any other part of your body, even if they would die without it, without your consent. Even if you are dead, they cannot harvest or use your body without consent. And without the right to abortion, what we are saying as a country and what Oxnard would be saying as a city is that women have less rights than a corpse. And a fetus, a cluster of cells that has no organs of its own and no ability to sustain life by itself, has more rights than any other person in this country. There's been a lot of misinformation thrown around tonight, largely by members of the crisis pregnancy centers, which is just sham that perpetuates much misinformation about abortion. So I'd like to tap on some of that. Abortion pills are safer than Tylenol. The procedure is 97% effective. The UN has constituted forced birth as torture. And most women who have abortions are already mothers.
30 seconds.
Most people do not experience any negative health or mental or emotional side effects after receiving abortion care. The reasoning behind supporting abortion is based in law and science and morality. And these are just some of those facts. And as we have seen today, the anti-choice agenda is perpetuated by religion. And it is an attempt to create a theocratic rule and oppress those who do not adhere to their ideologies. I implore you to protect our democracy and protect our freedoms, and especially our freedom from religion. Thank you.
Okay. Elsa Marinero, followed by Lisa Reese and Elsa Galvan. Marinero. Okay. Lisa Marie Reese. Elsa Mariano.
Elisa Marinero.
No, Lisa Marie Ruiz.
The next name.
Lisa Marie Reese.
Ruiz.
That's you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to speak. I sent an email in support of the resolution, and I felt it was my duty to come and speak after listening to a woman sing God Bless America when this is the land of the free. And I appreciate Mayor Zaragoza and the City Council for listening to both sides. I commend Councilwoman Vianney Lopez for bringing up this resolution in support of women's rights. That's what this is about. And City of Oxnard, by passing this resolution, that's what you're saying essentially, is that you support a woman's right to choose. I concur with my fellow supporters on this resolution. A couple of things that I wanted to mention was when in 1950s, when my mother was 14 years old, she was date raped. She had my sister and subsequently had 5 more births, 2 miscarriages by the time she was 21. She let us know every day of our lives that we were not wanted, that if it was birth control or any other options available to her, she would have taken them. I would not have wished my childhood on anyone. I am a grandmother of 5 children, 2 beautiful children that I conceived of my own choice. And I just want to let you know that it's very important that we show support for a woman's right to choose. We have the right to freedom of religion, freedom of speech, etc. The woman needs the freedom to her own body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Alison Galvan. And Rafael Alamio. Rafael Alamio. Yeah. Mhm.
Mayor, City Council. I'm here, and I respect everybody's comment on this, and this is not something that I normally do, but I felt that it was important to just come out and be support of life. And everybody has good arguments, but there's a couple things I wanted to mention. And I echo Pastor Galucci, the testimony from Sandra E. Mr. Doug with the horn. And, you know, I understand some of the opposition on this tough issue, and it's saddened that it's brought to the city council. And I'm looking at you, Councilmember Lopez. It is unfortunate. It's very difficult, and I will share a testimony of a friend, and it's heartbreaking, but as we're young, we definitely like to have fun, and we need to be responsible for our actions. And unfortunately, this friend did have an abortion, and the fact that she had an abortion was because she didn't have any support. So instead of abortion clinics, we need to have supports. And she eventually had 3 children. One was a lawyer, 2 engineers, and it doesn't go past every day with her regrets of having that abortion. And it's unfortunate and saddened that she has to live through that every day. So with that said, I look at Councilmember Teran, Councilmember Madrigal, Mayor Zaragoza, thank you for your service, and Pro Tem McDonald, and thank you for your service. Councilmember Perello and Councilmember Lopez. We're not God. Think about the decisions you're about to make. You're going to be judged on your actions.
40 seconds.
So therefore, I really would want you to consider and thinking hard, would that have been your brother or sister that was aborted? So I just want you to think about that and make your decision. And there's a reason why we have a justice system, and they've overturned it. So we should honor that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Cynthia Salas. Mhm.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Zaragoza. I want to start by saying thank you to Councilwoman Vianney Lopez. I think this decision is very hard for a lot of people, but people need to stop and think that this is about having the choice to do either thing. It's not about abortion. It's about having the choice to make a decision that involves you, your religious beliefs, your family, and it also involves a woman making that final choice on what they want to do with their body. My phones are about to die, but I think it's very important to also talk about the history of how abortion's been criminalized. We talk about everyone mentioning special interest groups, but when we really look at the history of how abortion was criminalized, we have to go back to as early as the 1800s. It was a way as to plantation slave owners controlling Black women into having babies because they were seen as property. So we need to stop and think about the history of abortion and how criminalizing it continued to plague women even back in those times. And if you think that it only impacted women of color, it also impacted white women, as the agenda towards white supremacy also was a motivation when they started to see that, and this was in the 1800s. And remember the name of this gynecologist, Hortus Strever. He was one of the first gynecologist doctors that led this movement in fear that a lot of immigrant communities were moving into many cities. So when we stop and think about the history of what abortion is, we have to start and think about how that was used to eliminate or have power over communities. We want to eradicate abortion, well, let's talk about eradicating racism. Let's talk about eradicating poverty, that we can allow communities to have the choice to live how they want. And the reason we have these laws in place is because of racism. I heard many people talk about the Constitution. I want to remind everyone that the Constitution wasn't made with people of color in mind, particularly in mind. So you have to stop and think that over time in history, the reasons we're here today having these discussions is to protect the rights of those that didn't have any rights in this country when they were here in this country to begin with. So I just want to say thank you, Councilwoman Lopez, for putting your personal views aside and for thinking about the well-being of all people and making it a sanctuary city. I would like to encourage everyone that's really for children to think about the children in cages that everybody has forgotten about and stand together to reunite those families. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Angelique Magdaleno. And then two more.
I would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather is the occupied and seized territory of the Chumash people. I am thankful for them to allow me to hold space today and stand in support of reproductive health care and abortion rights. I have come here to serve as a reminder to everyone that we have an obligation and a duty to keep church and state separate. Many people here have used their religious beliefs as their advocacy rhetoric to control the bodily autonomy and sovereignty of bodies. As council and citizens, we have a commitment to our values of freedom, justice, and honoring each person's dignity and sovereignty to choose what is healthiest and safest for their body. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers that I might have missed here in the audience? If not, we have a couple of speakers on the, and also we have a Carmen Torres is apparently waiting. Is that?
She's up there. I'll check
Okay,
and see if
let's
she
go
still
ahead.
wants to speak.
Mhm.
Alex Maxey.
Hi, my name is Alex Massey. I'm 19 years old and I live in Ventura County. I've been on this call for about 4 hours and I wish I was there in person, but unfortunately I'm not. I want to say that I strongly support the resolution to make Oxnard a sanctuary city for abortions. It is up to the individual who has a uterus to have an abortion. It's not the right of the government, not the church, not anyone else to take away that right from people who can get pregnant and give birth. But the Supreme Court is stripping the rights of women and birth-giving people to make this decision for themselves. And I really want to commend the City Council member Lopez for bringing this up. And I believe in you, City Council members, to stand up to the Supreme Court and stand with reproductive health rights and the right to bodily autonomy. Whether it's for health reasons, for trauma, or for not wanting to have a child in this society, or for any other reason at all, women and people who can give birth deserve to make the choice for themselves. I am a woman and I am not a vessel for a child. I have dreams and aspirations of my own that don't revolve around children. And this is my decision. And this is the decision of many people, and we all deserve to have access to safe abortion, which we can provide and serve to give other people in this country who have been stripped of this right here in Oxnard. So I want to say thank you to the council members for hearing this, and I implore you to pass the resolution. There are a lot of people who support you on this, and I hope you side with us. I recently went to a protest where there were almost 100 youth organizers there. A lot of them are under the age of voting, but really want their voices heard to protect our reproductive health rights. Thank you so much, and I hope this resolution passes, and I want to send my love to all the people who have shared their stories today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a couple more speakers.
Carmen Torres. Please press *6 to unmute. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is I feel very strongly.
Sorry, Carmen, we must have a bad connection. We're not able to hear you.
That we should be
I think she had to redial. We can't hear her.
Carmen, are you able to dial back? We're not able to hear you.
Oh. Hello?
Hi,
Can you hear
Carmen.
me?
No, we can't.
Yes, I will call back.
Thank you.
I will dial back. Hello? You
You
can't
need
hear
to
me.
dial back. Alisa Partida?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
All right. Hi there. My name is Alyssa Partida, and I would like to thank the city of Oxnard for giving us the opportunity to make this city a sanctuary city for those who are seeking to enact their choice. As you know, many people in here think that being pro-choice means that we're all pro-abortions. No, that doesn't mean that we're going to, slaughter all these babies here. Not at all. It just means that we're giving women an option to choose. And many of you guys have brought up the point in which that the state allows minors to go without consent to enact their choice, which is why, minors are allowed to do that, because they are facing an unsafe environment with their parents will have the choice of having them kicked out if they find out they are pregnant, or their parents are not mentally stable to be there with them, or they're unsafe in the environment where they can get physically abused, mentally abused, and it's not a safe environment for that child there. And I'd like to thank you guys for hearing me out.
Are you done, Alisa?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we get Carmen Torres again?
We have one other caller.
Another-
One moment,
okay.
please. Public speaker with phone number ending in 6521. Please unmute by pressing *6. Hello, would you like to state your name?
Hello?
Yes, would you like to state your name?
Yes, please, Marisol Star.
I'm sorry, your name?
Marisol?
Thank you, Marisol. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. I would encourage you to say no to this resolution. I am a mother. I don't have any credentials to brag about. So many have come with wonderful things to say. And all I can tell you is that I am a mother and I value life. And I have a reverence for the sacredness of life. Feeding your child in the womb, moving around, raising them, seeing them, staying up for them, taking the responsibility to raise a life and watch my children grow. I'm sure that all of you have had that experience where your parents have been there, or if not, you got to this point by people making a lot of sacrifices. I hear a lot of young women who don't want to take on the responsibility of raising children. We hear a lot of bodily autonomy, a lot of my body, my choice. But the fact is, there are children who are alive within them when they get pregnant through their own choice. And these children are an independent life, an independent body, not their body. This is not a body that they should be just saying, I can control my body. There's another body inside them, and it's separate, a separate entity, a separate human being that has been created through an act that was voluntary for the most part, a lot of the time. I'm not in favor of throwing away all the traditional values that have kept us going for so long as a civilization. And the new woman that we're seeing, the young women, have been indoctrinated in the schools to take every kind of sexual reproduction classes and indoctrination, to throw away all the traditional values that a lot of us hold dear, including, I'm sure, a lot of council members. All of us who are older than 50 would say value these traditions. And I see a lot of these young women very misguided, very misinformed, very emotional, acting out on a lot of what they see and hear out there in the social media world. But raising a child, taking the time to look in a child's eyes, to make the sacrifices that it takes
30
to be there
seconds.
for them every day, that's different. I'm talking from a mother's standpoint, and I can tell you it's worth it being a mother. But I'm sure people will disagree, but understand that this is a separate life. This is a separate body. You talk about controlling your body, control it before you have sex. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers at this
Other
time.
speakers? Okay, anybody in the audience wants to speak before we close the testimony? Okay, so we're going to close the testimony then, and now we go into dialogue. Council members? Okay, Councilman Perrella?
Whatever we do, I'd like to request that each of these three are voted on individually.
Individually, the City of Oxnard committed to women's rights. That's the first one. Okay. Okay, so other council members, any Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor.
You second? Oh. You second? Can we vote individually?
So why don't you have a discussion on?
In the discussion first.
I guess if you want to make a motion on one, then go ahead. Make a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we vote on this item. There are three parts to it.
Individually.
Individually.
Do we have a
Hopefully I get
second?
a second.
Okay, second. Please vote.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can we get some clarification on what we're doing? Because we haven't even deliberated yet.
But I think the question would be,
My suggestion was, why don't you make a motion then and have a discussion on one at a time?
One at a
So
time.
move to consider number one, affirming the commitment.
Okay, for my fellow council members, this is a council member who serves on other boards, and I have seen things ram through like a truck going through a building when there are three items like this and somebody makes a motion right off the bat, all in one, and it gets overridden. That's why I made that request. If you want to have a discussion starting with number 1, 2, or 3, I'll do that. But that was the reason that I made the request.
Let's vote on this item then see if
Mayor. If a motion is made or seconded, then you can have your discussion prior to taking the vote.
I don't know how the rest of the council feels. Do they want to vote on them individually or collectively?
Well, did we get into an agreement on this?
Mayor.
Turan?
Thank you. just for clarification, we had a first from Councilmember Perillo and a second by you, Mayor, to consider taking the items individually. Are we voting to take the items individually and then we'll speak about them individually?
Exactly.
That's right.
Okay. Well, my comment on that is I didn't make a second. I would prefer to have deliberation widely first to discuss it, ask any questions that we need. But that's my thoughts on the matter. Thank you.
I am not asking you to vote on this item individually. I'm asking you to vote on the choice to vote on each one individually. And that was my motion. And it was second.
It passes then.
Have your discussion, then call for the vote for people to discuss.
After discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and discuss it.
Okay.
Well, and discussion, and let me see, we have three, that's Perillo, that's you. The question I have, if Perillo wants to vote individually and I second it, do we vote on it to continue?
You debate the motion, then you vote on the motion.
Okay, well, let's
So if
debate.
you're done with debate, then somebody can call a question.
Okay,
Call the question.
so then we vote. Let's vote on it, if you want to continue that. Okay,
And the motion is to vote on each
Individually.
one individually. This motion is not yes or no on each one. It is simply to vote on 1, 2, and 3 individually.
so then let's
Correct.
vote then, because call the question.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and continue for the individually, because so we have item number 1 is the city council committed to women's rights and reproductive freedom. That's number 1. Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Perillo.
On item number 1, the city of Oxnard's commitment to women's rights and reproductive freedom, I totally, completely agree with that. I believe a person's privacy and the right of a woman to choose is her choice. I firmly believe in the separation of church and state. And no matter what your religious beliefs are, there are other religious beliefs, and there are those that don't believe in religion. But there's a separation of church and state historically in this country. And those are my views on item 1.
Let me see, number 7, that was Councilman Lopez. Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. I am actually going to go ahead and speak on the resolution as a whole instead of breaking it down. And the reason why I brought this forward was, 1, I'm the only woman on this council here tonight who is standing here. And I brought this up not because someone asked me to, but because as a woman and as a woman of color, this issue is much bigger than me. And it is about standing up for women and the rest of our community in ensuring that this is not about opinion. It is about the respect for a woman's decision to do what she wants and what she can with her life. And that whether it's on abortion or reproductive access, healthcare, or it is about a family, it is a decision that she is making on her own. And this isn't about shaming a woman for the decision that she is making. So that is what this resolution is about, is the city of Oxnard standing up and saying that a woman can make a decision with dignity and respect for herself and her family without being shamed by others and their opinion on how we should or need to live our life. So I'm disappointed that we're breaking this down individually, but I respect the majority of the council here. And I would like to ask each of you here as males to take into consideration that in the women that are around you and how you live your life and how we do this as leaders for the city. Despite this not being a city issue,
It is representative of the people that we were elected by here. When I ran for council,
Please, please.
I respected you when you spoke up. And when I ran for council, I did not hide where I stood on these issues. And I was still elected. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I believe that once if we vote on 1, 2, 3, then it could all happen. We could all put it together if we go 1, 2, 3. But anyway, that's Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Council Member Lopez, for your comments and for bringing this forward. I'm also going to speak on all of my notes on all portions of the resolution. And I respect Councilmember Perillo requesting that they be taken one portion at a time. I believe that he likely has thoughts on them as individual items, as do I. And so that's why I supported his request for that. So that being said, I first want to start by thanking the many speakers from both sides of the item who came tonight, especially those from both sides of the item who recognize that this is part of the democratic process. The process that was thrown back by the Supreme Court of the United States to be given to the states to decide upon, and them recognizing tonight that this is part of that process really shows that they have a firm grasp of that. But also for that, I want to thank you for coming here tonight to exercise your right to speak no matter where you fall on the issue, because this is an item that is important to you as an individual and to you as a member of this community. And I know they left, but I want to apologize to you for some of the speakers who said that your desire to participate was stupid. That your presence and your participation tonight, it is not stupid. It is appreciated by me. And I imagine by my colleagues and those who came here tonight as well to speak, no matter where they fall on this issue. It's your right as a resident of Oxnard, as a resident of the state of California and of the United States to be in this process and have your voice heard, no matter where you fall on the issue. So my apologies to you for having someone call your right to be here tonight to speak stupid. That being said, the three parts of this item: the City of Oxnard's commitment to women's rights and reproductive freedom, City of Oxnard as a right to choose sanctuary city, and support the codification of the right to an abortion into federal and California constitutional law. So,
Please, no more. No. You can no longer participate. Madam Chair, we closed the public testimony. So it's now it's up to the city council now. So no more public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is part of the process. We will deliberate and speak, and then it'll come to a vote.
Thank you.
So I will start off by saying that I was raised in the Catholic faith, and I received sacraments. Prior to the pandemic, my grandfather and I attended Sunday morning 6:30 a.m. Mass for many years at Santa Clara Church, and I saw many fellow parishioners here. My relationship with my faith is one that has evolved over time, as all healthy relationships do. I really debated saying this tonight or not, but I will say that my faith is my faith, my spirituality is my spirituality, my religion and my relationship with that is unique to me. And it was not God, but it was men and actions of men who drove me from the building of the church, not the church or spirituality itself. And I just wanted to recognize that. We're not here tonight to talk about my faith, though. I likely have a common story in Oxnard. I grew up without my biological father, and I had others who had to step in to fill in that paternal void. My mother and my grandmother showed me what a strong, resilient female is and what they look like and what they do. My uncles and my grandfather taught me what it means to respect the women in our lives. As an adult, I respect my wife by honoring her as an individual, capable of individual thought and decisions. I also respect and honor her bodily autonomy. She's not my property. I do not own her body. I believe that one way to show respect for women is for me as a man to not make decisions on their health or on their bodies. regarding Planned Parenthood. I fully support the right of individuals to access community health centers for basic care, preventative services, cancer screenings, gender affirming care, contraception, testing for sexually transmitted infections, and for women to have access to screenings such as pap smears and breast exams. Not everyone who goes to Planned Parenthood is seeking to terminate a pregnancy. Not all are even pregnant or even female who receive their services. The range of services offered by Planned Parenthood, by Dignity Health, by Ventura County Healthcare Agency, by Clínicas, and many other healthcare providers in our community adds accessibility of these types of services in the city of Oxnard, especially for those who are not provided or cannot afford generous, comprehensive healthcare plans. I believe access to these is a basic human healthcare right. As fortune would have it, the Vatican has spoken on the recent Supreme Court decision, and I'm going to quote them. Quote, "This also means ensuring adequate sexual education, guaranteeing healthcare accessible to all, and preparing legislative measures to protect the family and motherhood, overcoming existing inequalities." To me, this message is clear. One cannot be selectively pro-life. Pro-life does not only mean someone is here tonight speaking against the right of a woman to make a medical decision about her own body and her own reproductive health. We also have to be in support of the California Healthy Youth Act of 2016, which mandated comprehensive sexual health and HIV and AIDS education, just as the Vatican said needs to happen. The Vatican said that. We passed that years ago in the state of California, and people opposed it and put school districts out of compliance with state law. Will these folks also be in attendance and in favor of universal health care and Medicare and all single payer health care? Sounds like that's what the Vatican said. Will they also be in attendance here for the Homelessness Solutions Center groundbreaking? In a few weeks, we have an item about gun violence that's going to come forward. I invite the pro-life advocates to be here to speak on that item, to stand up for the many lives who have been lost to gun violence. And this question was asked regarding the children whose mothers made the difficult decision to terminate a pregnancy. How many would have been doctors? How many would have been lawyers, mayors? Likewise, I have to think, how many children who've been killed by gun violence could have also been doctors and lawyers and mayors and council members? And is this a city matter? I would say each of us was duly elected, and we took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the state of California and the United States of America. And as was stated, the Constitution does not explicitly afford the right to an abortion. But as was also stated, the Constitution previously did not afford the explicit right for women and BIPOC people to vote or to own real estate or to even travel freely on their own. It doesn't say that anymore, but when that change was coming, I bet it was not popular. And I bet people had to stand up to say that it needed to be changed. Yes, this is a divisive issue. The right of a woman's autonomy over her own body, though, being divisive. That's one of the many things that's still wrong with this country in 2022. How is a woman's own autonomy to herself divisive? Lastly, one of the speakers asked, in the future, when we look back on this, and it's asked of me, what did I do? I will say that I stood up for women, for the rights of my mother, my grandmother, my wife, my daughters. And whether you agree with me or not, I stood up for all of the women and the non-binary people in this room tonight and in this city now. And if there is the possibility that the rights of women are first going to be called into question or are going to be taken away, then equitable access to contraception is possibly next, followed by the rights of the members of our LGBTQ plus community. I will stand up for the rights of people who have the likelihood of having those rights taken away. That's why I was elected, to represent this community and do what was right. I have so much respect for Father Runyon, or Reverend Runyon, who was here earlier. He said, vote with your conscience. And that's exactly what I'm going to do tonight. for those reasons, I support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other council members? Do you want to go? Okay.
I just want to add this. I support a woman's right. I had a grandmother's, I had a mother, I had a wife, I had a sister, I had nieces. And there's a lot of women that I have no idea who they are that have babies. Those women have rights. And this is a right that they need to have protected. The right to decide what they do with their body. I'm in total support of that.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. Real quickly, as previously stated, I could sit here and talk about equality. I could sit here and talk about rights. I could sit here and talk about my own religious views. But when you look at everything there, at the end of the day, as some of the speakers here spoke about, whatever decision is made by us here is pretty much, what's the proper word? It is a show of support, but nothing else. We as a council, whatever decision is made, this realistically, in all honesty, looking forward a couple months, is a sanctuary state. So whatever decision is made by us realistically has no real life implications, as many of people have stated. Many people say, as a council, this wasn't necessarily our decision. Why was this brought up? So on, so forth. And, a lot of that is people, or a lot of people who said that, there is truth to that statement. There is something to be said about this community. I grew up here. I've lived here my entire life. For the majority of my life, I live in La Colonia. And people say many things about La Colonia. We're going to go protest. We're going to do this. When in reality, all the people who do that don't even live in the neighborhood. All they really want to do is, show their own expression, but do it and not at their home. They go out and do it in someone else's neighborhood. When it comes to this, anyone realistically grew up in La Colonia knows that it's actually a very conservative neighborhood. It is, very Catholic neighborhood. You go there, Guadalupe or Cristo Rey on Sundays, you see your neighbors. I would see my students there. It's a ever-growing, tight-knit community. But what many people don't understand, it's actually a very tight-knit conservative community, which surprises a lot of people that really don't know that particular area. But to me, this is one of those things where, I came from a woman. I love my mother. I love my only one grandmother that I have left. I have 3 sisters. Many of these, you go back to the action. I was born out of wedlock. It could have been easily, I could have been aborted. I have one of my 3 sisters is my stepsister, not, different mother. She's younger than me, and very simply, her mother could have aborted her. That means today I wouldn't have my niece and my nephew. That I look forward to so much. And, coming in, I was in Illinois. I was in Chicago this past weekend, and it was eye-opening seeing a different point of view than what I'm used to seeing here in California every single day. Seeing that, and sadly, what happened yesterday, and things are different, and it's nice getting out of your bubble. And when I was going through this, when I had a break during my conference on Friday, I honestly, and I'll be truthful, my go-to thing was I was going to abstain. And I'm telling you the truth. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to, BS it or say anything. I'm just telling you the truth. I didn't think that, this was right for the community, simply for the simple reason that all it did was it brought division, simply because if someone's against abortions, who are they going to report it to? They're going to go to Governor Newsom, there's no real rhyme or reason behind it. The more I went through this, I went one way, I went the other way this whole day. And all in all, I like that, or not necessarily like, but voting on them 1, 2, 3 brings a little bit of difference and clarity to this whole thing. And, I may not necessarily vote yes on all 3, but I do want to actually say how proud I am of actually Councilmember Lopez for all that she did to get this done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've struggled with this ever since we got the agenda, and I'm still struggling with it. In terms of looking at it, number one, it is not an issue for me. The city of Oxnard's commitments to women's rights and reproductive freedom, and women have struggled for a long time to be our equals in the society, and they should be our equals in this society. There's just no question about it. In terms of reproductive freedom, if they're talking about the choice of whether or not to have children, that's the woman's choice. The man can ask and say, would you be willing to, but it's the woman's choice. How many kids or no kids at all, that's their choice. And I have no problem with that. Where I really struggle is whether 2 and 3 become a part of that reproductive freedom. And that's where I have problems. For a variety of reasons, I don't think those are the best responses or the best approaches in terms of how we deal with this. And I don't have a better answer, but when it's going to come down to is women have to be our equals in this society. But going into step 2 and 3, I'm just not sure I can support those. And I apologize. This is one of those things where no matter what you say, somebody will be unhappy with you, and you just have to move forward and deal with it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I really, as was mentioned before, really struggle with this. I just want to share with you, this is probably the most complex decision that I'm going to make in many, many, many years, and because I have a lot of friends, I have a lot of people where I attend a lot of events that are Catholic, that are religious, and so forth, and so it's really very, very difficult for me today. But however, the resolution for this women's reproductive freedom includes abortion and a possible state constitutional amendment that's going to support women's rights. The amendment that we have here in the city of Oxnard, or this resolution, will support the state of California's efforts in November 8th, in the November 8th legislation. This will help reduce the most critical negative impacts on women's rights. And women's rights to me is really, really important. There are going to be many vital negative impacts on women, that I believe with what happened nationally is going to hurt women, but here in California, I think we need to protect our women. And again, I will share some of this women. A lot of women are victims of rape. They're pushed into sex trafficking, into prostitution. You know, some ladies will not be able to take care of themselves emotionally. And some of the things that happen to some of our children and people at home is really, really horrible too, by some of those most trusted individuals that we have. So I think that that we need to help those women, to help those children. And some women have pregnancies that cannot go full term because of the health or potentially the life of those individuals, both the mother and the child. So the decisions of controlling reproductive life for women and their partners also have economic effects. And it was mentioned by Dr. I think Supervisor Ramirez mentioned it very well. I read that article too, where the doctor says that it not only is it's unfair for women, and it's an economic effect that's going to happen with jobs and professional careers and in the future life options of those persons, that they have to make some, we have to make, or they have to make some essential decisions. And those decisions should be made by women, I believe, and not by us, over the consultation of their doctors or their partners. But I think the women have the right to do that. On a personal basis, you know, I want to share that I have granddaughters, I have nieces, I have some young women in my family that potentially could be impacted for their rights. And I think it's really important that we protect my children, my nieces, my families, their rights, because women have fought for years and years and years, going back to the 1919 with the women's suffrage, where women had no rights at all. And I would not like to see women lose their rights, you know. So to me, this is important. I know that I have a lot of people that support me. I have a lot of people that I work with. And again, this is a very, 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 very difficult decision for me to make this evening. So with that in mind, then that's all I have to say. So, Councilor Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we've all commented generally, or at least on the first number one on the resolution. And I appreciate the comments from all of you as my council colleagues, as residents and neighbors here in the city. And so as we're going to go through each of them, I would like to make a motion to accept number one, which would read as now therefore the City Council of the City of Oxnard resolves that the City of Oxnard hereby affirm its commitment to the constitutional right previously afforded to all women under Roe v. Wade, and to oppose any laws or regulations that pose a threat to reproductive freedom and reproductive rights. Yes.
So we need a motion.
I just made the motion.
Sick. Okay.
Okay, discussion. I'm reading number one, and it says the City of Oxnard commitment to women's rights and reproductive freedom. What you read is not number one. So I just wanted to clarify. So number one, where
Councilman Lopez, you meant number one, you know, the City of Oxnard commitment to women's rights and reproductive freedom is number one. Is that your motion to?
So what Council Member Lopez was reading from was the resolution.
That's correct.
But I think the recommendation initially was that we have number one, the City of Oxnard commitment to rights and independence, productive freedom. Is that the motion that you're making to approve?
Yes.
Is that second by Tehran? Okay, let's vote.
So we're talking about the wording out of the actual resolution, not what is in the agenda.
Yeah, that's what's going down.
So I think we should follow what,
Councilmember Lopez made a motion.
Correct. And she got a second. So the discussion is, where did
What,
you?
what you're voting on is what she said, which is in the resolution that's in the packet
Where?
as modified.
Where in the which one of the whereas is it?
Now therefore, the city council of the city of Oxnard.
Is this an
Resolves.
about way to do voting on all three at one time?
No, she took item 1 in the now therefore. So do you have the resolution in front of you?
Yes, I do, because number 2, and I will argue this till
the last
hell
page.
freezes over. Number 2 has to do with the right to choose sanctuary.
I didn't read
And
that part.
So she didn't read
Didn't
that
read
part.
that part, but we're voting on what you said was the last paragraph.
You wanted to break it up. So that's what she's doing.
Then why was it put together 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah.
I mean, Steve, I don't understand that.
That's the way it was presented
Member Lopez, I
and
don't understand how you pulled a fast one here.
I did
So-
not
so
pull
what
the
if-
fast one.
Councilmember Perillo.
Let's back up. Number one actually means the same thing as what Lopez said. Councilman
Can we
Lopez.
restate the motion then, please?
I move to approve number 1 as written in the resolution, and this is the amended memo we received, which reads, now therefore, the city council of the city of Oxnard resolves that the city of Oxnard hereby, number 1, affirm its commitment to the constitutional right previously afforded to all women under Roe v. Wade and to oppose any laws or regulations that pose a threat to reproductive freedom and reproductive rights.
Yeah, that's just
Thank you.
more specific. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So there was a second by Councilman Turan. Okay, let's vote.
Motion passes 5-0 to 1. One abstained by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Okay, then Councilman Lopez, number 2.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make the next motion for number 2, which states declare itself a right to choose sanctuary city.
And that right to choose means do we have to do it or not do it? Go ahead. Okay, motion. Then second. Okay, discussion, go ahead.
I would like Councilman Lopez to explain to me what it means sanctuary city. And the reason I asked that is 2-part. In this attachment, which we received, it says there is no financial impact to the city of Oxnard. How do we justify if we have no financial impact, but we call it a sanctuary city, that will include no financial impact? And I'd asked you this before we had the meeting tonight.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Perillo. That is correct. There is no funding associated with this resolution. And there is no expectation that the city will invest any funds into providing care, providing access to abortion. But what sanctuary means to me, as I have requested in this resolution, is that the city will not intervene to the extent of the city's decisions to a woman's or a person's access to reproductive health, including abortion, and that the city will not cooperate with any other states or jurisdictions if there is a prosecution of a woman as would be permitted by law.
Thank you.
Okay, so you got a second by Councilman Turan. Please vote.
Mayor, may I please clarify who made the motion?
Councilman Lopez and second by Turan.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay. Third item, Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 3, I move to approve item number 3 as written. Affirm its support for proposed legislation that would make access to a safe abortion a federal and state constitutional right and urges the federal and state governments to take immediate action.
I'll second that.
Second. Okay, please vote. No discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the second on that, Councilmember Perello. I just wanted to take the opportunity before we do this final vote on this last portion of the resolution to point out that, as was stated, Councilmember Lopez had a lot of courage and fortitude to bring this item forward, knowing very well that there are strong feelings on either side of the item. And there were a number of speakers, including male speakers, who stated to all of us as male council members up here that we needed to equally have courage and fortitude to stand up for what's right. And I'm not speaking in judgment of anybody's vote here. You were voting with what you believe to be right. And I respect that no matter how you vote. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to remind my colleagues, my male colleagues, that this was something that was stated for us being up here. And I just want to thank Councilmember Lopez for bringing this forward. That's why I supported it. And thank you for this. And thank you again to everybody who came out and spoke, regardless of which side of the item you were on. Thank you.
Okay, so we got first and a second. First by Lopez and second by Perello. Please vote.
Motion passes 4-2.
And again, again, before we adjourn, I just want to thank all the people. I know there's two sides to this issue, but I want to thank everybody that participated. I know it's been a long evening, and this is the democratic process that we could continue.
No, it's not adjourning the meeting.
Okay, so I'm just sharing that. So
we're done with this item.
So we're done with this item. Now we got to go ahead. Please, we're not done yet. Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a moment to, and because I didn't do this earlier in my comments, to thank all of you for showing up and for being here to the end of the open session and for voicing your opinions, regardless of what side you are on. And again, this is about respect towards those around you, including the women around you. So thank you to my colleagues for your willingness to hold this meeting and this discussion, and to all those who showed up today. Thank you.
Mr. Nguyen, I don't know if it's important or not, but 1323 is 1:23 p.m. in the afternoon, not 1:23 a.m. in the morning.
So
we need to clarify something.
yeah, one Councilmember Perello's approach of trifurcating the resolution has the problem of there being recitals in the resolution as written that aren't incorporated anywhere. We just went to the body of the resolution, which is the action part, which is the important part, but without adopting the rest of the remainder of the resolution, we don't have that background material. So we would need another motion to
adopt,
incorporate, sort of reincorporate everything into the resolution.
to make it valid.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. So I will move the incorporation of the rest of the resolution as was presented today with the amendments. And do we need to read through those changes?
Just to point out for the record that what's different from what was in the posted
The initial.
resolution is the third recital now reads, whereas on June 24, 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe in its ruling on Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. And then the 5th from the last recital reads, whereas roughly 22 states will now enact restrictions on abortion. And then the 3rd to last recital reads, whereas the demand for abortion access will not change, making California a destination for individuals seeking care that may be made illegal in their home cities and states. So those are the only changes to the recitals.
So with that in mind, then you can make a motion too.
Right.
So Lopez,
Yes, so that was my motion.
And I'll second.
okay. Second, okay. First by Councilman Lopez and second by Tehran. Please vote.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay, but so Mr. City Attorney, now we're going into closed session on Wednesday morning.
That is what remains on the agenda, and
And
I,
we'll return after closed session.
yes.
Who wants to wait? Supervisor, remember to raise your. Thank you. Anyway, we're back from closed session, and Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements?
The city council evaluated the city attorney and the city manager, and there are no actions to report from closed session.
Okay, so we are adjourned. Thank you. Have a good morning.